immediately silenced by Saul's icy glare. Afterward, Saul walked up to Leon and Rose Wise and took the initiative to bow in apology because his tribesmen had caused trouble for them. He said he felt deeply sorry for the incident. Rose Wise was not polite at all, immediately replying straightforwardly, "I hope your excellency can better discipline your tribesmen." Leon also added coldly, "It's fortunate I reacted fast enough this time, or I would have been injured. If something had actually happened to me, a mere apology would absolutely not be enough to settle this." Then Saul silently took in all those pointed remarks. His gaze shifted coldly toward the man, making him jump in fright. Finally, Saul replied in a deep voice that he understood. "When I return, I will personally give them a good lesson." Once the Lightning Dragon group had fully departed. Wait, this sentence was truncated in the original, keeping context. Leon instantly returned to his usual carefree demeanor. He chuckled and blurted out, "You really do have the face of a great wife." Wire heard this and calmly explained that most of the dragon race were not inherently unreasonable people. As long as they weren't foolish and arrogant like the Red Flame clan, dragons would more or less know how to admit their mistakes and apologize properly. But as soon as she finished, she realized something was off. Wire immediately crossed her arms, narrowed her eyes at Leon, and asked vigilantly, "Wait, who is your wife? Don't call me that so familiarly." Leon just smiled brightly as if nothing had happened, and casually replied that he was just joking with her. Wire heard this and immediately let out a disgusted remark. "That gives me goosebumps." Just then, Shaole's voice rang out again, drawing everyone's attention back to the festival. She happily announced that the relay race had officially come to an end, and next, the cameras would shift to other competition categories. Shaola continued to explain the scoring rules for this festival. All content was scored based on the family's total performance. Noah had just won the Young Dragon High Jump event, adding 50 points to her family's total. Each member, upon participating, could accumulate points for their family. The higher the achievement, the more bonus points earned. Furthermore, Leon and Wire also completed the three-legged race, bringing in another 50 points. In particular, in the Ask One Thing, Answer Another challenge, thanks to their astonishing chemistry, they pocketed an extra 25 points. That wasn't all. They both also passed the Affectionate Feeding Challenge, gaining another 50 points. After all the rounds, the three families with the highest total scores would receive valuable rewards from the Academy. And so, after a series of intense competitions, Leon and Wire finally advanced to the final stage of the three-legged race. The staff member smiled and announced, "Welcome, both of you, to the final stage, called Heating Up the Love." The two stood in silence, listening to the rules with less than enthusiastic expressions. The host cheerfully explained that the rules were very simple. Each family must work together to prepare a dish filled with love. The dish would be decided by drawing lots. The time limit was 1 hour. The final result would be judged directly by the panel of judges. But what made Leon and Wire stiffen simultaneously was the next sentence. Throughout the cooking process, you are strictly forbidden from removing the rope tied to your ankles. The host did not forget to emphasize with an emotional tone that they should let the love between them flow through that rope to each other. These cheesy words gave both Leon and Wire goosebumps. Leon prayed while reaching out to draw a lot, hoping to get something simple. When the note was opened, it revealed cream puffs. Leon immediately turned to ask Wire if she knew how to make them. Wire's answer was despairingly brief. I don't know. Fortunately, the host immediately announced that the organizers would provide detailed cooking instructions for the teams. Hearing this, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. After putting on their aprons, Leon quickly took on the role of leader. He took a deep breath and said to just start working. While working, he patiently guided Wire step by step. Pour the milk into the small pot first. Then add the butter. Give me the butter. Wire stood by his side as his assistant, rarely appearing so serious and cooperative. But while they were busy cooking, the loudspeakers suddenly blew, announcing that another match had entered a tense phase. Both instinctively looked up at the big screen. On it, the balloon popping competition for young dragons was taking place. Extremely intense. There were only 4 contestants left on the field. Leon just glanced at it and immediately realized the situation there was even more brutal than their own. Among the 4 remaining, 2 were from the dragon races, Li Chao, 1 from the Ice Dragon clan, and the last one was Noah from the Silver Dragon clan. Jin stood opposite her, sneering, directly demanding Noah to surrender. Very quickly, the situation turned unfavorable. For some reason, the 3 other young dragons seemed to have secretly forming an encirclement aimed straight at Noah. All eyes were fixed on her. Would Noah be able to escape the encirclement of the 3 older opponents? But the very next second, Noah responded to everyone with her actions. She shot forward like a silver ray of light, gliding past the 3 opponents in one incredibly clean move. In the blink of an eye, 2 balloons were popped by her claws. Before the opponents could even react, Noah continued to dash straight forward, easily snatching the final balloon. The announcement immediately echoed across the field. The final winner is Noah. Even though she was the youngest young dragon, she brilliantly took on 3 at once and broke through the encirclement spectacularly. In the stands, Moon immediately jumped up with excitement, trying hard to show everyone that that was her sister. She's super amazing. Leon watched the scene, not surprised in the slightest. He proudly remarked, I knew Noah could do it. And Wire followed up. Of course. Don't you see whose daughter she is? The 2 were perfectly in sync, naturally bantering back and forth. But just then, Leon paused, as if he had just realized something. He unexpectedly reached out towards Wire's face and gently touched the tip of her nose. This overly intimate, natural gesture made Wire stiffen instantly. She startled and asked, What are you doing? Leon calmly replied that there was a bit of cream on her face. The scene was immediately captured by the camera, then zoomed in on the large screen. Zhao La almost shouted in excitement. Oh my God, this couple is so affectionate. Even the surrounding audience began to cheer with delight. Wilson watched the entire sequence of events with satisfaction. He paid special attention to Leon and Rosewise's family. In his opinion, a valid family dish does not only require good ingredients or exquisite techniques, but more importantly, it must contain care and love, dedicated to the family. He was looking forward to their final product. The camera continued to turn towards Leon and Rosewise. Zhou La excitedly called out to everyone to give a round of applause for the representative couple of the Silver Dragon clan. Cheers immediately echoed throughout the stands, being focused on by thousands of eyes. Leon and Rosewise could only smile awkwardly and reluctantly wave back. Leon gritted his teeth, whispering under his breath that he didn't know which dragon to kill in order to end this damn sports festival sooner. Rosewise, standing next to him, was just as tired. Casually replied that in her opinion, whichever one they meet, just kill it, and that would be it. Even though she complained endlessly, the cooking competition continued to take place. After a busy time in the kitchen, finally, the plate of cream puffs, with golden shells and full cream filling, was also completed. It was placed neatly in front of the judges. The final product of Leon and Rosewise had just been brought up, and it made all three judges surprised, because no one thought this couple could make such perfect cream puffs. The two invited the judges to taste them, and Von Wilson was the first to try. After just one bite, he immediately showed his satisfaction. The crust was crispy and fragrant. The cream inside was soft and smooth, lightly sweet and extremely delicate. He nodded continuously to praise the deliciousness, even curiously asking, "If it is normal at home, do the two of you often make sweets together?" This question made Leon jump, but he still tried to keep a calm smile, and replied that it was true. He and Rosewise often make cakes together. Moreover, Rosewise loves cream puffs very much. Speaking of this, in his head, Leon started having strange thoughts about Rosewise, to the point that he had to shake his head to dismiss them. In his heart, he could only remind himself that cream puffs are pure. Only human thoughts are impure. Looking at the two's reaction, Von Wilson was even more excited and laughed. It seems the life of this couple must be very sweet. When asked, "What is the secret to making such a delicious cake?" Leon and Rosewise unexpectedly formed a heart shape together, and replied in unison that the secret is love. Because the entire cake was seasoned with the passionate affection of both. The answer made the audience below cheer with delight. When it came to scoring, all three judges gave very high scores, in which Von Wilson gave a perfect score without hesitation. This also became the highest score of the warm-up love round. Looking at that result, Leon was almost certain that his family had secured a 90 fun TRM chance of winning. He was extremely happy. In his mind, he only thought about the 7 days of rest ahead. A month later, all the results of the family sports festival were finally announced. The family of Melqui topped the leaderboard with the highest total score. The awards ceremony took place quickly amidst cheers. The third prize went to Alex's family of the Ironclaw Dragon Clan. The second prize was Rose's family of the Wind Dragon Clan. And finally, Leon and Rosewise's family proudly stepped onto the highest podium to receive the champion award. Leon and Noah were very curious to hear the prize. But as soon as the MC announced the first prize was a 7-day hot spring vacation, Leon's face instantly darkened as if struck by lightning. The joy of victory disappeared in the blink of an eye. Instead, it was filled with despair. In complete contrast to him, Rosewise found this prize quite okay, so she turned to ask Noah if she wanted to go on vacation. The little girl smiled happily and nodded in agreement, while Leon could only feel the pain, realizing the 7 peaceful days of rest that he had been longing for had completely vanished. That night, the whole family gathered at Rosewise's house to celebrate the victory. The 2 children drank orange juice, and Leon and Rosewise toasted with malt smoothies, excitedly praised mother and father for being extremely amazing. At the same time, they did not forget to claim they had cheered very enthusiastically. Rose's wife smiled and patted the child's head, saying that everyone saw that effort. Noah at this moment blushed with shyness, thanked Leon and Rose Wise for helping her win the championship, but Rose Wise gently said that was what father and mother should do. The most important thing was still Noah's effort. Leon immediately nodded in agreement, but Rose Wise still glanced at Leon confusedly, because ever since hearing the prize, he always had a sorrowful face as if he had lost the whole world. Just then, Noah suddenly spoke in a small voice and made a request that surprised the whole house. The little girl wanted everyone to close their eyes for a moment. After the whole family followed suit, Noah ran over to hug men first, then hugged Rose Wise. The last person was Leon. Unlike before, this time she was much more shy. Leon was still wondering what his daughter was going to do when he heard a sweet voice whisper in his ear, "Thank you, Father." Just one simple sentence was enough to make Leon's heart soften. He smiled and patted the child's head, thinking that this was how Noah expressed her gratitude. But the surprise did not stop there. Noah suddenly pulled Leon down, gently kissed his cheek, and then ran away with a bright red face. When everyone opened their eyes, Leon was still standing there, stunned, staring at his daughter. Noah tried to act calm, but her face was already bright red. The little girl whispered to explain that she had promised father earlier, if she won the championship, she would call him father. And the recent kiss was also a sign of gratitude, because he had always supported her. But the next sentence truly finished off Leon completely. Noah said that whether she won the championship or not, she would still call him father. Hearing this, Leon was so moved he welled up with tears. Moon, seeing her sister's flushed face, she innocently asked what was wrong. But Noah just brushed it off, then urged everyone to continue eating. As for Leon, he was so happy he laughed out loud, declaring that today was too joyful, so he absolutely had to have another drink. Rose Wise immediately reminded him not to drink too much, because they still had to take the children to Tiancong City tomorrow morning to buy swimwear for the vacation. Hearing that, Leon's face instantly fell. The joy that had just risen was extinguished in a blink of an eye. The next morning at Tiancong City, Leon was dejected. He cleaned his glasses and scribbled the two words, vacation, on them. He painfully realized that he had once had the opportunity to enjoy a perfect vacation, but he didn't know how to cherish it. Now that he had won the championship, he could only regret his own tragic fate, because sometimes winning is more painful than losing. Leon was truly at the bottom of despair at this moment. On the way, even a little girl pointed at him and innocently said to her mother that that dragon looked strange, and the mother immediately pulled her child away as if Leon was carrying something terrifying. Hearing that, he could only collapse his face onto the table in the tea shop, miserable, thinking that if heaven gave him another chance, he would definitely choose to stay home and rest. If he had to put a deadline on this vacation, he only hoped it would last exactly 7 days and end quickly. The strongest dragon slayer of the empire could now only hold his face in his hands, muttering a farewell to the vacation in tears. Just then, Rose Wise suddenly asked for his opinion on the swimsuit she was trying on, causing Leon to startle and hurriedly wipe his tears. Even without having looked closely, he immediately praised it as beautiful. Seeing Leon didn't even bother to turn his head, Rose Wise annoyedly asked if he was being perfunctory with her. Hearing that, Leon hurried to turn over with a serious expression. He even gave a thumbs up, saying she looked beautiful in anything. Rosewise, hearing that, leaned down to check the outfit again. Feeling that the fabric was a bit thick and the chest area was a bit tight, so she decided to change to another one. This time she chose a bolder one, just enough to cover what needed covering, then turned to ask, "How does Leon feel?" Just imagining the scene of Rosewise wearing that outfit to soak in the hot spring made Leon's mind explode. His nose even almost started bleeding. In his head right now, that scene was enough to make Rosewise's dragon mark shine all night. But on the outside, Leon still tried to keep his composure. Hurriedly saying this one wasn't quite right, Rosewise just sighed, put the outfit back, and casually said she just thought Leon would like this style. Meanwhile, the clerk also brought out some pretty dresses for Moon and Noah to try on. Rosewise then said, this trip was mainly to buy things for the children. As for her swimsuit, it was already fully prepared. After changing back into her clothes, Rosewise noticed Leon still had a gloomy look on his face, so she asked directly if he was unhappy. Leon immediately denied it completely, seeing that Rosewise smiled, gently saying she knew Leon had worked very hard to win this vacation. But since the prize was already a trip to the hot springs, nothing could change that anymore. She looked at the two little ones happily choosing clothes, her dragon tail also curled up in delight. Then she reminded Leon that the children were very much looking forward to this trip. And if his daughter is happy, shouldn't the father, like him, be happy too? Hearing that, Leon could only force a smile, verbally saying he was very happy, but anyone could tell he was heartbroken. Suddenly, Rosewise placed her hand on his shoulder and offered a deal. She promised that throughout these 7 days of vacation, she would not initiate contact with him. Leon immediately narrowed his eyes suspiciously, because with the distance this close, he couldn't believe that promise. But this time Rosewise was extremely serious, even raising 3 fingers to take the oath. As the queen of the silver dragons, seeing her appear sincere, Leon finally gave in, agreed to this deal. But just as he relaxed, Rosewise leaned close to his ear, whispering a dangerous sentence, that if Leon himself was the one who couldn't hold back first, don't blame her. That sentence made Leon's face flush bright red, but he still boldly retorted that he was a dignified dragon slayer. How could there be a case of him not holding back? Before leaving, Rosewise didn't forget to cast a warning. If within these 7 days, the dragon mark on her glowed even once, Leon would definitely be finished. Leon also smirked, not admitting defeat. On the outside, he still acted extremely confident. The next day, the whole family finally arrived at the Liyuan Valley to start the vacation. At the hotel lobby, the receptionist smiled and confirmed this was indeed the championship family of the academy. Rosewise happily nodded, while Leon beside her silently lamented, not understanding why before the title of champion, it had to be added with the title of model family as well. While the receptionist introduced that the academy had paid for the entire vacation cost, Moon and Noah excitedly ran to the fish pond nearby. Moon even pointed at the fish with hungry eyes, causing Noah to immediately remind her that those fish were not to be eaten. After finishing the procedures, the receptionist gave the room keys to the family. But upon hearing there were only 2 rooms, Leon's expression instantly darkened. In his mind, he quickly calculated the 2 daughters would definitely be in the same room. So wouldn't he have to stay in the same room as Rosewise? Seeing Leon's awkward expression, the receptionist enthusiastically suggested, switching to a honeymoon suite designed for couples, causing him to frantically refuse immediately. Rosewise didn't care, just happily called the two little ones to go up to the room. Completely opposite to the eagerness of Moon and Noah, Leon now had lost all energy. He had only one thought. He must find a way to avoid staying in the same room as Rosewise. So he immediately turned to bribe the two children, asking if they wanted to stay in the same room with father. But Moon didn't need to think before refusing immediately, saying she wanted to stay with her sister. Not stopping there, the child innocently added that Aunt Rosewise had told them, whether adult or child, everyone needs their own privacy and shouldn't disturb each other. Hearing that, Leon was like a statue. In his heart, he could only scream that Moon had just cut off the last road to survival for her father. Seeing the two children so close to each other, Leon went from desperate to completely broken. Rosewise, standing behind, giggled and said Noah was now old enough to take care of Moon, so the two adults should just feel free to enjoy their own world. After speaking, she handed the key to Noah and instructed, if anything happened, remember to call Mom and Dad. Noah obediently nodded, but immediately after, Moon pulled her sister and ran off because she was impatient to get into the room first. Watching the two children's backs moving further away, Leon's eyes welled with tears, feeling that his children had truly grown up, no longer needing to rely on this old father anymore. But before he could be sorrowful any longer, Rosewise walked over, cutting off his chain of emotions with one extremely simple sentence. "Why are you standing there? Let's go." Stepping into the vacation room, Leon immediately told himself this was the real test of the trip. Soft sunlight shone through the window. Rosewise looked at the scene outside, then let out an exclamation that this place was truly beautiful. Leon heard that and curiously asked back, was this her first time here too? Rosewise slightly shook her head, slowly explaining that she had always been busy with the Silver Dragon tribe's matters and almost had no time to take the two kids out. Just putting the luggage down, she said this time she specifically brought a camera to take pictures for the kids as a memento. But just hearing the word camera, Leon's face instantly changed. He was horrified, remembering the old camera he used to use. A bad feeling rose when he saw it in the pile of belongings. Sure enough, it was that camera. This was also the prize they received after winning the athletic competition. Leon held the camera with a pale face, because inside there were still secret photos he had taken sneakily of Rose and Rosewise in a bunny suit to use as blackmail. If it fell into Rosewise's hands, he was sure to be dealt with on the spot. Leon panicked, thinking of how to handle it, just wanting to hurry and develop all the photos, then delete the evidence before she discovered it. But before he could do anything, Rosewise reached out her hand demanding the camera, and suspiciously looked at him because his attitude was too suspicious. Leon immediately clutched the camera tightly and stammered, offering to be the one in charge of taking photos for the family. Seeing him acting so abnormally, Rosewise became even more curious. A professional dragon slayer like Leon, since when did he become a photography expert? But Leon still tried his best to persuade her, boasting that he had experience in photography since he was young. Finally, Rosewise didn't ask further, just agreed and said tonight there would be a roasted duck party, outdoors with fireworks. Let's just go for a walk first. Hearing that, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. temporarily overcoming the crisis. When the whole family went for a walk in the garden, Leon proactively announced, "Today, Dad will be the private photographer for the whole family." The two daughters immediately happily agreed, holding hands and posing with excitement. Arriving at the deer area, the two girls approached them in their own ways. Moon was delighted because the fawn was cute, while Rosewise was surrounded by the whole herd of deer, causing the two kids to exclaim that Mom was so beautiful. After that, the family visited the game zone. Moon excitedly asked her mom to try the claw machine. Rosewise also indulged her child, seriously trying her best. Amidst the constant cheering of the two little girls, Leon stood nearby holding the camera, involuntarily realizing that Rosewise's expression was very beautiful. At the exact moment she smiled radiantly because she grabbed a stuffed animal. Leon managed to snap a picture. He looked intently at the photo he had just taken. Then, Rosewise came over to look and surprisingly praised his skills as better. Then she thought, Leon laughed confidently, telling her not to underestimate him. After that, the family continued to another play area, while Leon went to queue for ice cream for the two kids. He was surprised to see Rosewise following. She was a bit shy, admitting she was just afraid he would be bored standing alone. In her hand, she was still hugging a teddy bear. Suddenly, her expression showed hesitation. Then she quietly gave it to Leon, saying this was a returned gift, because previously he had gifted her a bear at Tian City. Leon laughed and teased, saying the bear he gave was a king bear, while this one, at most, was just a little bear. Teased until she pouted. Rosewise immediately demanded the gift back, saying this was something she worked very hard to get. But Leon quickly grabbed the bear first, laughing, saying he never said he didn't need it. While the parents were still bickering, the two daughters over there had been waiting impatiently. Moon pouted, complaining because she hadn't gotten her pineapple ice cream. Right then, Noah suddenly lowered her voice, saying to her younger sister that sometimes she truly admired her. Moon surprisingly asked why. Noah slowly explained that she admired her because Moon could comfortably speak her thoughts to her parents without hesitation. Moon, hearing that, innocently replied that her sister could do that too. But Noah just shook her head, sadly saying she couldn't, because she is already grown up. And when one grows up, one cannot always say whatever one pleases. The narrative tells that, in reality, Noah used to be just as carefree, just like her younger sister, even though they are twins. Noah was only born 20 minutes before men. Both of them grew up sheltered by mother, living without a care in the world, and always believing that mother was the strongest person in the world. But then one day, Noah saw mother sitting silently by the bed, beside father, who was in a coma. On that strong face, for the first time, it revealed weakness and sorrow. That moment changed Noah. She suddenly thought, if she were a little more mature, could she help mother share the burden? From then on, deep inside, Noah's desire to protect her family gradually sprouted. She began forcing herself to grow up faster, learning how to be independent, learning how to behave like an adult, and always striving to achieve good results. All because she did not want to see mother look weak like she did that day ever again. Hearing her sister finish speaking, Men also softly replied that she doesn't understand all those complex things, but she truly admires her sister very much. That simple yet sincere remark made Noah stay surprised. Hearing Noah say that, Men immediately asked back in confusion, "Why can't I admire you?" she innocently opened her eyes wide, sincerely saying that in her eyes, Noah is both smart and strong, and always knows how to take care of others like a real adult. Not only that, sister is so capable, to the point of winning many first-place prizes, making men extremely admire her, and always wanting to be someone like her. Those naive, but sincere words made Noah pause. Her face flushed slightly with shyness. She whispered in reply that even she herself does not yet know what kind of person she will become in the future. Men hearing that asked curiously, "Then, what kind of person do you want to become?" Noah tilted her head. Her gaze slowly turned toward their parents, then softly said, "She only wants to become the version that the daughter of those two should be." Men heard this and smiled happily, saying that if so, she wants to be like her sister too. Just then, Leon brought water for the two girls, gently asking if they had waited long, then handed them the water. Both obediently took it and thanked Father politely. As night fell, the sky suddenly lit up with brilliant clusters of fireworks. The two girls immediately widened their eyes in delight, attentively watching the scene before them. Sitting next to Leon, Rosewise watched the happy expressions of the two children and asked with a smile, "This trip was truly worth it, right?" Leon nodded slightly. This time he sincerely agreed that it was fortunate the whole family came here. But just at that moment, while planning to continue enjoying the peaceful atmosphere, Leon suddenly froze because he discovered the camera was already in the hands of Rosewise. Since when? He panicked, turned, and broke into a cold sweat. Rosewise nonchalantly turned on the camera, saying she wanted to see what he had photographed today. Leon's heart was immediately left hanging. During the day, he had sneaked off to the photo shop in the village, intending to deal with some secret photos. But unfortunately, that place didn't have a photo developing service. That meant those scary photos were still intact in the camera. If Rosewise flipped through just a few more, all his secrets would be exposed. Leon was so tense that his head was spinning. Just then, Rosewise was looking at the photo she took with the fawn and curiously asked when he had taken it. Leon seized the opportunity to rack his brain. Suddenly he felt two candies on him and immediately came up with a plan. He quickly took the candy out and held it in front of her. Pretending to ask if she wanted to eat it, Rosewise was still focused on looking at the camera, so she just answered absent-mindedly, but Leon misunderstood that she wanted him to peel and feed it to her. So he immediately peeled the wrapper and leaned in close to Rosewise, who subconsciously opened her mouth, took the candy, then immediately opened her eyes in surprise. She blushed instantly, yelling because the distance between the two was too close. Leon also flusteredly explained, "That wasn't it what you wanted me to feed you?" Rosewise glared at him, but inside she was thinking about how Leon had been taking photos all day, yet there wasn't a single decent shot of himself. So she raised the camera, suggested they take one together, even though she tried to deny it with her words, saying she just didn't want the children to wonder why Mom and Dad don't have photos together. But this was clearly a very rare invitation from Rosewise. Leon crossed his arms, looking indifferent on the outside, but inside, he was not calm at all. Rosewise looked straight into the lens, playfully raised 2 fingers to pose, then reminded him to stand closer, because his face was about to be out of the frame. Leon immediately retorted that a 200-year-old dragon, like her, still posing in such a childish way. The two continued to bicker, just like cats and dogs. But finally, they stood close to each other, capturing a beautiful photo together. Later, when the fireworks ended, Rosewise happily played with Noah with sparklers, while Leon sat on one side. Men had fallen asleep in his lap. Seeing Rosewise and Noah rarely being this happy, Leon could not help but sigh. He softly asked Men, "Why didn't you go play with mother and sister?" Men drowsily replied that she was tired and wanted to rest. But the little girl also added that, usually, sister has to go to school. Mother is very busy, so the two rarely have time to be together like this. Therefore, Men wanted to let mother and sister be together a little longer. Hearing those words, Leon was extremely moved. He gently stroked his daughter's cheek, saying that Men had truly grown up. But Men still naively replied that she didn't understand what grown up meant. She just simply wanted to make her sister and parents happy. Leon was so moved he almost shed tears. He realized that even though Men and Noah have completely opposite personalities, both love their family in their own way. Just as he was about to continue talking, he looked down and discovered Men had fallen fast asleep. Seeing the little girl sleeping soundly in his arms, Leon laughed and remarked, the child was indeed tired from playing. A while later, Rosewise walked over and whispered, asking if Men had fallen asleep. Leon nodded, picked his child up onto his shoulder, and said the family should head back. Rosewise turned to look at Noah with a much gentler gaze. She softly asked if mother could give her a hug. Noah was startled upon hearing this. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red from shyness, but she still nodded in agreement. And so, the first day of the vacation closed in a warm and happy atmosphere. But for Leon, everything was far from over. Returning to the room, as soon as he lay down on the bed, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like he could finally rest. However, Rosewise was calm, asking if he intended to sleep with her tonight. Leon immediately jumped up as if electrocuted, hastily denied, then made an excuse to go soak in the hot spring to escape. Soaking alone in the warm water in the middle of the night, Leon finally felt relaxed. He silently calculated that if he wanted to live peacefully through this vacation, he must avoid sleeping with Rosewise at all costs. But before he could enjoy it for long, Leon was startled to see Rosewise suddenly appear at the hot spring. He panicked, covered himself, and shouted, asking why she came here. Rosewise was strangely calm, asking back what he was doing, being as guarded as if meeting an enemy. She tucked her hair back, then said that the next fireworks display was coming up soon. She intended to bring the camera down to take a few more shots, so she came looking for him. Just as she spoke, she saw the camera next to him. Leon immediately felt his heart drop to the bottom of the abyss. In his head, there was only one thought. He absolutely could not let Rosewise take this camera. Otherwise, all the secret material about her would fall straight into the hands of the enemy, without hesitation. Leon immediately stood up to block her. In his panic, he blurted out a suggestion that they both soak in the hot spring. Rosewise was stunned upon hearing this, not believing her ears, while Leon could only avoid her gaze, trying to keep a calm look, and repeated that it's rare to have a chance to come here. So let the two of them soak in the spring together. Leon, just hearing Rosewise proactively invite him to soak, immediately became guarded, while she intentionally put on a seductive look, declaring she had prepared an extremely sexy swimsuit, just waiting to see if he could keep his cool. But Leon was still full of confidence, boasting that a Dragon Slayer candidate as excellent as him would not fear any temptation. Rosewise just closed the door, leaving behind a meaningful comment before leaving. While Leon sat trying to calm himself down, trying to convince himself that soaking in the spring together was nothing to worry about. As long as he kept the camera and the secrets inside, everything would be fine. He even repeated it over and over like chanting a mantra to maintain his will. Outside, fireworks exploded, shining brightly, then faded into the night. Leon silently reminded himself that running away right now would be a disgrace. Then the moment Rosewise appeared arrived. The first things to catch his eyes were long, white, smooth legs, followed by a hot body in a tight-fitting swimsuit. Rosewise stepped out with absolute confidence. But contrary to expectations, Leon just stayed silent for a few seconds, then laughed until he shed tears, nonchalantly mocking that the outfit wasn't as scary as she said. He even boasted that only with this. Don't think about making his dragon mark glow, Rosewise just laughed, complimenting him for being quite good, then slowly stepped into the hot water. Even though on the outside she appeared calm, Leon inside could not help but feel flustered. He could only comfort himself that luckily Rosewise's outfit was still modest enough. But his sneaky glances were immediately caught by Rosewise. She seized the opportunity to tease, asking if he didn't dare to look straight at her, because he was afraid of losing control. Leon immediately retorted, fumbling for words. But before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed. The swimsuit of Rosewise, after touching the water, had an unexpected incident. Only then did Leon remember the trick of Isa. The swimsuit looked normal, but when soaked, it almost lost its purpose. Rosewise looked down and quickly understood. As expected, her sister's gifts could never be simple. But instead of panicking, she was strangely calm, even seeing it as an opportunity. Rosewise looked up, staring straight at Leon with a provocative gaze, while Leon flushed red and quickly turned away, stammering, telling her to go back and change into another outfit. But Rosewise not only didn't retreat, but leaned in closer, intentionally using a sweet tone to provoke him. She bluntly asked a dragon slayer, who has defeated countless dragon kings, could he really be afraid of a small swimsuit on her? Leon immediately felt the danger. He knew well that he was being pushed into a passive position. Years of playing mind games with Rosewise made him understand every step of hers too well. First is provocation to anger him. Next is forcing him to react. Finally, she would turn everything into his fault. Realizing that plan, Leon decided to use her own tactic against her. He tried to regain his composure and counterattack. Leon nonchalantly declared he wasn't afraid at all. As long as the opponent is a dragon, whatever she wears wouldn't make him interested. Conversely, he started to turn it back on Rosewise, asking if her dragon mark glows first. Then what does she plan to do? Hearing that, Rosewise's gaze instantly sharpened. With both dragon marks glowing, it means one side has truly wavered before the other. But Rosewise still kept her familiar, arrogant look, affirming she can control her desire perfectly. Never lost control. Leon immediately seized the opportunity, formally issuing a challenge. If it's a test, there must be a clear winner and loser. But Rosewise didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. When Leon asked for his reward, what would happen if he won? She firmly promised to give him 7 more days off. Hearing this, Leon almost laughed out loud. He knew the prey had taken the bait. But right at that moment, Rosewise unexpectedly pulled him to the window to watch the fireworks. She was as excited as a child, pointing at the sky, then asking if the fireworks looked like her dragon mark. Leon frowned, not seeing any resemblance at all. But he quickly realized Rosewise's greatest advantage was still the hot body pressed right next to him. So, he immediately reminded himself, as long as he didn't look, his heart wouldn't race. Meanwhile, Rosewise remained carefree, cheering and humming some strange tunes happily. Her innocence left Leon dazed for a moment. But right after that, Rosewise suddenly shouted that her dragon mark was glowing. Leon immediately paled and turned around in a panic. But a second later, he realized he had been tricked. The dragon mark wasn't glowing at all. Rosewise laughed triumphantly at his reaction. It was clear she had successfully lured him into a trap. Leon wiped his face, his gaze becoming sharper. He understood clearly. This psychological battle had only just begun. And this time, he absolutely could not afford to lose again. Leon was desperately racking his brain for a counterattack when he accidentally touched the tail of Rosewise under the hot water. Upon seeing that, Rosewise immediately frowned. Her icy gaze fixed straight on him, her tone filled with vigilance, as if waiting to see what trick he was planning to pull. Leon gave an awkward smile to brush it off, then stammered an explanation that if they couldn't hold hands to watch the fireworks, holding her tail would suffice for now. But Rosewise didn't bother to listen to the end, coldly ordering him to let go of her tail immediately. On the contrary, not only did Leon not let go, he even pulled the tail closer to him, making Rosewise grind her teeth in anger. Leon now started his real counterattack. He knew well that the tail was Rosewise's extremely sensitive spot, so he deliberately stroked and rubbed it to break her composure. Sure enough, Rosewise's expression changed instantly, her body trembling slightly from the sensation. But she still tried to restrain herself. In her mind, she immediately realized Leon was forcing her to show an opening. But Rosewise was not someone easily pushed around. She immediately changed her strategy, proactively reaching out to Leon with a meaningful smile, softly saying that there was nothing wrong with holding hands to watch the fireworks. Leon froze upon hearing this. He had thought he held the initiative, but Rosewise had countered immediately, even though it was just holding hands. The moment their hands were tightly interlaced, Leon's heart started pounding wildly. The contact was clearly much more intense than he had anticipated. Rosewise took the opportunity to lean close to his ear, her voice soft and enchanting, telling him to stop resisting, to just let the dragon mark glow and end this match. Leon gritted his teeth, enduring, trying to resist the surging feelings. But Rosewise didn't stop, continuing to apply pressure bit by bit. Leon wouldn't admit defeat and tried to regain the upper hand. He leaned in close, breathing heavily while trying to appear calm, saying that not only was he enduring, but Rosewise was also restraining herself just the same. As the words fell, the distance between the two nearly vanished completely. Their bodies kept colliding, causing both to lose their ability to stay calm. Their breathing grew more rapid as their emotions were pushed to the limit. Finally, under the sky of brilliant fireworks, Leon and Rosewise completely dropped their defenses, sharing a deep, passionate kiss. Both seemed to forget everything around them, with only their heartbeats and burning emotions remaining. The next morning, outside the room, Noah called out loudly, telling mother and father to wake up because it was already bright outside. But it remained strangely silent inside. Noah pressed her ear to the door with worry, while men calmly deduced that according to the rules, Occasionally, mother and father would exhaust themselves. This time, it must be mother's turn. Hearing her sister's analysis, Noah became even more impatient and asked where father had gone. Men nonchalantly talked about food, even mentioning beef ribs, leaving Noah speechless. In the end, the two sisters decided to go eat breakfast first. Inside the room, Leon and Rose Wise were still sleeping while hugging each other. A while later, Leon woke up first. Just as he sat up, a headache immediately struck, making him wince. He glanced at Rose Wise, and the memories of last night quickly flooded back. The Dragon Mark Challenge resulted in no winner. Both had failed miserably, and in the mix of intense emotions, they had kissed. Thinking of that, Leon's face turned beet red. He realized that was their first real kiss. Unconsciously, he touched his lips with his hand, then stared at Rose Wise, sighing that those lips were truly soft. But as soon as he touched them, he became stubborn out of embarrassment. A while later, Leon got up and left the bed, muttering and complaining that the Dragon Mark Challenge was indeed digging one's own grave. Now, all his energy was truly drained. In fact, Rose Wise had woken up the moment Leon touched her lips. She had only pretended to sleep out of shyness. When Leon left, she slowly opened her eyes and unconsciously touched her own lips. Just remembering last night made her face hot. Rose Wise wrapped herself in the blanket tightly. So embarrassed she began to blame herself. Why did she let things turn out like that? But in the end, she still tried to deny it, saying it was all the fault of the Dragon Mark. Meanwhile, at the water park, Men and Noah were playing extremely happily. Men held a water gun and sprayed Noah, soaking her, then laughed triumphantly. Noah chased after her to retaliate. Rose Wise sat observing her two daughters playing, and turned to ask Leon, "Why don't you go down and play with the kids?" Leon immediately replied that, after last night's long soak in the hot spring with her, he only wanted to stay away from water for a while. Rose Wise started to say something upon hearing that, but Leon immediately changed the subject. Right then, another couple approached to chat. The woman, named Yana, politely asked if they could sit together and talk. Rose Wise happily agreed and introduced herself, and Leon, Yana, also quickly introduced herself, saying she and her husband were newlyweds, currently on their honeymoon. Originally, they planned to go to the beach, but heard news of Dragon Clan conflicts nearby, so they decided to change their destination here to avoid trouble. Hearing the news about the Bibo Sea region, Rose Wise grew pensive. She didn't expect Constance to act so quickly. Even though that place was far from the Silver Dragon territory, it had no small impact on the future situation, so this news was something she couldn't take lightly. While Rose Wise was lost in thought, Yana looked at the couple with admiring eyes, remarking that although they looked like they had been married for many years, their affection was still very intense. Rose Wise only responded with a polite smile, saying many dragons had commented the same. But Leon, sitting next to her, felt waves of emotion inside. He couldn't help but find the misunderstanding funny. Looking from the outside, they did seem truly affectionate. But who would have guessed that last night was the very first time the two had actually kissed? Yana then looked at Men and Noah, unable to hide her admiration for their small family. Having two adorable daughters like that truly made others envious. Yana also took the opportunity to hesitate and ask a personal question. She and her husband had recently been thinking about whether to have children or not, so they wanted advice from those who had gone before. Rosewise was a bit flustered, her eyes darting around. Then she gave a vague answer, saying that back then, she didn't think much. Just went with the flow and agreed. Hearing this answer, Leon almost burst out laughing. He knew well that she was lying far too smoothly. The reality back then wasn't that simple at all. But Leon still cooperated perfectly, continuing her words with a calm tone. He said the matter of having children couldn't be decided in a day or two. There was no need to force oneself, nor need to put pressure on the other party. The most important thing was to go with the flow. Yana was extremely appreciative, then curiously asked further, "Do the two of you ever fight? And if so, how do you resolve it?" Yana's face turned red as she sat there, confessing that sometimes she was a bit too strong, so she often had conflicts with her husband. Hearing that, Leon immediately leaned towards Rosewise and smirked. He said that in this matter, he was very qualified to answer. Then he deliberately teased his wife, saying that just because Rosewise usually looked arrogant, cold, and fierce, one shouldn't misunderstand. In reality, she was extremely fond of acting like a spoiled child. Rosewise immediately turned red with anger upon hearing this. She knew well that this guy was deliberately poking fun at her. But instead of getting angry, Rosewise immediately countered. She proactively leaned close to Leon, using a tone so sweet it gave one goosebumps as she acted coy. Calling him darling and saying his words made her very embarrassed. This unexpected performance left Yana completely devastated, while Leon was left speechless. After that, Leon had to get serious again, comforting Yana that no matter how strong a woman might be, she always had moments of weakness. And when that moment came, what a man should do was firmly stand by his wife's side. That, in his opinion, was the true responsibility. After the hot spring vacation, life quickly returned to the old routine at the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. As soon as she returned, Rosewise immediately summoned her close subordinates to report on the whereabouts of Tiger and his wife. Sally quickly confirmed that she had found their hiding place. During an exploration on the outskirts of the Empire, she had accidentally discovered the location. It was an extremely mysterious area, surrounded by dense magic formations. Without flight abilities, it was nearly impossible to approach. Hearing this, Rosewise felt puzzled. Why would Tiger and his wife have to hide in such a place? Moreover, they were originally human. How on earth could they have set foot there? Sally continued reporting something that made Rosewise pay even more attention. She said the man named Tiger was so strong that he far surpassed ordinary dragon slayers. If he wanted to, killing her would be as easy as turning his hand. This assessment made Rosewise's eyes grow serious. She clearly understood Sally's abilities well. Even though fighting wasn't her strong suit, her scouting and survival capabilities were extremely formidable. Even high-level dragon slayers wouldn't easily make her that intimidated. That meant Leon's master was even more terrifying than she had thought. Sally hesitated, then added that, in fact, while infiltrating, she had been discovered. But after learning she belonged to the Silver Dragon clan, Tiger had let her go and asked her to pass on a message. He wanted to meet Rosewise. Hearing this, a cold, murderous aura flashed in Rosewise's eyes. If the other party had taken the initiative to invite her, then she had even less reason to avoid him. A few hours later, Rosewise arrived before the hiding place of Tiger, and his wife, Sally, pointed to the waterfall in front and said that Tiger was behind it, also emphasizing that the other party only wanted to meet alone. Before stepping in, Rosewise gave instructions that if she hadn't returned after an hour, to proceed with the plan. Sally nodded seriously. Immediately after, Rosewise unleashed her power, her whole body enveloped in a powerful aura before proceeding inside. Just stepping in, her gaze immediately stopped on the man in front of her. With just one look, Rosewise determined that this was Leon's master. Tiger was still as calm as a mirror-like water surface, gently inviting her to sit down. Rosewise stepped forward, but extreme vigilance couldn't help but rise in her heart. From the beginning until now, she had fought countless dragon slayers, but Leon was the first person to make her feel it was a tough fight. Truly, the man in front of her carried an aura identical to Leon, and was even far more terrifying. Tiger calmly poured tea for her, then slowly spoke. He said he had been waiting for 2 years, just for the chance to meet her once. Then his eyes dimmed, his voice carrying a rare bit of concern. He asked how Leon was doing now. Then Rosewise picked up the teacup, her gaze still as cold as before. She responded briefly that he was still alive. Then she casually recounted that Leon is currently still her prisoner. Despite enduring much torment, he has never surrendered. In the past, he always tried to escape back to the Empire, but failed every single time. After hearing the whole story, Tiger could only sigh in helplessness. His expression immediately darkened. He was both frustrated and helpless when mentioning Leon, saying that for the past 2 years, the boy had remained as stubborn as ever. But at least knowing he was still alive gave him some peace of mind, although it was unclear what had been exchanged between Wire and Leon, leading her to personally dispatch someone to find him. It proved that Leon still held some value in her eyes. Wire calmly replied that Leon had paid a significant price. That remark made Tiger's gaze instantly heavy. He spoke in a low voice, saying he only hoped Wire could keep Leon and not let him return to the Empire for the next year. Hearing this, Wire immediately asked for the reason, suspicions stirring in her heart. She could not understand why someone who just found out his close disciple was still alive would not be in a hurry to bring him back, and instead wanted him to stay in enemy territory for another year. Tiger fell into deep thought before slowly recounting. 2 years ago, the Dragon Slayer army was defeated by the Silver Dragon Temple, suffering heavy casualties. The Emperor was furious, and the public was buzzing with rumors, all shifting the pressure onto the Dragon Slayer army. After such a major defeat, naturally, someone had to take the fall. The Empire, therefore, began an investigation and concluded there was a mole in the Dragon Slayer army. Tiger heard this and continued, saying that after the war, the great hero Leon disappeared without a trace. Therefore, he was the most suitable scapegoat. Tiger immediately confirmed this was correct. He stated bluntly that if Leon returned now, it would mean certain death. Staying by Wire's side was at least a chance at survival. After hearing this, Wire slowly stood up and said she understood the situation, but she had one condition before agreeing. Wire's gaze became extremely serious as she demanded all information regarding Leon, especially the dark stories from his childhood. Tiger was stunned upon hearing this, clearly not expecting her request to be so strange. The space fell into silence. A moment later, Tiger quietly took out a large box. He said these were all the love letters Leon had received, from his school days until graduation. He had kept them all. Wire curiously picked one up to look. Tiger stood by, continuing to explain that, initially, he meant to keep this for Leon's future wife. But now, the boy's life was in Wire's hands, so she could decide what to do with them. Wire read a few letters, her lips curling up with interest. She couldn't help but think to herself, Leon finally had his day in this situation. Seeing Wire's reaction, Tiger was even more confused. He didn't understand why the Silver Dragon Queen was so interested in her prisoner. He even began to wonder if this was some new form of interrogation. Shortly after, Wire pulled out a portrait and asked Tiger about it. Tiger answered frankly. This was the ideal type Leon had drawn when he was 6 years old. He liked cold, beautiful girls with silver hair and a tall stature. Tiger also shared that, back in school, there was a girl who looked exactly like this, who confessed to Leon. Yet he hesitated for 5 seconds before rejecting her. In the middle of his story, Tiger suddenly paused as if realizing something. Seeing Wire still intently looking at the items in the box, he began to feel uneasy. A thought suddenly occurred to Tiger, startling even himself. Could Leon actually be bold enough to harbor feelings for the Silver Dragon Queen? After finishing, Wire looked up and asked, "Is there any more dramatic information?" Tiger shook his head, saying that was enough. After all, Leon was his disciple, and he couldn't sell him out any further. At this moment, Wire took out a few photos she had brought, asking if Tiger wanted to see recent pictures of his beloved disciple. But Tiger suddenly turned to leave, leaving behind only a sentence, "Wait a moment." He would bring Leon's white moonlight, first love. That statement left Wire stunned. She absolutely did not expect that Leon had a white moonlight. Not long after, Tiger returned and began spilling a series of strange facts about Leon. He said Leon hated carrots, would faint if he ate eggplant, and his waist was extremely sensitive. He hated being touched there. Tiger especially emphasized one more secret. At 2:30 a.m. when Leon was sleeping, you could ask him anything, and he would answer truthfully. One could even hear his deepest, sincere thoughts. He also mentioned Leon had a habit of sleepwalking, and in that state, he would obediently follow Tiger's commands. He even admitted that he used this trick before to make Leon do many things. Hearing this, Wire could only smile wryly. It turned out, Tiger was the type of master who loved to fool his disciple. Just then, a donkey slowly appeared, walking leisurely as if it had been eavesdropping. Tiger pulled it over and reminded Wire that because it was woken up so late, it was in a bit of a bad mood. Hearing this, Wire was completely dumbfounded. She widened her eyes in shock, realizing that Leon's white moonlight was a donkey. Seeing the shocked expression on Wire's face, Tiger laughed and confirmed it was true. Then he began to reminisce about the old days. Since he was little, Leon had tamed countless livestock and wild beasts. But strangely enough, the only one he couldn't tame was this donkey. Because of that, Leon followed it everywhere, every day. In other words, this was Leon's childhood sweetheart. Tiger added that if you touched the bridge of Leon's nose carefully, you would find a dent. The reason was that, as a child, when Leon was shoeing this donkey, it kicked him straight in the face. Hearing all of this, Wire unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted. But immediately after, she frowned in confusion, not understanding why she felt so relieved just now. Wire stared at the donkey, her heart even more troubled, because she didn't understand why she cared so much about this. After a moment of thought, she decided to leave the photos and prepare to leave. But before fully departing, Wire suddenly turned back, reminding Tiger that she needed a token, or anything that could prove he was still alive. Tiger immediately threw her an item, warning her, "Just show this letter to that person, and everything will be clear." She quickly took it and left without hesitation. On the way, Wire sighed that this was perhaps the first and last time the two of them would meet. But for Leon, 1 year was never enough. Saying that, she instantly vanished and returned. Tiger stood there watching her back, unable to help but exclaim, "She truly is a queen. Her actions are terrifyingly decisive and swift." But he still didn't understand what she just said. What on earth did it mean? Right then, something fell at his feet. Seeing it, Tiger's complexion changed instantly. His pupils constricted in shock. Also, at that moment, a figure quietly appeared behind him. Then asked, "Is Leon all right?" The person who arrived was Scott Speed, Leon's master's wife. Tiger could only offer a wry smile, saying that using the word "all right" was not enough to describe Leon's current life. Scott picked up the photo, sighed softly, and exclaimed, "This kid is now truly better than his teacher." Then she looked at Tiger with a complex gaze, and asked if he had made up his mind. Tiger didn't hesitate and affirmed firmly, "It is time to erase the reputation of a traitor and restore Leon's innocence." He also added, "Consider this a greeting gift for the granddaughters." Meanwhile, at the Silver Dragon Temple, Leon was propping his chin up, thinking with a suspicious look. He felt that Rose Wise was clearly acting very abnormally. For 2 days, she had been almost completely silent. During the day, he had asked the servants where Rose Wise was, but only received a short answer. "Your Majesty had matters to attend to, so she went out." The more Leon thought, the more restless he felt. And yet, just upon returning, Rose Wise announced she would personally prepare dinner for the whole family. Just looking at her demeanor today, Leon felt an ominous premonition, as if something wrong was about to happen. Rose Wise appeared with a meaningful look, and calmly called everyone in for dinner. Noah, upon seeing the plate of beef, immediately cheered happily because the dish looked delicious. But Leon immediately went pale when he saw his portion and demanded to know what it was. Rose Wise calmly replied, "It's vegetable salad." Leon, at first glance, got angry, because the plate was clearly full of nothing but carrots. Rose Wise still smiled leisurely and corrected herself, saying, "To be more precise, it's carrot salad." Moon, sitting next to him, innocently asked, "Doesn't Dad like eating carrots?" Leon immediately evaded the question. Seeing this, Rose Wise laughed triumphantly, reminding him that usually he was the one teaching Moon that she had to eat a balanced diet and not be a picky eater. Yet, when it was his turn, he was avoiding it. Noah also immediately chimed in, saying that usually, Dad gets dizzy, so you need to eat enough nutrition. Being cornered by the two of them, Leon could only pick up the plate and reluctantly eat. But inside, his mood had darkened. He immediately realized this female dragon was clearly targeting his weaknesses. Just then, Rose Wise suddenly spoke up, saying she would stay in his room tonight. At night, the door to Leon's room opened when Rose Wise appeared in a seductive nightgown, making the atmosphere instantly shift. Leon was still holding a book, but his voice was a bit strange when he asked if she had arrived. Rose Wise heard the abnormality, immediately crossed her arms, and asked if he was expecting something. Leon was startled and denied it immediately. Rose Wise calmly sat down on the bed and told him to come over. Leon still acted cold and tried to mock her, saying it hadn't even been 2 days. Yet she was already in such a rush. Rose Wise didn't deny it. She just directly requested to turn off the lights. Just like that, the lights were quickly extinguished. The two lay next to each other on the bed, but each kept their own space, completely not touching. Time passed in silence for half an hour. Seeing Rose Wise lying still, sleeping soundly, Leon began to feel confused. He looked at her and thought to himself, is it really just simply sleeping? Hearing that thought, Rose Wise immediately replied, if not, what else were you expecting? Leon heard this and only knew to turn away and cover himself with the blanket in denial, saying, just go to sleep. But in his head, he was still secretly calculating. If she didn't make a move tonight, then he would just rest and build his strength, because counterattacking when the opponent is most complacent is the most interesting part. Time quietly drifted to 2:30 a.m. Rose Wise was actually not asleep. She tossed and turned, thinking, then slowly sat up and looked at the clock. In her mind, she recalled what Tiger said at 2:30 a.m. When Leon is in the deepest sleep, just ask, and you will definitely hear his true heart. Thinking that, Rose Wise decided to try a simple question first. She leaned close to his ear, Leon, and softly asked what his little daughter's name was. Leon immediately replied, Moon. Hearing that answer without a moment's hesitation, Rose Wise rejoiced, knowing her plan had succeeded. Taking the opportunity, she continued to ask, what is your type, Leon? He honestly replied that he liked someone with platinum hair and a tall figure. Upon hearing this, Rose Wise couldn't help but be surprised, because the answer was exactly what his master had once described. She continued to ask why, back when he was a student, he rejected a girl who perfectly matched that description. Leon still answered frankly that although she was beautiful, he didn't have any feelings for her. Hearing that, Rose Wise immediately pouted, secretly cursing, what an annoying man. He clearly didn't like her, yet it took him 5 seconds to refuse her. But she continued, pressing him to reveal what else he liked. Leon honestly confessed everything, saying he liked the Oyusama haughty lady type, liked black stockings, and even bunny cosplay. Rose Wise, hearing this gently, touched his cheek and asked, if that's the case, do you want to see that schoolmate from back then wearing a bunny suit? Leon immediately replied, I don't. Rose Wise kept pushing, asking, then who on earth do you want to see wearing that outfit? Leon thought for a moment, then smiled very naturally, and uttered a name that made everything stop, Rose. Rose Wise, hearing Leon say it with his own lips, was stunned into silence. Her face, usually so calm, suddenly showed a rare look of shyness, as if her heart had just been struck at the most unexpected moment. Hearing that answer, Rose Wise jumped up, face flushed, both embarrassed and angry, loudly scolding him that he shouldn't dream of her wearing a bunny suit for him to see. However, Leon was fast asleep, just muttering a few words in his sleep before drifting deeper into slumber. Rose Wise, who was waiting for a serious answer, could only grit her teeth in frustration, cursing, this guy really knows how to be the most annoying person. At the most crucial moment, he fell into a dead sleep. She clenched her fist, unwilling to let it go, and secretly swore that next time, she would definitely make him do something embarrassing while he was dreaming. To take her revenge. Things were peaceful until the following afternoon. At the gate of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, Leon sat down next to Rosewise and, pretending to be casual, asked when she left last night. Rosewise calmly replied that she left after he fell asleep. Seeing Leon silent, she immediately turned to tease him, asking, "Are you disappointed, Your Majesty?" Leon just shrugged, acting indifferent and saying, "This whole fortress is yours. You can sleep wherever you want. How could I have an opinion?" Rosewise smiled and suddenly landed her next move, saying that before leaving, she had heard him talking in his sleep. Hearing that, Leon immediately changed expression, panic-stricken, as he asked what he had said. Rosewise intentionally rolled her eyes in thought, then recounted that he seemed to be regretting turning down a girl's confession back then. She even laughed lightly, full of amusement, teasing that she never expected Leon to have had a secret crush. Leon immediately retorted vehemently, asserting that back then he was only focused on big matters, had absolutely no interest in romance, and definitely couldn't have had a crush on anyone. But Rosewise just laughed, saying, "Who knows? Maybe people only speak the truth in their dreams." Leon sighed helplessly, complaining that this dragon mother really didn't believe him at all. Just as the two were bickering, Moon, nearby, noticed the conversation and quickly ran off somewhere. Leon saw this and immediately called after her, telling her to run slowly so she wouldn't fall. A while later, Moon returned with Noah. Noah obediently greeted her parents. Leon noticed a strange piece of paper in her hand, so he curiously asked what it was. Noah immediately held it up and said it was homework, assigned by the school. When Leon and Rosewise read the content, both of them were stunned. The essay topic was family and happiness, requiring over 800 words. The two couldn't help but be amazed, because this was also an essay writing competition. Noah obediently explained, saying that most classmates would write about familial love, because most dragon kin grew up in similar circumstances. But she wanted to choose a different approach, exploiting an advantage that only she possessed. Leon curiously asked what that advantage was. Noah did not hesitate and answered immediately. "It's the love between father and mother." That sentence hit Leon and Rosewise like a lightning bolt. Both of them stared at each other with questioning faces. Seeing her parents blank, Noah immediately proposed seriously that the two cooperate with her to find inspiration and material. Moon, beside her, had eyes sparkling, excitedly raising her hand to say she wanted to see too. Faced with the expectations of their two daughters, Leon could only force a smile and agree. Rosewise gently asked Noah how she wanted them to cooperate. Noah immediately laid out a very clear demand. Tomorrow, the two must go on a date at Sky City. The next day, at Sky City, both Leon and Rosewise were extremely awkward, to the point where they didn't dare look each other in the eye. The reason was that they were wearing matching outfits. Prepared by their two daughters, Leon cleared his throat a few times, then awkwardly said, "Let's consider this the start of the date." Rosewise could only sigh and nod. Leon complained while walking Nat at Noah's age. She already understood what a date was. But Rosewise was not very surprised. She only calmly said that Noah wasn't an ordinary child. She understood many things. Leon laughed in agreement upon hearing that. After walking for a while, he curiously asked Rosewise if she had ever dated before. Rose Weiss frowned and replied that 100 years ago she was busy studying. 100 years later, she was busy working. Where would she find time for romance? She asked Leon back. He also shrugged and replied it was no different. 15 years ago, busy studying. 5 years later, busy with a career. The last 2 years busy raising children. The result was that neither of them had any dating experience at all. But right after that, her eyes wire suddenly lit up with confidence. She said she had been cramming knowledge all night about dating. Leon was surprised to hear that, because weren't the books she read all romance novels? Thinking of that, he felt a bit embarrassed. Because in reality, last night he had also secretly studied similar materials. Leon immediately took out a prepared list and began to analyze it seriously. He said he had eliminated the overly bizarre dating games and excessive intimate actions. The activities suitable for a date included visiting a sweet shop, watching a concert, going to the zoo, getting a fortune-telling, and walking along the beach. According to him, as long as they followed this list, it would surely create the perfect romantic model for Noah. At this point, Leon even enthusiastically rolled up his sleeves as if preparing to step into a real battle, determined to create the perfect material for his daughter. In the distance, Men and Noah were still silently observing everything with hopeful eyes. As for Leon and Wire, both were extremely serious about executing the date plan. The family of 4 went to the circus together. Here, the couple was accidentally invited by the host to come on stage and perform. Unexpectedly, they had to reenact a romantic proposal in front of the entire audience. Both Leon and Wire were blushing, while the 2 daughters, acting as stage props, were incredibly excited to witness Dad giving a ring to Mom. Afterward, the whole family continued to move through the fresh atmosphere of the Sky City. Not long after, a voice full of enthusiasm called out, welcoming them to the fortune-telling stall. The owner was Julie, whose eyes were as sharp as if she could see through everything. Just by looking at Wire, she immediately asked if she belonged to the Scorpio sign. Wire, hearing this, was instantly stunned because Julie not only guessed correctly but was so accurate that she couldn't help but be amazed. Julie laughed out loud and said, "Wire, you are a classic Scorpio, cold and unapproachable on the outside, but very warm on the inside. You love and hate clearly, and once you love, you give your all." Leon listened, but only silently. Thought that these were just fortune-telling tricks to deceive people? But right after that, Julie turned to him and asked if he was a Leo. Leon was slightly surprised but still nodded in confirmation. Julie immediately shook her head, saying, "No wonder you two don't get along." Hearing that, Leon's eyes brightened as if he had just understood everything. Deep down, he thought, so all this time, the reason why the 2 of them clashed was because their zodiac signs were incompatible. Julie continued, "Wire is the type who lacks a sense of security, very sensitive to her surroundings, so Leon needs to give her a sense of being protected and cared for more." Hearing this, Leon immediately blushed and subconsciously looked at Wire, while Wire was also so embarrassed that she quickly turned away, feeling her face burning. The atmosphere between the 2 suddenly became extremely awkward. A moment later, Julie suggested using a crystal ball to tell their fortune. Leon, out of curiosity, agreed to place his hand on the ball. As soon as he touched it, the crystal ball glowed brilliantly, making Julie very excited. But right after that, she became serious and warned that Leon was about to face imprisonment. Leon was startled, while Wire by his side just snickered, finding it too funny. Not stopping there, Julie immediately quoted a price. Just 100 gold coins. And she could help him resolve this disaster. Hearing this, Leon's face darkened immediately. He realized this was clearly a scam. Wire even deliberately patted his shoulder, then teased that if he wanted to find someone to take the blame, she could sponsor him. Leon didn't want to hear more and immediately pulled Wire away. Seeing the customers leave, Julie hurried to hold them back and shouted loudly that she could also predict other things. She asserted, "In the future, you two will definitely have more children. Even a house full of them." But Leon and Wire still walked away without looking back. After walking a distance, Wire curiously asked why Leon left so quickly. Leon immediately brought up Julie's last remark, that the two of them would have more children later, and asked Wire if that was feasible. Wire thought for a moment and had to admit that it was almost impossible. But immediately after, she smiled and said that today was truly fun. She had experienced many things she had never tried before, and it didn't feel bad at all. Wire looked straight at Leon with interest, then said softly, "This feeling is truly like the two of us are on a date." That sentence made Leon instantly flustered, only knowing to turn his face away and reply briefly, "As long as you are happy, Wire." At this point, she was completely immersed in the date, so she excitedly asked, "What's the next destination, Leon?" Immediately announced, "The final stop will be watching the sunset on the beach." Meanwhile, behind them, Men and Noah were still silently following with a spirit of great excitement. Soon, the group arrived at the beach as the sky was gradually dyed a beautiful pinkish orange. Leon happily said, "This is the final point of today's date journey." But just by looking around, Wire realized the atmosphere here was overly romantic. Everywhere there were couples being affectionate with each other. She couldn't help but bluntly ask, "Isn't this place a bit too cheesy, Leon?" He could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly, then suggested they go somewhere quieter. After that, the two slowly walked on the beach. While walking, Leon subconsciously couldn't take his eyes off Wire. The sunset light shone down, making her silver hair glow with a pale golden hue, making her look both strange and much more attractive. Wire quickly noticed that gaze, so she turned to ask, "What are you staring at so intently?" Leon, once caught, immediately flustered and denied it. He claimed he was only looking at the sun, not at her at all. Rosewise chuckled and teased him, saying he was always so bold with his words. She even deliberately brought up the incident from their student days, reminding him that he hadn't been willing to admit anything back then either. Leon immediately retorted, stating that throughout his entire life, the only person of the opposite sex he had ever been involved with was her. Yet, she kept bringing up others. However, no sooner had he said that, then Leon paused, as if realizing something, and looked at Rosewise meaningfully. He asked, "Don't tell me you've been dwelling on that all this time because you're jealous." Hearing this, Rosewise immediately blushed and lunged to cover his mouth, loudly denying that such a thing could ever be true. But she quickly seized the initiative again, triumphantly claiming that on that night, Leon had said many more interesting things. Leon heard this and immediately panicked, nodding repeatedly while asking what else he had said. Seeing his reaction, Rosewise was immensely pleased. She laughed mischievously, turned, and ran away, deliberately refusing to reveal it and telling him to guess for himself. Leon immediately chased after her, shouting while running, asking what on earth he had said. In the distance, Moon watched the scene, her eyes bright with joy, because finally, father and mother were laughing and playing together like this. Meanwhile, Noah felt a bit regretful, because he couldn't find his camera this morning. Otherwise, he could have recorded this precious moment. Just then, Anna appeared and gently consoled him, saying that in truth, there was no need to feel regret. Seeing Noah's curiosity, Anna slowly explained that the dragon clan's lifespan is very long, so all beautiful things will eventually fade with time. Precisely because such beautiful moments are fleeting, they are all the more worth cherishing. Instead of preserving them through images, it is better to engrave them into one's heart. After hearing this, both Moon and Noah were deeply moved, and they could only nod repeatedly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rosewise was happily splashing water at Leon to tease him. Leon hurriedly raised his hands, shielding himself, and threatened her angrily, telling her to just wait. Rosewise laughed joyfully and ran along the beach. But because she was so engrossed in playing, she didn't notice the ground beneath her feet and unexpectedly tripped, seeing Rosewise fall. Leon immediately panicked and rushed over to catch her. He quickly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close to his chest. That moment made them both freeze. Rosewise blushed from shyness, and Leon was just as flustered. But the most unexpected thing was that Rosewise took the initiative to cup Leon's face. Neither said a word, they just shared a deep, lingering kiss beneath the sunset. In the distance, Anna saw the scene and quickly covered Moon's eyes, and Noah's, saying that this part wasn't for children to see. After a few seconds lost in emotion, Leon and Rosewise shyly pulled away. Rosewise blushed and softly said that no matter how beautiful a story is, it eventually reaches its end. But then, she smiled, taking the initiative to reach out to Leon, and asked if he dared to hold the hand of the person the Scorpio sign deemed the least compatible with him. Leon heard this and nodded without a second's hesitation. He wore a satisfied smile and quickly interlocked his fingers with hers, replying that there was nothing to fear at all. The date between Leon and Rosewise thus ended perfectly in the evening glow. Thanks to everything he had witnessed, Noah successfully completed his essay about family and won a high prize. In the essay, he even concluded that his parents were a couple who were both strange and incredibly affectionate. That night, at the home of the family of four, Leon was sneakily crawling under the bed, searching for something. A moment later, he crawled out with a dirty face, but he was smiling triumphantly, because in his hand was a stack of secret photos. Those were the photos he had secretly printed from their date in the Sky City, especially the one of Rosewise in the rabbit outfit. Leon beamed, thinking to himself that he must hide these photos very well. He was fumbling to find a hiding spot when he suddenly heard the sound of Rosewise's footsteps approaching. Leon immediately panicked, hastily stuffing the photos into a drawer and lunging onto the sofa to pretend he was calmly reading a book. When Rosewise entered, Leon tried to maintain a natural look and asked, "Do you want to sleep here again today?" Rosewise crossed her arms and replied indifferently, "Is there any reason I shouldn't?" Leon appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was incredibly confident. He thought, "This time, I have the trump card in my hand. No matter what tricks that dragon lady has up her sleeve, I'm not afraid anymore." But right then, Rosewise suddenly threw out a question that made Leon's heart almost stop. She narrowed her eyes and asked directly, "Leon, you really like rabbit costumes, don't you?" Just that simple question was enough to make Leon jump in shock, his face turning pale. He almost shouted, asking how she knew about that. His mind was in total chaos. Could it be that his secret stash of photos had been discovered? Seeing his panicked reaction, Rosewise became even more smug. She chuckled and said that while sleep-talking that night, Leon had clearly stated that he wanted to see that girl wear a rabbit outfit for him. Leon immediately scrambled to retort, insisting that Rosewise was clearly framing him. But because he was too panicked, he accidentally blurted out, adding that even if it were true, the person he wanted to see in a rabbit outfit should be Rosewise. Anyway, as soon as he said that, the room immediately plunged into a strange atmosphere. Rosewise froze for a moment, her face flushing red because of that unexpected remark. In her heart, she even thought, this guy really is shameless, spilling his inner thoughts just like that. But very quickly, Rosewise regained her composure, deciding to tease her a bit more. She smiled with a hint of arrogance, declaring that in this entire lifetime, she would never put on a bunny outfit for him. Hearing this, Leon immediately glanced toward the closet. Knowing that the photos hadn't been discovered yet, he regained his confidence. Leon immediately retorted, asking what if she actually wore it. So what? Rosewise, hearing this, felt a spark of interest. She curled her lips with a provocative tone, saying she didn't care what Leon intended to do. But if he thought of using magic, or any cheap tricks to force her, it would be absolutely impossible. Rosewise added bluntly that all of Leon's little games could never fool her. However, she made a very clear promise. If Leon could truly make her wear the bunny outfit, then after that, he could have whatever he wanted. Hearing this, Leon's gaze changed instantly. He looked at her with total seriousness, then confirmed if that promise was truly real. Rosewise didn't hesitate to affirm it immediately. But she also said coldly, reminding Leon to think very carefully. Because if those little tricks didn't work, what the consequences would be, he knew better than anyone. But contrary to her expectations, Leon suddenly stood up. He slowly walked to the cabinet and opened the drawer. Then, with an extremely confident look on his face, Leon looked straight at Rosewise and said that this time he didn't need to use any tricks at all, because everything needed for this was already prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, Leon immediately placed a photo in front of Rosewise. On his face was an incredibly smug smile, and his tone was full of delight as he began to enjoy his trophy. But what he didn't notice was Rosewise's expression. By now, it was as black as the bottom of a pot. Leon was still nonchalantly commenting on each photo as if showing off a rare treasure. But in the blink of an eye, all the photos on the table suddenly erupted into flames. Rosewise was truly furious. She gritted her teeth and asked every word, demanding to know when he had taken these. Even though the atmosphere was as tense as a pulled string, Leon still tried to maintain his confident smile. In his heart, there was only one thought. This time, the dragon mistress is truly angry. Leon hurriedly explained that these were all photos taken back then, when Rosewise used the blood curse and fell into a coma. But that explanation didn't help at all. It only made Rosewise even more furious. She immediately grabbed Leon by the collar and questioned him, asking if he intended to use these photos to blackmail her. Leon panicked and explained that he never said it was blackmail. He was just repeating Rosewise's own words. that if she wore the bunny outfit, he could do whatever he wanted. Hearing this, Rosewise slowly let go of his collar and sat on the sofa. She regained her composure. After a few seconds of silence, she asked straight up what Leon really wanted. Leon's eyes lit up when he heard that. He smiled happily and said that since Rosewise had declared she would never wear the bunny outfit, he wanted to change to a simpler deal. She just had to go change into a bunny outfit now and appear in front of him. Rosewise frowned and asked, "And if I refuse?" Leon replied calmly that if she refused, that was fine too. It's just that the next time she visited her sister, it was very possible that these photos might accidentally fall into her hands. And by then, not only her sister, but perhaps the whole family would get to enjoy them together. Leon even laughed maliciously, saying, "Who knows, these photos might become a family heirloom." Hearing this, Rosewise finally couldn't take it anymore. She slammed the table hard and shouted in anger, demanding to know how many more copies he had made. Leon intentionally avoided Rosewise's gaze, pretending to reply that there were only 2. But not a second later, he confessed. There were 4 more copies. After speaking, he leaned close to her ear and whispered triumphantly, threatening that she had better be obedient, because surely she wouldn't want her sister to know she had once worn a bunny outfit. Hearing that, Rosewise was so angry she gnashed her teeth, immediately stood up, and stormed off. Leon, seeing this, deliberately called out after her, teasing her and asking where she was running to. Rosewise clenched her fists, furiously replying that she was just going to find something. In contrast, Leon was extremely excited and acted generous by giving her time to prepare, declaring that at exactly 7 p.m., he would come to her room to harvest the results. Watching Rosewise's back as she left, Leon was incredibly smug, because finally, this time, he was the one in control. Time quickly passed to 7 p.m. Leon dressed neatly and headed straight to Rosewise's room. As he entered, he immediately asked if she was ready. Rosewise, currently hiding under the blankets, spoke with a shy voice, saying she couldn't find the bunny ears accessory. Leon just laughed silently to himself, thinking that for the first time, this could be overlooked. Rosewise still didn't dare to look him in the eye, blushing as she said she had followed his request. And after this, Leon must destroy all the copies. Leon, hearing this, approached with great interest. When he saw Rosewise in the bunny outfit under the room's dim lighting, even Leon couldn't hide his surprise. The scene before him left him completely stunned. Leon's eyes were glued to Rosewise, with only one thought in his head: the outfit he liked the most appeared on the most special woman. This feeling was truly overwhelming. The shyer Rosewise was, the more the scene before him became impossible to look away from. After being stared at for too long, Rosewise blushed and asked if he had seen enough. Leon just smiled meaningfully, replying that, of course, he hadn't, because there was still unfinished business between the two. Saying that, he suddenly opened a cabinet drawer. Rosewise, seeing this, lost her patience immediately, asking what else he intended to do. Leon took out an item and assumed a look of extreme seriousness, like a teacher in class. He intentionally addressed her with a suggestive tone, demanding the student to sit still and start tonight's lesson. Rosewise, seeing that attitude, immediately realized this guy was clearly taking the chance to get revenge. Thinking about the teasing she endured earlier, Leon continued to maintain his arrogant expression, and then he began the lesson. He demanded that she recite everything he had just provided. Rosewise immediately retorted, saying that she was a dragon, not a dragon slayer. Why must she study such things? But Leon paid absolutely no attention. He only sternly reminded her to focus and listen. Seeing his firm attitude, Rosewise blushed more and more. But in the end, she still had to reluctantly cooperate. Leon began testing her step by step, as if he were truly teaching. Whenever she read too softly or lacked focus, he would immediately correct her. Rosewise was both embarrassed and furious, grinding her teeth. Deep inside, she endlessly cursed that hateful dragon slayer. She secretly swore that if there was ever a chance to turn the tables, she would definitely make Leon pay her back tenfold. Outside, the night was strangely quiet. But inside the room, Leon continued to maintain a strict tone, like a real teacher. After a while, he finally seemed satisfied. He praised her, saying the student had learned very quickly today. Rosewise could only grit her teeth and accept the compliment. Looking out the window, she hesitantly asked if it was time to end the lesson. Leon nodded in confirmation that the theory session had indeed ended. But immediately after, he unexpectedly changed his attitude. Leon slowly moved closer, making Rosewise immediately feel that something was not right. He smiled and announced, "Your Majesty, we will now proceed to the practical lesson." Rosewise was completely confused. Before she could understand what was happening, Leon had already closed in. The distance between the two was quickly shortened. The atmosphere in the room also changed instantly. His eyes were full of tenderness but also carried a clear sense of dominance. Rosewise, though she still appeared firm on the outside, was clearly becoming flustered. Both of them now felt each other's heartbeats accelerating. Since their previous encounters, the shyness between them seemed to have gradually faded. Intimate gestures were no longer strange. In fact, both were used to the feeling of being this close. The air was becoming hotter. Rosewise was about to speak, but Leon leaned in closer, preventing her from saying anything more. The tense atmosphere, mixed with vague emotions, caused both to lose their usual composure. After a moment, Leon whispered meaningfully, ordering Rosewise to turn around. This request left her momentarily stunned, as she didn't understand what he was planning. But before she could react, Leon was one step faster, leaving Rosewise feeling flustered. While she hadn't regained her composure, Leon maintained his calm expression, then demanded she recite everything he had just taught. But Rosewise was still hesitant, quietly asking if she really had to read it now. Hearing that, Leon flashed a cunning look, insisting that now was the time. With no other choice, Rosewise forced herself, reading each sentence while nearly exhausted. Her voice was weak, but she still reluctantly repeated Leon's words. After listening, Leon leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Very good." Just that short sentence was enough to make Rosewise's ears turn bright red. But Leon had no intention of stopping. He continued, exploiting her adorable reaction to tease her further, making Rosewise instantly lose her cool. She was too embarrassed to handle it anymore. Finally, she snapped and shouted that she wouldn't read anymore, telling him to punish her however he liked. Hearing this, Leon was immediately intrigued, reminding her that these were her own words. Then he continued the lecture, acting all serious, explaining that while some things in the outside world aren't good, they still hold value, worth learning. The first part was tolerance, and now it would be about acceptance. Hearing those meaningful words, Rose Wise was even more furious. Time slipped away, and by 2 a.m., Rose Wise was completely exhausted. Collapsing onto the bed, she had no strength left. On the contrary, Leon was extremely satisfied with the results of his teaching. He happily praised that today, student Moon had performed very well. The lesson ends here. Rose Wise heard him, only able to look at him with eyes that could shoot daggers. Leon just waved his hand nonchalantly, telling her to get some good rest, before returning to his room. Watching his back as he left, Rose Wise gritted her teeth in anger, secretly swearing that as soon as she found where he hid the photos, Leon would be dead meat. The next morning, Rose Wise stormed into Leon's room, tossing everything around. In her mind, there was only one thought. She had to find those photos to regain the initiative and maintain her status in the family. But, while busy searching, she heard a noise outside. Reacting quickly, Rose Wise hid in another room. At the same time, Leon was leading Moon back. He gently said he had work today, so he could only play with her until now, telling her to go find Noah to play with. Moon obediently nodded and ran off. Leon returned to the room. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt something was wrong. He remembered clearly that he had locked the door when he left. Leon slowly observed his surroundings. The furniture looked unchanged, but his sharp sense of smell quickly detected a familiar scent in the air. His gaze immediately shifted toward the nearby door, the corner of his mouth curling up with amusement. Clearly, Rose Wise had snuck in here looking for the photos. Thinking this, Leon immediately spoke loudly, saying, "I wonder if I dropped my favorite photo in the garden. I should go and look for it." Hearing every word, Rose Wise inside sighed in relief. She thought this was a perfect chance to escape before he could return. But life didn't go as planned. The very moment she opened the door and stepped out, Leon was already standing there with a dangerous smile. Rose Wise was terrified out of her wits. She immediately slammed the door shut. Only then did she realize she had been tricked, and outside, Leon's voice echoed with mockery. He asked, "Student Rose, sneaking into your teacher's room, what exactly are you trying to steal?" He kept knocking on the door. He even deliberately asked why she was hiding in the bathroom. Could it be that she was so eager to start tonight's lesson? Inside, Rose Wise shouted immediately, "In your dreams." But Leon didn't seem to care at all. He kept knocking, switching his tone between coaxing and threatening. Finally, he delivered the finishing blow. He declared that if she didn't open the door in 3 seconds, then in 3 hours, Aisa would receive photos of her in a rabbit costume. As soon as she heard that, Rose Wise threw the door open the moment he finished counting. Leon watched her reaction and smiled with satisfaction. Seeing him step inside, Rose Wise panicked and backed away. In her haste, her hand accidentally bumped the shower handle. Water splashed down instantly. In the blink of an eye, both of them were soaked. Leon took advantage of the situation and pinned Rose Wise against the wall. With a hazy look in his eyes, he retorted, asking what he wanted to do. Under Rose Wise's wary gaze, Leon just laughed and said, "Naturally, I'll do it right here." The door slowly closed. The surrounding space fell silent. The late night drifted by as the clock struck 2:30 a.m. Rose Wise was the first to open her eyes. Feeling exhausted, she couldn't help but curse silently. Leon is such a heartless bastard, he doesn't know when to stop. Gently looking at Leon's face as he slept soundly, Rosewise suddenly thought, no matter how strong he is, when Hayes is asleep, he has no defenses left. She tried asking in a low voice about where the photos were hidden. But Leon slept like the dead. He didn't react at all. This made Rosewise start to doubt herself. Was the last time just a stroke of luck? Just then, another idea flashed through her mind. Rosewise gently placed her hand on Leon's head. Then she commanded him to take her to where the photos were hidden. Surprisingly, Leon immediately sat up, though his eyes remained closed. Seeing this, Rosewise rejoiced, guessing she was right. She quietly followed Leon, a cold smile playing on her lips. She believed that once she retrieved the photos, tomorrow everything would return to square one, and the initiative would be back in her hands. Leon led her all the way to the back of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary Mountain. Rosewise looked around and couldn't help but frown. A mountain this big. If she had to find a few photos, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. But the further they went, the more she felt something was off. This path was too familiar. The places they just passed were exactly the locations Leon had taken her to the night before. A bad feeling immediately rose within her. When Leon stopped, Rosewise asked softly if they had arrived. But the moment she saw the smile at the corner of his lips, she instantly understood everything. This bastard hadn't been asleep at all. The whole way, he was just acting to lure her into a trap. Rosewise clenched her fists and shouted angrily, telling him to stop pretending, because she knew he had been awake for a long time. At this, Leon didn't bother pretending anymore and bluntly exposed everything. He admitted that even though he didn't know how Rosewise had controlled him, it was clearly completely useless. Hearing this, Rosewise stood frozen, instantly realizing that Leon didn't even know he had been sleepwalking. Leon spread his arms and slowly walked towards her, the smile on his lips full of danger. He recounted the places they had just passed and asked Rosewise, "Does it look familiar?" Then he teased that in their outdoor classroom, just now, which spot did she like best? Being forced back until she was against a tree, Rosewise gritted her teeth and replied that she didn't like any spot. Especially not this one. But no sooner had she spoken, she realized something was wrong. Could he be planning to do it for real right here? Leon leaned close to her ear, lowering his voice to confirm, "That's right. The final lesson will take place right here." Realizing she had been played again, Rosewise was furious. She could only scream and curse at the hateful dragon slayer. Nearly half a month passed. Rosewise finally couldn't take it anymore. She slammed her hand down on the table, her temples throbbing with anger. For the past half-month, Leon had constantly used every trick to suppress her, driving her into a corner. On the table was Rosewise's diary, filled with all the times she had been teased to the point of madness by Leon. Rosewise gritted her teeth, knowing that if this continued, she would completely lose her standing. Her gaze slowly shifted to the wooden cabinet nearby. Originally, she intended to keep these letters as a reserve card, but the situation now forced her to use them sooner. Just then, a hurried knock sounded at the door. Rosewise composed herself and let the person outside in. Leon pushed the door open, the corners of his lips curled into a relaxed smile. He asked, "Your Majesty, what do you need me for?" Without beating around the bush, Rosewise immediately pulled a letter from the cabinet and delivered a direct blow. She reminded him that it had been over 2 years since Leon had seen his master. Surely, he must be curious about his recent situation. This was a letter sent by his master. Just as Leon reached out to take it, Rosewise pulled it back. She waved the letter in front of him and coldly set her condition. Trade those photos for this letter. The smile on Leon's face vanished instantly. He suspected this was just a blank piece of paper, a trick by Rosewise to get the photos back. Hearing this, flames erupted in Rosewise's palm. She coldly replied that if he didn't believe her, so be it. She would burn it right now. This was his only chance to get news about his master. Seeing she was serious, Leon panicked and stopped her. He gritted his teeth, calculating in his mind. Even though Rosewise only knew he kept 2 copies of the photos, in reality, he still had 2 more in his possession. Leon thought to himself. He silently consoled himself that the advantage was still in his favor. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and concede. Then he turned away to get the photos. A moment later, Leon returned and threw the photos onto the table. He said, "Here are all the photos." He demanded that Wire deliver the letter immediately. Afraid she would change her mind, Leon hurriedly snatched the letter. Wire also immediately gathered all the photos into her hands. She carefully examined each one. Her expression grew increasingly serious. If just these photos fell into her sister's hands, she feared that for the next 200 years, the Holy Dragon Temple would not have a single day of peace. They absolutely could not be allowed to exist. But then her gaze suddenly froze when she saw a photo of the 2 of them together. Wire fell silent for a few seconds, then quietly tucked that specific photo away in a drawer. Keeping this one doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. Only then did she turn to look at Leon, asking curiously, "What on earth did your master write that made you look so emotional?" Leon's eyelid twitched, his face contorting. "Emotionally, my foot. If I had known that old geezer would write something like this, I would have rather kept the photos." The letter only contained 1 sentence. "Kid, I'm doing fine." "Don't worry." Leon clenched the letter, trembling with anger. His master's style had always been eccentric, but to disappear for 2 years only to send a single sentence, "Don't worry," was truly outrageous. The more Leon thought about it, the more something felt wrong. It felt as if that old man was intentionally trying to keep him from returning. Could he be involved in something extremely dangerous? Wire watched Leon's back, her gaze darkening. She recalled what Tiger had once instructed. Within 1 year, you must absolutely not let Leon return to the Empire. Moreover, she herself did not want him to leave this place. To soothe him, Wire said that perhaps his master only thought he was weak, which was why he intentionally left him to continue training there. But this remark struck at Leon's pride. He immediately switched to his boastful mode, listing a string of his glorious achievements. Before coming here, he had always been at the top of the Dragon Slayer rankings for 6 years. He held every physical record at the academy. Even if he had given his master a 2-year head start, the old man still couldn't surpass him. Wire listened, only offering a cold, mocking smile. Top of the rankings, and yet you let yourself be humiliated by your opponent. So what kind of champion are you, really? The cutting words left Leon choked with anger, but he couldn't refute them. Unable to stand it, he challenged her to go outside and fight to decide the winner. Wire only smiled and replied that all this time, she had always been the winner. And currently, her win rate against him remained at 100 Funterum. She tilted her head, her tone full of teasing, telling Leon he should continue practicing more. Leon gnashed his teeth in frustration, but he could only endure it. That night, under a sky full of stars, Leon sat alone, deep in thought. It had only been a few months since he woke up. His body had recovered almost completely, except for one strange issue. His magic power was always in a state of exhaustion. Leon looked down at his hands, lost in thought. He remembered his lightning magic, which was his main source of power. It was a high-damage element, capable of overpowering both group and solo battles against a target at the level of Dragon King. Without support magic, no matter how strong his physical body was, he couldn't overcome opponents at that level. The weak sparks of electricity curled around his hand, then quickly dissipated. Leon clenched his fist. If he wanted to defeat Joe Squire, he absolutely had to find the reason why his own magic power was depleted. Just as he was thinking, Moon approached and curiously asked what Dad was doing. Leon laughed and patted her head, explaining that he was practicing his lightning magic. Moon's eyes lit up immediately, curiously asking if she could use that type of magic too. Leon explained, seriously, that everyone would eventually awaken the type of magic best suited to themselves, and that Moon was also approaching the time for her magic awakening. Leon continued to flip through the books, trying to find the reason why his magic power truly wouldn't recover. He recalled that he had once been able to use lightning magic for a short time, while refining the dragon strength pill and battling Wire, proving his power had not disappeared entirely. Thinking back and forth, Leon began to suspect that perhaps the problem lay in his body's magic circuits. But the more he searched, the more he realized this would likely take a long time to resolve. Night gradually fell. The yellow light spilled softly through the window on the other side. Moon lay slumped on the table, complaining about being too full. Her stomach was so stretched she didn't want to move. Man glanced at her younger sister and calmly said that eating and then lying down would obviously make her uncomfortable. Moon beamed, saying it was only because Mother's ribs were so delicious that she had accidentally eaten too much. Man immediately took her sister's hand, inviting her for a walk to help digest the food. Hearing this, Moon immediately jumped up, full of excitement, happily agreeing to go with her sister. Before leaving, Man turned to let Mother know. Wire only told the two to be careful. In the kitchen, Wire had just carried the last plate to the sink, when Leon immediately took it from her. While washing the dishes, he suddenly remembered something important, and turned to ask, "Is your birthday on Tuesday next week?" Wire thought for a moment and confirmed it was indeed October 25th. However, the birthday customs of the dragon race were completely different. For humans, before they come of age, the dragon race still celebrates birthdays every year. But after adulthood, they are only celebrated every 10 years. In her heart, Wire calculated that her next birthday was actually still 2 years away. But she decided not to let Leon know. Then, Wire leaned in close, looking at him inquisitively, asking why he was suddenly so interested in her birthday. Could he be planning to give her a gift? Leon immediately felt guilty and hurriedly denied it, making excuses. How could that be? A prisoner giving a gift to his captor. But Wire wouldn't let it go, saying that if he wasn't going to give a gift, he should at least show some sincerity. Leon asked in confusion what she meant by that. Rosewise brushed her hair. She slowly said that he could organize a birthday celebration for her. Leon immediately pointed at himself in disbelief. He turned his face away, saying she is the queen of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. If she wanted a birthday party, there would be no shortage of people to do it. Why did she need him? But Rosewise shook her head, reminding him that last year when he was in a coma, their two children always hoped to celebrate her birthday with him. This year he had finally woken up. How could he refuse to make it up to the whole family? Leon felt caught in a dilemma upon hearing this. On one hand, he didn't want to disappoint the children. On the other hand, he didn't want to obediently organize a birthday party for the Dragon Queen. Rosewise saw this and placed her hand on his shoulder, gently saying that if he were a role model father, then organizing a birthday for his wife was a very normal thing to do. That way, outsiders wouldn't think the two of them were at odds. Leon curiously asked, "What if the rumors are unpleasant?" Immediately, murderous intent flared around Rosewise as she coldly declared that a prisoner like him had no right to bargain. He should just do as he was told. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Leon could only offer a forced smile. In the end, he had to grit his teeth and agree, even bragging that he would organize a birthday for her. That would be truly memorable, in a human style. Hearing this, Rosewise's expression softened. But she did not forget to warn him. If the result did not satisfy her, then he would have to compensate with something else. Leon took her hand, confidently promising that he would definitely satisfy her. In the library, Leon continued teaching the two children about magic. He explained that magic had countless applications and magic arrays were also one of the most important methods. As long as you combine different types of magic arrays, you can create all sorts of effects. He even used the beef ribs that Moon loved as an example, saying that one could combine cutting magic with flame magic to cook more efficiently. Ending the lesson, Leon held the book and asked Moon if she had any more questions. Moon smiled brightly and happily replied that she understood everything. Men sat nearby and quietly observed. She realized that because Moon was naturally lively and didn't like overly serious atmospheres, Leon always tried to use the most interesting ways to teach them. Thinking of this, Men's cheeks blushed involuntarily. In her heart, Father was the best person. She even secretly thought that during the holiday, she must ask Father to teach her more lightning magic. At that moment, Leon suddenly asked the two children if they knew what Mother usually liked. Moon immediately raised her hand high, eagerly claiming she knew. Leon was secretly happy inside, thinking, I've raised these kids for so long. Finally, it's time for them to be useful. But Moon's answer made the smile on his face instantly freeze. The little girl innocently replied that Mother liked Father the most. She liked him so much. Leon was completely speechless, while Moon hugged his leg, looking bewildered, asking, "Did I say something wrong?" Leon could only stroke her cheek and say she wasn't wrong. But he still asked if there was anything else Mother liked besides Father. At this point, Men spoke up. She recalled what Mother used to say, that the life of the dragon race was very long. All beautiful things will eventually pass away. Therefore, to Mother, those beautiful, fleeting moments that passed in the blink of an eye were the most precious and memorable things. Hearing this, Leon sank into deep thought. Beautiful, fleeting moments. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had just thought of something. Leon clapped his hands excitedly. He finally knew what to prepare for, Rosewise. Then he patted the two children on the head, telling them the lesson ended here today. As for him, he had to go prepare a few things. Having said that, Leon immediately dashed away. Men calmly concluded. Father must have thought of the gift Mother likes. As for Leon, After gathering all his courage, he decided to ask for Rosewise's real age directly. But Rosewise remained unruffled. Sipping her tea, she calmly replied that she was 18. Leon froze upon hearing that. Seeing his reaction, Rosewise calmly corrected it to 218 years old. Leon sighed in relief. Feeling relieved, he muttered that he almost thought he was committing a crime. But before he could recover, he was startled once again upon realizing the number he just heard. 218 years old, yet looking at Rosewise, there was absolutely nothing. That looked like someone over 200 years old. Rosewise carried a pile of gifts to her room, feeling very annoyed, because she hadn't seen Leon all day. He had clearly promised to organize a birthday for her. Just as she opened the door to step inside, the lights in the room turned on, along with the sound of a party popper. Startling her, Leon stood there, smiling brightly and wishing her a happy birthday. Rosewise looked at the scene before her and immediately understood that this was the surprise. She also took the chance to remind him to call her by her name, instead of calling her Dragon Queen all the time. Leon laughed and agreed. Looking at the birthday cake on the table, Rosewise curiously tasted a bit and found the flavor quite decent. Leon quickly stopped her because, according to human custom, one must light candles and make a wish before eating. Hearing about having to blow out candles, Rosewise immediately felt something was not right. Looking at the thick number of candles on the cake, she immediately suspected Leon was trying to prank her. But Leon casually explained that in a human birthday, one must blow out the number of candles corresponding to their age. Rosewise immediately realized this was his way of retaliating. Not wanting to lose, she pulled Leon in to blow out the candles with her. Leon could only smile bitterly, having dug his own grave and jumped into it. Both of them leaned down to blow out the candles. White smoke quickly filled the room, making Rosewise cough violently, and she couldn't help but complain that human customs were truly troublesome. Leon also helplessly explained, usually, people only blow out a dozen candles at most. Who else is like the dragon race, living for several hundred years? After blowing them out, Leon told her to make a wish quickly. Rosewise closed her eyes for a moment and then nonchalantly wished that her prisoner would never be able to escape forever. Hearing that, Leon stood there stunned. He quickly said that if a wish, but Rosewise. She coldly replied that her birthday is hers to wish for, whatever she wants. Leon gave up and started cutting the cake for her to eat. However, Rosewise quickly noticed that the two portions of cake were inscribed differently. Hers said, "Happy Birthday," while Leon's portion had her name written directly on it. When asked, Leon casually gave a teasing remark, saying he wanted to eat the roast. Rosewise intentionally described its sweet and sour flavor, which made Rosewise so angry that she bent the fork in her hand. She gritted her teeth and declared that on his birthday, she would definitely get even with interest. Hearing that, Leon felt a chill down his spine and immediately changed the subject, saying he had prepared another gift. He pulled her outside, telling her to wait patiently for a moment. Right after, Leon snapped his fingers, and a beam of light shot up into the sky, then exploded in midair into a happy birthday message. Rosewise. Rosewise looked at the scene with bright, sparkling eyes. Leon explained that it was a magic circle he created using lightning magic. It was a pity it couldn't last long. But Rosewise smiled and said that was enough. Because things that only exist for a moment are even more worth cherishing. Leon immediately realized that was exactly what she had said once. Rose Wise, hearing him repeat it, couldn't hide her surprise, then smiled and acknowledged it. Back in the room, Leon asked if she was satisfied. This time, Rosewise rarely gave a direct compliment, saying he did well, much better than she expected. Leon immediately boasted that he was very experienced in organizing birthday parties. But as soon as he mentioned organizing them for others, Rosewise coldly told him to get lost. The next morning, Rosewise kept yawning, looking extremely tired. Leon saw this and asked if she was all right. She said she had been very sleepy lately and even felt that her belly was a bit bigger, even though her diet and exercise were consistent. In her mind, she started to think of the only difference lately, which was that intimacy with Leon had been happening more often. Leon, being carefree, thought that Her Majesty was simply being lazy, so he teased her. Hearing that, Rosewise immediately got angry, shouting that she worked all year without a break. So what was wrong with sleeping a little more? Leon saw her strong reaction and lowered his voice to soothe her, telling her to rest up. But at that moment, Rosewise suddenly felt dizzy and slumped onto the sofa. Leon immediately panicked and ran over to check, touching her forehead to see if she had a fever, but found nothing unusual. Rosewise just turned away, saying she was fine. She probably just stood up too fast. Leon gently told her to drink warm water and get more rest. But instead of being touched, Rosewise became even more annoyed, glaring at him and coldly chasing him out. A few days later, Noah curiously looked at her father and asked, "It seems like father is looking for something, right?" Leon put the book down, pretending he was just reading to kill time. But his heart was heavy due to his magic power. Being depleted, he understood clearly that this must absolutely not be known by the children. It would make them worry and also risked reaching Rosewise's ears. Just thinking about her finding out and mocking him made Leon's spine chill. He immediately changed the subject, turning to ask Noah about Moon's homework. Noah obediently replied that her little sister hadn't finished yet, but the progress was very good. At the current learning pace, by this month, Moon could start awakening her magic. Then looking over to the other side, Moon was still diligently solving her exercises. Leon took the opportunity to ask further, wondering if Moon would awaken lightning or fire elements. Noah thought very seriously and said that father is lightning, and she is also lightning. So if it were Moon, she would want to awaken fire, so that mother wouldn't feel left out. Leon patted Noah's head, then gently explained, "That element awakening isn't just about what you want." Hearing about lightning magic, Noah suddenly remembered something important. She shyly asked if during the upcoming winter break, could father teach her more lightning magic to make next semester easier? That question made Leon freeze. In his current state, he couldn't even cast strong magic, let alone teach his daughter. In his head, he imagined himself trying to cast, failing, and Noah gently comforting him, then turning to ask mother to teach her instead. Just imagining it was enough to make Leon feel like he was struck by lightning. He immediately dismissed that scenario. No way. This absolutely must not happen. He had to regain his status in the house and his place in his daughter's heart. Seeing her father silent, Noah looked a bit sad, thinking it wasn't convenient, and intended to stop. But Leon immediately hugged her shoulder, firmly asserting that there was no problem at all. By winter break, he would definitely teach her lightning magic properly. Noah looked like she couldn't believe it. And when she heard her father confirm it again, she was overjoyed, immediately kissed Leon on the cheek, and ran off excitedly. Left alone, Leon's spirit surged intensely. For his daughter, he had to recover his magic before winter break. Returning to the bookshelf, Leon continued to think. But for the past 2 weeks, he had tried every way to recover his magic. In vain. That made him start suspecting that perhaps he had investigated in the wrong direction. Maybe the problem didn't lie with him, but came from something else. Thinking of this, he suddenly placed his hand on his chest. Since becoming a prisoner of Rosewise, the only thing that had appeared on his body was the dragon mark. The seal on his chest suddenly appeared. Leon suddenly wondered, could this be the thing draining his magic? The dragon mark was originally a support magic linking husband and wife of the dragon race, increasing their bond and affection. Normally, it remains quite silent. It only changes color when emotions are strongly stimulated. Standing before the mirror, Leon observes it intently. If the dragon seal really were absorbing his mana to the point of depletion, with the personality of Rosewise, she would have discovered it and mocked him long ago. Therefore, he decided to test it himself. Leon began to channel his mana throughout his body. Each stream of energy ran through his arm, rushed toward his chest. When it reached that point, the mana indeed vanished. But the strange thing was that the dragon seal only absorbed a very small amount. Almost negligible, which means the true culprit is something else, silently devouring his mana. Leon immediately grasped the problem. Inside his body, there is something continuously draining his mana. Whenever it flows through the magic circuits, rendering the stored mana unusable, thus creating a state identical to total depletion. Thinking of this, Leon could only clutch his head in agony. He could not understand why there would be so many mana thieves appearing inside his body. But at the very least, he had discovered one important point. The mana transferred to the dragon seal wasn't completely sucked away. That means he could try to store mana directly into the dragon seal. Even though the speed would be very slow, at least it is better than having nothing at all. Thinking it over, Leon immediately decided that from today on, he would silently store mana bit by bit. The next morning, Leon woke up in a great mood. He took the initiative to greet Rosewise with excitement, which surprised her. Seeing his smug expression, Rosewise immediately noticed his particularly good mood today. Leon smiled confidently, declaring that Moon was about to awaken. The magic element is exactly like Father's, so naturally, he was happy. Rosewise heard this and immediately asserting that Moon would definitely awaken the fire element. Leon immediately countered, reminding her that Noah clearly had awakened the lightning element. Rosewise just huffed and said that must be due to probability. Leon became even more smug, leaned close to her face, and provoked her, saying that if the magic array glowed with the lightning element later, he wanted to see if she could still keep a straight face. She turned, frowning, refusing to back down, coldly replying that he should just wait and see. In the room on the other side, the awakening array had been prepared. At that moment, Moon noticed the noise outside the door. The little girl ran straight in front of her parents, while behind her, the two were still secretly bickering, neither willing to concede to the other. Both Leon and Rosewise were extremely nervous when the moment of Moon's awakening element finally arrived. The two gently reassured their daughter, telling her to relax and follow what she had learned. When the array was activated, Moon stepped into the center without hesitation, closing her eyes to focus on sensing her mana. In just a short moment, golden beams of light surrounded her body. Rosewise was immediately amazed because Moon had gathered mana successfully on her first attempt, something that normally requires many tries to achieve. As for Leon, it goes without saying. He was so proud he nearly laughed out loud, because the one who taught Moon was him. Right after that, the golden light became even more brilliant, lifting Moon's body to hover in the middle of the array. Rosewise happily asserted that the girl had awakened the fire element, inwardly smug, because she had finally beaten Leon in one round. She turned to tease him repeatedly, saying that this time the victory was completely hers. But Leon was not panicked at all. On the contrary, he wore a meaningful smile, then said the ritual was not over yet. Sure enough, right after the golden light, blue lightning bolts suddenly flashed around Moon's body. Rosewise was instantly stunned, and Leon was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. Moon had not only awakened the fire element, but had also simultaneously awakened the lightning element, becoming an incredibly rare dual element genius. Watching his daughter shine in the middle of the array, Leon understood better than anyone that Moon was born with extraordinary talent. The child of the Silver Dragon Queen and the strongest dragon slayer, now also possessing the legendary dual element magic. Her future would surely exceed all expectations. After the successful awakening, Moon happily ran toward her parents, her face radiant with happiness. But her next words left them both stunned. Moon innocently said she tried so hard because she didn't want Dad and Mom to fight anymore. Hearing that, both Leon and Rosewise froze. They hadn't expected the little girl to care about this so much. Understanding her daughter's heart, the two immediately cooperated well, pretending to be intimate, hugging each other, and laughing, saying that they were nothing but happy. So there was no way they were fighting. The atmosphere immediately became incredibly warm. That evening, the family decided to have a celebration party for Moon. Leon personally went to the kitchen, preparing a table full of luxurious food, then continuously served food for his daughter, constantly praising her for her excellent performance today. Moon ate deliciously and happily thanked her father. She was even so adorable that she gave both her father and mother a large chicken leg as a reward. But during the meal, Leon quickly noticed that Rosewise was eating very little today, almost only eating vegetables and not touching the meat. He found it strange and immediately teased her, asking if she was on a diet. This comment hit her sensitive spot, causing Rosewise to blush and feel flustered, admitting she had gained a little weight lately. Seeing her reaction, Leon pushed his luck, continuing to tease her relentlessly. Annoyed by the teasing, Rosewise immediately countered by dumping the entire plate of oysters onto Leon's side. Looking at the pile of food, Leon immediately turned pale. Rosewise wore a dangerous smile, coldly stating that this was very good for men, so he had to eat it all. If he didn't finish, don't even think about sleeping tonight. Hearing that, Leon could only cry out to the heavens in despair. The next morning, Wire had barely woken up and was yawning incessantly. She looked absolutely exhausted. Upon hearing Anna report the hectic schedule for the day, she felt drained just by listening to it. For the first time in a long while, Wire decided to postpone all her work to get some rest. This left Anna so stunned that she couldn't believe it, and even Wire found it strange, as she had clearly gone to bed quite early last night. Yet, she felt incredibly sleepy and lethargic today. Looking out the window, she saw Leon continuing to teach magic to Moon. Leon was seriously testing Moon on the previous lesson, and Moon was reciting the answers fluently. She confidently listed all the advantages of lightning element magic. Just as the father and daughter were studying intently, Wire suddenly interrupted. She intentionally picked a bone with him, accusing Leon of only praising lightning magic while saying nothing about fire magic. As soon as she saw her mother appear, Moon happily ran over to hug Wire. She excitedly bragged that lightning magic was truly powerful, and that her father was teaching her many interesting things. As soon as Moon finished demonstrating her lightning magic, Leon immediately took the chance to tell her to show it to her mother. The little girl obediently followed his instructions, quickly channeling her energy, and little blue sparks appeared on her hands. Having awakened her power for only 2 days, Moon could already control her energy steadily, which left Wire stunned in surprise. This speed of progress was truly impressive, and being praised by her mother, Moon was visibly delighted. She then innocently asked about element magic. But upon hearing that Leon hadn't taught her that, Wire felt that something wasn't right. It didn't stop there. Moon innocently recounted exactly what her father had said, saying things like fire magic was only good for roasting chicken, was too monotonous and provided little sense of accomplishment, and wasn't as practical for combat as lightning magic. Each word the little girl spoke was like adding oil to the fire, causing Wire's expression to darken. Leon, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat, frantically trying to justify himself, but it was futile. The peak of it was when Moon naively asked her mother why she looked like she wanted to eat her father alive. The atmosphere became both hilarious and terrifying. Not wanting her daughter to be psychologically affected, Wire temporarily let Leon off the hook, dragging him away to deal with him privately and telling Moon to go play with Anna. At dinner, Leon, seeing the table full of vegetarian dishes with every variety of eggplant, felt an immediate sense of unease. He had a premonition. This was no different from a last meal before an execution. But Wire still appeared extremely calm, gently urging him to eat. Leon tried to put on a smile, but deep down, he was panicking. Was he really going to be retaliated against like this, just because he hadn't taught his daughter fire magic? Seeing him try to back out, Wire immediately pulled Moon onto her side. The little girl seriously reminded her father that 3 meals a day should not be skipped, acting as an ally. Wire wore a dangerous smile, then offered to personally feed her husband. Leon was so scared that he kept refusing, but it was completely useless. In the end, he was forced to eat the fried eggplant he hated most. Just after swallowing, Leon immediately turned pale and collapsed onto the table as if poisoned. Moon was panicked and worried for her father, but Wire only smiled with satisfaction, saying he was just tired and would be fine after a rest. Afterward, she dragged Leon back to their room to rest. It took a long time for Leon to wake up, his head still spinning. As soon as he opened his eyes, he condemned Wire for being too devious. But Wire was extremely nonchalant. She even said that in a war between a dragon and a dragon slayer, using any means necessary was nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did Leon notice that Wire was wearing an incredibly sexy nurse outfit. Just one look was enough to make him have a nosebleed. Wire leaned in close, speaking in a seductive voice, saying she just wanted to treat his illness. Leon realized immediately, this dragon queen wanted to play a new game. Although he stubbornly told her to go change, Wire forcefully pushed him down onto the bed and sat directly on top of him. She acted out the role of a nurse quite professionally, flipping through documents and seriously asking about his symptoms. Leon was forced to cooperate in his helplessness, secretly plotting in his mind that he must regain some dignity later. But Wire wouldn't give him a chance. She pressed her body against him, her voice both seductive and dangerous, declaring the start of the treatment. The very first sentence made Leon blush when she demanded he undress for an examination. He was both embarrassed and resistant. But before Wire's overwhelming presence, he could only obediently comply. As soon as his body was exposed, the dragon mark on his chest immediately glowed brightly. Wire stared at it, her eyes narrowing dangerously. She pinned Leon to the bed, her voice deepening, clearly realizing that something was not normal with his body. Leon seized the opportunity. Flashing a cunning smile and teasing her back, Leon told her that if she was so curious about the dragon mark on his chest, then why not examine her own dragon mark to see if it was identical? Hearing this, Wire only lightly covered her mark, then turned on the teasing mode, even threatening to report him for harassment. But despite her words, she still boldly sat on top of him. Leon, while wearing that sexy nurse outfit, which made him both bashful and screaming in protest, because she was the most suspicious one. Wire didn't care at all, continuing to lean in, using the pretext of conducting a full-body checkup to tease him more. But just as the atmosphere was tense, in a very awkward way, her body suddenly reacted violently. A wave of nausea hit, causing Wire to rush off to vomit right in front of Leon, making him immediately hold her. Looking at that unusual reaction, Wire began to feel uneasy. Lately, she had been vomiting more and more, and her body was showing signs of strange changes. Leon, although trying to remain calm, already had a terrifying suspicion forming in his mind. He blurted out, "Could it be that you're pregnant?" Wire immediately denied it with absolute certainty. According to her, that was impossible because after every intimate act, she always used a cleansing spell to prevent pregnancy. This was an almost absolute spell, with a success rate recognized at 99.9 Fontarum. In fact, until now, the dragon race had almost never encountered an exception. But Leon didn't ignore the crux of the matter. 99.9 Fontarum meant there was still a 0.1 Fontarum risk. And no matter how small, it wasn't zero. Hearing Leon's persistent analysis, Wire began to waver. The strange signs in her body made her confidence slowly crumble. Leon also became more serious. He spoke softly, saying that no matter the outcome, this time he would face it with her. Those words made Wire silent for a long while. Finally, she placed her hand on her belly, took a deep breath, and immediately went to check. About 10 minutes later, both of them stood before the result with a tension that was suffocating. When the test strip showed 2 bright red lines, both of them were completely stunned. It really happened. Wire held her head, finding it almost impossible to believe. She couldn't understand why this nearly impossible thing had happened to her. Leon was equally shocked but quickly tried to keep calm and began to recall exactly when the oversight had occurred. He went through each memory of their intimate times. At the hot springs, after the Dragon Force battle behind the mountain. But each time he didn't find any issues. Until the memory of the night of the blood-eating pond flooded back. Leon suddenly shouted that night, Wire had been unconscious for 3 days. essentially unable to cast the cleansing spell. Hearing this, Wire immediately grabbed Leon's collar, shaking him hard, both angry and embarrassed. It turned out the culprit was him. But Leon didn't back down, reminding her that everything, in the beginning, was actually her own doing in the prison. If he hadn't resisted back then, he would already be dead. After arguing back and forth, Wire finally collapsed, her eyes red. She truly hadn't expected that she would once again fall into this situation. Seeing her like that, Leon immediately softened. He sat down beside her, held her hand tightly, and gently comforted her. What's done is done. Regretting it won't change anything. The most important thing now is to take good care of you and the baby. Leon's rare, sincere voice made Wire gradually calm down. He said that last time, she had to endure everything almost by herself. From physical changes to emotional turmoil. But this time it would be different. This time, he would definitely be by her side, taking care of her properly. That unexpected tenderness moved Wire deeply. She blushed and spoke in a low voice, starting to explain things to be mindful of during the pregnancy of the dragon race. When pregnant, the body gets easily fatigued. Loss of appetite, sleepy, and mood swings and irritability are much more frequent than usual. Therefore, if she got angry for no reason, Leon would have to endure it. Leon heard this and, out of habit, blurted out that even normally, she was already like that. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wire exploded. She got furious, shouting that a pregnant woman is the most important thing. And he wasn't allowed to argue back. Leon saw the situation wasn't good, immediately raised a white flag in surrender, obediently calling her, Your Majesty. Only then was Wire reluctantly satisfied. From then on, Leon almost became a full-time servant. Whenever Wire asked for water, he immediately ran to get it. Whenever she was hungry, he also quickly prepared food by hand. And Wire started to enjoy the feeling of being pampered. Rubbing her belly, she curiously wondered which of them the baby would look more like later on. Leon was immediately extremely confident, declaring it would definitely look like him. Wire listened and only scoffed with disdain, asking where he got such confidence. Leon immediately brought up Moon and his son as evidence. He proudly said both of them had black hair like him. Clearly his genes were very strong. But Wire counterattacked immediately. Even if their hair was like his, so what? Both children had tails. The most obvious characteristic of the dragon race still matched hers. Leon was just about to argue back, but suddenly paused. He realized this argument was indeed too hard to refute. In the end, no matter how many pieces of evidence he cited, the tail alone was enough to leave him speechless. Completely. Leon, just having been rendered speechless by Wire over the tail issue, finally just leaned down to rub her belly, and seriously instructed the baby that once born, it absolutely must not have a tail. Hearing that, Wire immediately got angry, pushing him down onto the bed, and scolded him for saying nonsense to the child. Leon, still not wanting to lose, even took the opportunity to tattle to the baby that Mommy was bullying Daddy, and that the baby shouldn't follow Mommy's example. From then on, Leon began to dive into books on prenatal care for the dragon race. Very seriously, he recalled the first time Wire was pregnant. At that time, he was still unconscious, so he couldn't intervene at all. Everything proceeded the way of the dragon race, and the result was that both little ones were born with too many dragon traits. Thinking of this, Leon started to get a headache. How could he make the second baby look more human? Thinking about it, he suddenly came up with an incredibly bizarre idea. If from the time inside the womb, the baby was exposed to the essence of human culture, who knows? Perhaps once born, it would lean more towards human genes. The more he thought about it, the more logical it seemed to Leon. This wasn't just about seeking sympathy in the family, but it was also a battle to prove that human genes were not at all inferior to the dragon race. No sooner said than done. Even though Wire was less than 2 months pregnant, Leon decided to implement the plan immediately. After rummaging under the bed for a while, he finally found the item he needed. A portable spirit stone that could record audio. Leon was as happy as a child who had found a treasure. In the quiet of the night, he sneaked into the room of Wire with a very suspicious demeanor. Seeing her sleeping so soundly, Leon leaned in close to whisper, but Rosewise had absolutely no reaction. That made him silently rejoice. The sleep quality of a pregnant woman is indeed excellent. No longer worried about waking her up, Leon immediately activated image recording and began his bizarre prenatal education session. He whispered in a low voice, telling the baby about the glorious history of humanity, from its origins to their brave spirit and indomitable resilience. As he spoke, he took the opportunity to instill his ideologies into the baby's mind, constantly emphasizing that humanity is the greatest race in the world. In the future, the baby must surely be more like a human. The more Leon read, the more spirited he became. He moved from storytelling to reciting poems, and from poems to an entire essay, praising humanity, continuing until dawn. To the point that when the sun just peeked out, the room was still, echoing with Leon's passionate and stirring voice, singing praises of humanity's greatness, and the scene of humans defeating the evil Dragon King. The next morning, Rosewise woke up, clutching her head in extreme discomfort. She felt as if she had just experienced a terrible nightmare last night. In the dream, she turned into a human, even standing there praising the greatness of humanity. Just thinking about it made her shudder. Rosewise immediately clasped her hands to pray for the dragon god's protection. Meanwhile, Leon stood to the side, trying to hold back his laughter until it hurt. He began to feel that this prenatal education plan might not necessarily influence the baby, but it clearly had a strong impact on Rosewise. Thinking this, Leon became more determined to continue his strategy of long-term indoctrination. Afterward, Rosewise quickly returned to her daily routine, asking what Leon intended to teach men today. Leon replied that today he would start teaching the basic knowledge of fire magic. Rosewise heard this and felt more at ease, even instructing him to focus on teaching men how to control the fire element's form first. As for dragon breath, she would teach the child herself in a few days. Leon nodded and left to find men, but Rosewise called Anna in to clear the meal, as she had no appetite left. Rubbing her belly gently, she sighed softly, saying that because of this little one, she really had to endure quite a lot of hardship, but thinking of Leon, her lips curved slightly. If that's the case, then he should also bear some of this burden. Surely that man wouldn't dare to object. Night fell, and the entire mansion sank into silence. Leon sat on the bed, silently circulating his energy, trying to accumulate magic power within his dragon mark. Although the progress was slow, at least there was some advancement. That made him feel somewhat relieved. Looking at the clock, Leon realized it was nearly 2 a.m. His lips curled slightly. It was time to carry out tonight's prenatal education plan. But on the other side, Rosewise was also completely awake, tossing and turning, unable to find peace. The more she thought, the more uncomfortable she felt. Throughout the day, Leon always evaded the subject whenever pregnancy was mentioned, making her suspicious. That man must be hiding something again. Finally, looking at the clock, it was 2:25 a.m. Rosewise couldn't take it anymore. She sat up, threw on a thin cloak, and decided to go straight to Leon's room to demand an explanation. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Leon had just left his room to sneak into hers to continue his secret plan. The two of them simultaneously opened each other's doors, getting ready to bump into each other in the hallway. Leon entered the room and froze, not seeing Rosewise anywhere. His mind was full of questions. At the same time, Rosewise was also surprised, because it was the middle of the night and Leon had disappeared. Seeing the window wide open, she immediately suspected he had snuck out through there. Hearing the sound of footsteps in the hallway, Leon was truly panicked. He knew if he were caught sneaking into her room in the middle of the night, his reputation would be ruined completely. With no way out, he hurriedly dove into the wardrobe to hide. Just then, Rosewise opened the door and walked in, her gaze sweeping across the room. She closed the window and began checking every spot. One by one, the bathroom was empty, and under the bed was bare. Her gaze gradually rested on the wardrobe. Inside, Leon's entire body went rigid. His heart was pounding. He could only pray to the heavens not to be discovered. But Rosewise had clearly figured it out. Her lips curved in a mischievous smile. Instead of opening the wardrobe immediately, she deliberately walked toward the bed and pretended to mutter loudly, saying that so her blindfold was here after all. Without it, she couldn't sleep. Hearing that, Leon immediately sighed in relief, thinking he had escaped. He peeked through the crack of the wardrobe, telling himself that as soon as she fell asleep, he could slip away. Time passed slowly until 3 a.m. Leon carefully pushed the wardrobe door open and crept out. But at the very moment he thought he was safe, Rosewise suddenly opened her eyes, her voice teasing as she called him by his name, asking what he was doing, hiding in her wardrobe in the middle of the night. Leon froze for several seconds, then immediately dove back into the wardrobe. Only now did he realize, from start to finish, she had been acting. Rosewise sat outside, laughing gleefully, not forgetting to tease that this scene looked familiar. She kept knocking on the wardrobe door, her tone both teasing and provocative, telling him to get out. Inside, Leon firmly resisted, refusing to open the door. Rosewise found it even more amusing. It was just like catching a turtle in a jar. Seeing her keep pressing closer, Leon had to remind her that she was pregnant and shouldn't mess around. But Rosewise only replied lightly, saying she didn't intend to do anything. She just wanted to talk. She stepped back and told him to come out. Leon remained full of caution, making her promise to keep her word. A moment later, he finally dared to poke his head out. As soon as she saw him, Rosewise asked directly, what on earth was he doing sneaking into her room in the middle of the night? Leon rolled his eyes, trying to think of an excuse, saying he was just worried about her and wanted to see if she was sleeping well. Rosewise heard this and immediately knew he was lying. She immediately put on a look of annoyance, saying he made her nauseous. Before he could react, she lunged forward, grabbing his shoulders and forcing him to tell the truth. Even so, Leon remained very calm. thinking that since she was pregnant, she couldn't do anything too extreme. But Rosewise's gaze instantly became extremely dangerous. She smiled deviously, saying, "Who said that to make him talk? One must use normal methods. Just by making him unable to hold out, he would eventually spill everything." As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers, and Leon's 2 hands were immediately tightly bound. Right after that, her tail began to mischievously slide inside his shirt. Leon jumped in surprise, immediately panicked, and shouted at her to stop. Rosewise found it even more amusing, reminding him that usually he loved this tail wrapped around his waist. She even brought up the incident at the hot springs, when Leon himself was the one who forced her to reveal her tail. Leon turned red, trying to argue that that time was different. But Rosewise had already leaned in close, her voice becoming increasingly seductive, saying this time she would cater to his preferences. Even though he was pushed into a tight spot, Leon still tried to stay stubborn, declaring that with just that small tail, don't even dream of shaking him. Rosewise heard this and just smiled dangerously. She continued to tease him, making Leon lose his composure and shout for her to stop. Rosewise held his chin, speaking softly but full of threats, telling him not to move, or else if she accidentally hurt him, it would be troublesome. The tail continued to wrap around him, and her body pressed closer, little by little. Rosewise nonchalantly said that the dragon race controls their tails very well, so he didn't need to worry. Leon at this moment was embarrassed to the extreme, only knowing to grit his teeth and endure. In his mind, he constantly told himself to try to endure at all costs. Rosewise continued to lean in, teasing him, her hot breath right by his ear, making Leon almost lose all composure. His whole body stiffened, and inside, his emotions were churning like a massive wave. He could only silently curse this mother dragon for being too cunning. On the contrary, Rosewise was extremely satisfied with his reaction, even calmly stroking her own tail, as if she had just tried an extremely effective move. But right after that, she immediately realized something was unusual. Her gaze stopped at the dragon mark on Leon's chest, then frowned, asking why its color had shifted to blue. Leon could only pretend to be calm and explain that it was probably due to a loss of control, just like what happened at the hot springs. Rosewise heard this and remained half believing, but felt that this sensation was quite strange. The tail even felt a bit tingly and pleasant. Leon immediately avoided her gaze, internally understanding clearly that it was because his lightning magic had accidentally transferred over. Looking down at the dragon mark on his chest, he secretly calculated, although the accumulated magic power was depleted after the struggle just now, luckily it wasn't all gone. The important thing right now was to find a way to make Rosewise let go of tonight's incident. Leon hurriedly changed the subject, reminding her that it was nearly 4 a.m. and a pregnant woman shouldn't stay up late anymore. Rosewise yawned but was still stubborn, saying that stopping was fine. But first, he had to tell the truth about why he snuck into her room in the middle of the night. This time, Leon put on a rare serious look, honestly saying that he was truly worried about her. Even though normally the two of them were always bickering, he still distinguished matters of importance very clearly. To him right now, Rosewise was the most important person in the house, so all grudges could be set aside for a while. He admitted that sneaking into her room was wrong, and whatever punishment she wanted, he would accept. Hearing that, Rosewise finally softened. She closed her eyes and let it go. but didn't forget to cast him a sharp warning look. From now on, after 7 p.m., he was absolutely forbidden from lurking around her room again. Otherwise, he would face the consequences himself. Leon heard this and immediately nodded obediently, like a machine. But ironically, not even 24 hours after Rosewise gave the order, Noah made a suggestion that left both of them dumbstruck. Mom and Dad should sleep in the same room. Both Leon and Rosewise froze, completely unaware of what was happening. Everything started at dinner that Friday night. While eating, Rosewise coughed a few times and glanced at Leon. With just one look, he immediately understood the meaning. Tonight they had to tell the children about Rosewise's pregnancy. But they didn't yet know how the two would react, so they needed to probe first. Leon smiled and asked Min, "Normally when Sister Noah isn't home, when Mom and Dad are busy, do you feel lonely?" Men shook his head obediently, saying he was still fine, just quietly waiting for Mom and Dad to be free before going to find them. Seeing the atmosphere was quite comfortable, Leon immediately got to the main point, asking if the family had a new member. How would men feel? Hearing this, men jumped up in excitement, thinking Mom and Dad intended to let him raise a new pet. So he looked visibly happy. Noah, sitting nearby, heard this and almost choked on her water. Rosewise laughed, then gently explained that the new member was not a pet. She was pregnant, and the two of them were going to have a younger sibling. Hearing this, both Noah and Men opened their eyes wide in surprise, which quickly turned into joy. Men immediately lunged to hug his mother, so happy that he jumped with joy, because they were going to have another relative. Looking at the excited reaction of the two children, Leon secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The initial worry had basically vanished. Men hugged his mother with bright, sparkling eyes, then excitedly begged Mother to give him a younger sister. Noah heard this and gently explained, saying that Mother couldn't give birth to a younger sister. It could only be a younger brother or a younger sister. Men heard this and felt a bit disappointed, but then still hugged Rosewise tightly, and seriously asked Mother to try her best to give him a younger sister. Rosewise could only smile awkwardly and say she would try. At this moment, Noah crossed her arms and thought very seriously, then asked, "Besides the family, do Anna and the maid group know about this yet?" Rosewise honestly said she hadn't told them yet, because she didn't want to affect their daily work. Hearing this, Noah pondered for a moment. Then suddenly, she made an extremely straightforward suggestion. Mom and Dad should sleep together. Both Leon and Rosewise shouted in shock, nearly in unison. Moon, standing beside them, innocently asked what sleeping together meant. Noah immediately explained it like a mature older sister. According to her, when feelings develop to a certain level, the two people will live together in the same room. Now that Mother is pregnant, there must certainly be someone by her side to take care of her. Moon is still small, and I am frequently away at the academy. So, the most suitable person can only be Father. Moon heard this and clapped her hands sharply. Her eyes lit up as if she had just understood a major matter, while meanwhile, Leon and Rosewise could only stare at each other. The eyes of the two met, and each of them had the exact same thought in their mind. Absolutely impossible. Rosewise gave a strained smile, trying to explain to Noah that since she was currently pregnant, it had been less than 2 months, so everything was still fine. And there was no need to change too much yet. Leon immediately chimed in, saying that if he kept coming over frequently, it might even disturb her rest. But Noah was extremely serious, asserting that a pregnancy cannot be taken lightly. No mistakes must be allowed to happen. Having said that, the little girl straightforwardly suggested that the whole family vote to decide. Whoever agrees that mom and dad should sleep together, raise your hand. Moon didn't think twice and raised her hand first, excitedly agreeing immediately. Looking at the reaction of his youngest daughter, Leon could only chuckle, secretly thinking that she really follows whatever her older sister says. After that, he confidently glanced at Rosewise, certain she would object to end this matter. But contrary to his expectations, Rosewise just gave a bitter smile and declared she was abstaining from the vote. Hearing that, Leon felt as if his brain had frozen. He completely failed to understand what this queen was planning. Since things had turned out this way, Leon could only smile awkwardly and accept it. 2 votes in favor, 1 abstain. The result was clear. The matter of sleeping together was considered decided. Moon was immediately overjoyed, and Noah also showed a look of relief. In the little girl's eyes was deep concern for her mother, because at least this way, Rosewise would not be lonely, or have to endure everything by herself anymore. Seeing that the decision was finalized, Noah immediately grabbed Moon's hand, pulling her along with a spirit of quick action. "We have to move father's things over tonight." Moon also excitedly responded, happy as if she were participating in an important mission. Leon stood frozen for a few seconds, exclaiming that these 2 sisters were far too enthusiastic. But thinking about it carefully, he also saw that this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, sleeping in the same room would make it more convenient for him to take care of Rosewise. Furthermore, he wouldn't need to sneak into her room like before anymore. Seeing Leon staring at her, Rosewise immediately asked annoyedly, "What are you looking at?" She emphasized that she only agreed because she didn't want to disappoint the 2 children. Then she leaned in close and teased him in a low voice. "Your face looks very happy. Could it be that you like sleeping with me that much?" Leon immediately turned bright red and stammered, denying it repeatedly. And he still claimed that he only did it for his daughter. Rosewise heard this and immediately curled her lip in contempt. She told Leon he was being narcissistic again. Not long after, Rosewise noticed Leon had quickly finished packing his belongings, which surprised her. Curiously, she asked, "Why are you finished so fast?" His belongings were surprisingly few. Leon calmly replied that he only brought a few items for daily use, along with some clothes, and that was enough. Meanwhile, Moon ran over carrying a large bag, as happy as could be to join in on the move. But before they could settle down, both Noah and Moon opened the bag, excitedly saying they wanted to help Dad organize his clothes. Leon panicked and rushed over to stop them. Noah had already picked up a strange piece of clothing, with a suspicious look in her eyes, asking, "Dad, is this some kind of new pajama?" Since she had never seen anything like it before. Leon broke into a cold sweat, hastily snatching the item back, and stammered an explanation that it was just old clothing that Mother intended to throw away. But before he could even catch his breath, Moon pulled out another set of couple pajamas that hadn't even been unpacking. The child innocently asked, "Are these the matching outfits that Dad and Mom bought when you were dating in You bought them already, so why haven't you worn them?" However, Rosewise could only manage an awkward laugh, explaining that Mom and Dad were saving them and hadn't been able to bring themselves to wear them yet. Moon, hearing this, immediately lit up, excitedly saying, "Then, after Dad and Mom live together, then you can wear matching pajamas every day." Leon, confused, extremely confused, yet he could only nod repeatedly at that moment. Noah, standing nearby, watched the two of them with eyes that were extremely sharp. She asked bluntly if father and mother were truly sure about staying together. Leon and Rosewise reacted almost simultaneously by reflex. They immediately hugged each other and forced a smile. They assured her that they would never leave each other, even though they were acting their parts perfectly on the surface. Deep down, both of them were secretly startled by Noah's unexpected sharp intuition. Seeing her parents act like that, Noah finally trusted them somewhat and pulled Moon away. She left, saying she wouldn't bother them anymore, and wished them a good night. Moon was still a bit regretful because she hadn't finished playing, but she obediently waved her hand to say goodbye. As soon as the door closed, Leon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just a little more, and all those sensitive items would have been discovered by the children. After that, he turned and asked, "Rosewise, do you have any idea what Noah was thinking just now?" Rosewise just shook her head, admitting that even she had never been able to guess the child's thoughts. But very quickly, she patted the sofa nearby and declared that it would be Leon's bed from now on. Leon immediately jumped up to object. He emphasized that if he had moved in to take care of your Majesty, then sleeping separately like this would have no meaning at all. Rosewise became angry upon hearing that, yelling that she did not need him to take care of her. Leon saw that and simply laid back down on the sofa, calmly launching a counterattack. He spoke slowly. "What if you wake up in the middle of the night, open your eyes, and see a spider crawling right by your pillow?" Then slowly, Leon climbed onto the bed. "So what? I only just heard that." Rosewise immediately turned pale and barked at him to shut up. That night, despite her stubborn words, Rosewise buried herself deep under the blanket, trembling uncontrollably because she kept imagining the spider crawling all over the bed. The terrifying image that Leon had described kept looping in her head, making her more and more afraid. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Rosewise quietly stepped out of bed and walked toward the sofa. She softly called out to Leon to see if he was asleep. Seeing him lying motionless, she anxiously shook him to wake him up. Her voice filled with a mix of irritation and fear, confessing that she couldn't fall asleep. But Leon was still in a daze, mumbling in his sleepiness, saying he had to teach Moon tomorrow, telling her to stop causing trouble. Rosewise finally surrendered to her fear of spiders. She demanded that Leon come to the bed to sleep with her. But Leon intentionally gave her a hard time, reminding her immediately that she was the one who forbade him, Leon, from the bed. Annoyed, Rosewise stopped arguing and climbed right over him. She declared that if he wouldn't come to the bed, she would just sleep on the sofa. Leon looked at the cramped space and could only sigh helplessly. Meanwhile, Rosewise complained that it was his fault for mentioning the spider, which caused her to lose sleep. A while later, seeing that she had finally settled down, Leon whispered for her to stop thinking about it and go to sleep. Just as the atmosphere calmed down, soft footsteps echoed outside the room. Both of them became instantly alert and quickly realized it was Noah and Moon. Leon sat up abruptly, confused, wondering why the two kids were coming over so late at night. Rosewise immediately remembered the matching pajamas they were wearing. Moon cautiously asked her sister what they should do if they were caught by father and mother, but Noah told her to keep her voice down, then revealed their true intention was to check if father and mother were keeping their word about sleeping together. The two sisters quietly opened the door. Moon stepped into the room and crept to the edge of the bed to observe. Seeing Leon and Rosewise wearing matching pajamas and lying neatly on the bed, Moon was instantly overjoyed, confirming the mission was a success. Both Leon and Rosewise pretended to be asleep, but they both knew exactly why those two little ones had come here to check. Moon excitedly pointed at their parents' matching pajamas. Noah also admitted that she had thought they wouldn't agree to sleep together. Who would have expected them to be so serious about it? Moon innocently shared a secret, making both adults break into a cold sweat. She said there was a time she came to find father and mother, and saw them hugging each other while sleeping, with their necks and backs full of red marks, like mosquito bites. Seeing that, she had kindly helped apply ointment for them. Hearing this, Noah only praised her sister for being so thoughtful. And Moon, innocently, asked if father and mother would be bitten by mosquitoes again tomorrow morning, so she could apply more ointment. Leon froze, wanting to scream in his head because those mosquito bites were clearly not from mosquitoes at all. At that moment, he was pinched hard on the waist by Rosewise. She signaled for him to stay silent after being caught in a painful spot. Leon immediately thought of a way to retaliate. Without warning, he leaned down and locked lips with Rosewise. She widened her eyes in shock, so angry she wanted to scold him but couldn't make a sound. Leon leaned close and whispered for her not to make a noise. And so, while the two kids were still in the room, they kissed in intense silence. A while later, Moon rubbed her eyes, complaining of sleepiness. Finally, the two sisters decided to retreat. Before leaving, Noah looked into the room one last time and wished her parents good night. As soon as the door closed, Leon and Rosewise jumped up as if they had just escaped disaster. Leon looked down at his chest and silently lamented, suffering because the dragon mark had lit up. He knew if he stayed here, it would become even more dangerous. So he intended to go sleep on the sofa. Seeing this, Rosewise pulled his sleeve, her voice turning soft and coquettish, telling him not to go but to stay by her side. Leon instantly softened and finally decided to stay. The two laid down again but kept their distance. Rosewise turned and told him to reach out his arm. Leon understood, placing one arm on the bed, and she gently rested her head on that arm, then closed her eyes and wished Leon good night. He pulled her into his embrace, silently vowing to himself not to move erratically anymore tonight. He softly wished her good night, and that night finally passed in peace. The next morning, the two went to the Heavenly City to buy prenatal care products. Leon checked a list of supplements for the expectant mother while walking, confirming that almost everything necessary had been purchased. The only thing missing was the jade dew dragon fruit. He asked Rosewise if there was anything that could replace it. She explained that this was an extremely rare medicinal herb, which helped stabilize the mental state of pregnant women. She worried that her mood would be harder to control later, so they absolutely had to find it. Rosewise even half-jokingly threatened that if they couldn't find it, Leon would have to become her jade dew dragon fruit. Hearing that, Leon became instantly fired up, declaring that even if he had to turn the city upside down, he would find it. Right then, he heard a promotional announcement from afar. An opening event was taking place, and the prize for the winner was the extremely rare jade dew dragon fruit. Upon hearing this, Leon's eyes lit up. He rushed over to register without a moment's hesitation. Switching to the arena, the MC announced that because the number of participants was too high, the competition would be divided into two groups, with the strongest person from each group advancing to the final. In the stands, the atmosphere was incredibly lively as family members continuously cheered for the contestants. Meanwhile, Leon was ready to step into the battle for the sole purpose of winning the Jade Dew Dragon Fruit for Rosewise. However, Rosewise, though shy, cheered Leon on. He confidently stepped into the arena, even giving her a thumbs up to reassure her. The MC quickly announced the rules. This round is musical chairs. When the music stops, whoever grabs a chair stays in the game, and the slow ones are immediately eliminated. Leon scanned the area and felt quite relieved, as most were just ordinary Dragon Clan members. Nobody he needed to worry about. Only one mysterious girl, standing quietly in the back, caught his attention. His intuition told him that she wasn't simple at all. The competition grew extremely intense and was reaching its climax. After many qualifying rounds, the referee officially announced the two finalists, Leon and the mysterious lady. At this moment, Leon was certain his opponent was not to be underestimated. From what he had observed, he felt her innate talent was perhaps even on par with Wire. Both her strength and intellect were extremely formidable. Even so, Leon told himself he absolutely could not lose. Because if he were defeated, the one who would suffer the most would be himself when he returned to face Wire. The final match began shortly after. The game rules were titled, I have, you don't. Each person took turns stating something they possessed, or an experience they had undergone. If the other person didn't have it, the speaker would score a point. Upon hearing the rules, Leon immediately focused. He decided to let his opponent go first. The mysterious lady smiled, thanked him, and began right away. She said she had a younger sister. Leon replied immediately that he didn't have a younger sister. But he did have a wife. His opponent struck back, saying she had two nieces. Leon didn't back down, proudly declaring that he had two twin daughters. The scores kept chasing each other, making the match increasingly intense. In the spectators' stands, Wire began to frown because the more she looked at Leon's opponent, the more familiar she seemed. Meanwhile, Leon was struggling to think of something devious enough to end the match. He even started bringing up trivial matters, like having once kept a pet, or having trimmed its nails, just to buy time to think. But just then, the mysterious lady played her trump card. With a scheming smile, she calmly stated that she still had her first kiss. Leon was instantly stunned. He slammed the table in frustration, unable to believe it. This was an event meant for mothers and children. Yet someone who still possessed her first kiss appeared here to compete for the prize, but because he was so shocked, Leon couldn't think of a retort. The time for the turn expired. The referee immediately declared the winner was the mysterious lady. Leon could only stand there, seething with regret, grinding his teeth, feeling as though he was just a hair's breadth away from victory. But when he looked toward Wire, he couldn't give up because of the dragon's dew fruit. He immediately chased after the winner. Leon sincerely offered to buy the prize from her, since that item only had an effect on pregnant women. He explained that his wife was pregnant with their second child, and really needed this fruit for her health. Hearing this, the mysterious lady's eyes suddenly brightened. She curiously asked him directly, did he truly love his wife that much, to be willing to humble himself and beg others for her sake? Leon didn't hesitate for a second, answering firmly that he loved his wife deeply. That resolute answer made the other party laugh with amusement. Immediately after, she handed the box containing the dragon's dew fruit to Leon, saying to treat it as a gift for his sincere affection. Leon took it with shaking hands, feeling moved, and thanked her repeatedly. But the very next second, the mysterious lady turned her head to look at Wire, and dropped a remark that stunned them both. She spoke loudly so Wire could hear clearly that Leon had just admitted he loved her very much. Then she slowly took off her hat. Her hair color changed instantly, and her appearance returned to her familiar look. The person before them turned out to be Isa, Wire's sister. Upon seeing her sister, Wire's eyes widened in surprise, then beamed with joy. After the surprise encounter, the three of them found a cafe to chat. The atmosphere was initially a bit awkward, with six eyes staring at each other in discomfort. Isa stirred her coffee gently and asked directly, how long had Wire been pregnant? Wire could only sheepishly confess that it had been 2 months. Isa heard this and immediately chided her affectionately, her voice full of mock annoyance that her sister was pregnant for the second time, without telling her sooner. Seeing Wire in a tight spot, Leon immediately stepped in to help. He hurriedly explained that both of them had only just found out a few days ago. Coming to Tiancong City today was just to buy supplements and have a checkup. As he said that, Leon glanced at Wire to signal her to play along. Understanding the hint, Wire hurriedly nodded repeatedly, explaining that actually, the two of them were still debating whether to write a letter or come in person to break the news to Isa. Isa heard this and just calmly took a sip of coffee, her expression strangely placid. However, her next words were sharp enough to strike right at the heart of their predicament, causing the atmosphere to freeze instantly. She bluntly said she had thought they were intentionally hiding the news, not wanting her to know. Hearing this, both of them went rigid, their expressions clearly revealing their guilt, because it was true that they had worried Isa would get agitated and make a scene if she knew. Realizing they couldn't let the conversation drag on, Wire immediately switched to the main topic, asking directly why Isa had to disguise herself to come to Tiancong City. Instantly, the playful look on Isa's face vanished. In its place was a rare, solemn seriousness. She revealed that a few days ago, she had received a letter from the territory of the Wind Dragon clan, which was why she came to Tiancong City to discuss serious matters. Isa's eyes turned cold when she mentioned the name, the Blazing Dragon King. Hearing that, Wire immediately sat up straight, anxiously pressing for any new information. Isa slowly recounted what she had gathered. After successfully annexing for smaller tribes, Constantine's ambition grew larger and larger. Recently, he had been constantly applying pressure and probing the borders of the Wind Dragon clan, and their next target was likely them. This information made Wire immediately knit her brows. The Wind Dragon clan was not a small, weak tribe, but an ancient power with a solid foundation. If Constantine was truly targeting them, his ambition had grown to a terrifying scale. Isa added that the Wind Dragon King had long realized the opponent's intentions, so he did not dare to act recklessly, because his territory and Isa's Red Dragon Holy Temple could support each other in defense. He had taken the initiative to ask her to join forces against Constantine. Wire understood why her sister wanted to get involved, but in her heart, she couldn't hide her concern. If Constantine actually declaring war on the Wind Dragon clan, the scale of this battle will surely be much more terrifying than previous ones. If Isa gets involved, it's no different from walking straight into danger. Yet, Isa remained cold and resolute. She said she couldn't just stand by and watch the Wind Dragon clan fall into peril. If they fall, the next target would most likely be the Red Dragon clan. Hearing this, Wire silently agreed and proactively suggested deploying Silver Dragon soldiers to assist, but Isa immediately refused. She believed that forming an alliance with the Wind Dragon clan to exert pressure is enough. Constantine, no matter how ambitious he is, might not dare to directly declare war with the backing of the Red Dragon clan. Throughout the conversation, Leon hardly said a word. Hearing that war was about to break out, he just quietly sipped his tea, his gaze darkening. Deep within Leon, thoughts about war slowly surged, whether it's humanity or the Dragon Clan. When greed grows while resources remain limited, war is almost an inevitable outcome. Buried memories suddenly came flooding back. When he was a dragon slayer, Leon never truly thought much about the meaning of war. He always remembered his master's teaching that this world is like a gigantic machine, and every human is just a tiny cog inside it. An individual cannot possibly understand how the machine works, much less care about where the energy comes from or how the gears move. The only thing Leon needed to do was fulfill his role in the Empire, follow orders, and slay every dragon in his path. But that seemingly unshakable belief eventually developed cracks. Even up until the moment he was betrayed, Leon still believed in that order. Thinking of this, his inner emotions gradually became chaotic. He never did anything except try to fulfill his duty. So why were there still people who wanted to harm him? Was it just because he was too talented, making him a thorn in others' eyes? The more he thought, the more Leon's inner rage intensified, to the point where his hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Only one thought remained in his mind. If he knew who had secretly harmed him, he would surely make them pay the price. Wire, sitting beside him, quickly noticed the anomaly and immediately asked with concern. Leon was startled back to reality, hurriedly forcing himself to calm down and laughing it off, saying he was fine. When it was time to leave, Isa showed clear reluctance. She softly told her sister to take care of her health, and promised that if the situation calmed down, she would visit again. Wire squeezed her sister's hand like when they were young, telling her to worry about the territory instead. Before leaving, Isa patted Leon on the shoulder and seriously asked him to take care of Rose. She also reminded him not to forget the promise made years ago. Leon immediately put on a reliable look, affirming that he could be trusted with everything. But Wire, standing nearby, was confused and immediately asked what that promise was. Leon blushed slightly, his eyes shifting, clearly feeling guilty. However, Isa showed no mercy and bluntly exposed everything. She recounted that Leon once said when Wire was first pregnant, he felt he hadn't taken good enough care of her. So if there was a second time, he would definitely protect both mother and child to the end. After saying that, Isa purposely teased that at the time she thought Leon was just saying it to sound good. Who would have thought that in less than half a year, the two of them were already expecting another baby? This proved that Leon was truly eager to prove himself. Hearing her sister spill everything, Leon was so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole. He flushed red and frantically asked why Isa had to say all that. But Isa wouldn't stop and took the chance to tease her sister as well. She laughed, saying at least Leon was the type of man who keeps his word, so Wire definitely shouldn't let this husband slip away. Wire pouted in embarrassment, but replied that she knew. A second later, she unexpectedly hugged Leon's arm, acting coyly. and asked if he didn't want to be apart from her either. Feeling her soft body pressed against him, Leon blushed even more, stuttering in reply that that was indeed the case. Watching the sweet couple before her, Issa instantly felt like an unnecessary third wheel. She grumbled that if she stayed any longer, she would surely choke on the couple's public display of affection. Unable to stand the overly sweet atmosphere, Issa quickly slipped away. Right before she left, just as she finished her farewell, Leon and Wire both shouted in unison, saying goodbye. Seeing Issa leave, Wire immediately turned to glare at Leon, clearly not intending to let the previous matter go. She asked straight out if what Issa said was true. Knowing this situation was extremely dangerous, Leon didn't dare tell the truth, pretending to be oblivious and saying he didn't remember. Taking advantage of Wire's hesitation, he immediately found an excuse to sneak away, hurriedly reminding her that they should head back, because the kids were still waiting. But Wire wouldn't let it go that easily. She immediately followed after him, determined to make Leon confess. Before long, night had completely fallen. The moonlight quietly blanketed the mansion, casting a gentle layer of light. After bathing, Leon stood in front of the mirror, brushing his teeth, subconsciously remembering the days spent living with Wire recently. Fortunately, since that time, she hadn't forced him to perform anymore. This made him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, Leon noticed the dragon mark on his chest glowing faintly. Every day he silently practiced his magic, then stored it within. Feeling the power slowly gathering within. Finished, Leon slowly walked outside. The first image that caught his eyes was the back of Rosewise. Even though there was still distance between them in some matters, the prenatal education plan was clearly still being carried out steadily. Seeing it was late and Rosewise was still not asleep, Leon couldn't help but ask her. In her sexy pajamas, Rosewise just glanced at him, then continued processing the documents in her hands, saying she would go to sleep right after finishing this. She even teased him, asking if Leon was concerned about her. Hit right in the heart, Leon immediately coughed and pretended to be calm, saying he was only afraid that if she overworked, it would affect their unborn child. But Rosewise just curled her lips mischievously, bluntly exposing the fact that he was using the baby as an excuse to hide his concern. Leon was instantly rattled and hurried to refute. He crossed his arms with an arrogant look, saying that what he was truly concerned about was when Rosewise would yield the position of Silver Dragon King to him. So the entire Silver Dragon Temple would belong to Leon. Upon hearing this, Rosewise's gaze went cold, making Leon's skin crawl. She coldly asked, "And then what?" Feeling the pressure that made him break into a cold sweat, Leon hurriedly corrected himself, saying that after ascending to the throne, he would take over all her work, so that a workaholic like Rosewise would have nothing to worry about, just needing to rest and enjoy her retirement in peace. Only then did Rosewise's expression soften slightly. She calmly replied that it would be several hundred years before that day would come, and only then would she let Leon take over for her. Hearing this, Leon was immediately dissatisfied, complaining that did he have to crawl out of his grave, after several hundred years, just to work for her. Rosewise lay down on the bed and slowly untied her hair, then replied with extreme nonchalance that by then she would find a necromancer to revive him and turn him into a puppet that only knows how to work. Hearing that answer, Leon couldn't help but burst into laughter, only able to exclaim that his wife was indeed terrifyingly thoughtful. Rosewise reached out to turn off the nightlight and whispered, "Let's sleep." Leon also yawned and casually wished her good night. But in his mind, he was silently calculating. He only hoped Rosewise would fall asleep quickly, so he could secretly carry out his prenatal education plan. In the quiet night, the clock ticked steadily. Leon tossed and turned, still unable to sleep. Suddenly, he was startled to see Rosewise sit up. Before he could understand, she leaned close to his ear. Her voice so soft it was barely more than a whisper, asking if he was asleep yet. Leon's heart was immediately filled with suspicion. He felt this action was very similar to the time Rosewise used a mental charm on him before, to force him to answer truthfully. Thinking this, he decided to play along, pretending to cooperate to see what she was up to. Seeing Leon's reaction, Rosewise smiled slightly, seemingly believing that she had succeeded. But Leon was secretly laughing to himself, confident that the skills of a dragon slayer, like him, were still a cut above, having not fallen for the trick at all. If Rosewise wanted to play mind games, he was ready to play along. Rosewise's long lashes lowered slightly, her voice carrying a rare hint of hesitation. She asked if the promise Leon once made to Issa, that he would take care of and protect her, was sincere. Without hesitation, Leon replied decisively. He said it was all true, that he would definitely protect her well, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. That answer made Rosewise's cheeks flush involuntarily. Clearly, she did not expect Leon to be this sincere. Trying to stay calm, Rosewise asked again that since they used to be enemies, why did he have such thoughts? Without feeling conflicted, Leon opened his eyes slightly, his tone calm but sincere. He said that for a long time, in his heart, Rosewise was no longer an enemy. She was his wife, the one he loved the most, and the one worthy of him spending his whole life protecting. The overly frank confession left Rosewise completely stunned. As for Leon, he was secretly laughing with triumph, imagining his opponent must be blushing, too flustered to know how to react. In his eyes, Her Majesty the Queen, at this moment, was no different from prey caught in a passive position, unable to control her emotions. Rosewise leaned closer, her voice betraying her nervousness. She asked when Leon's feelings for her had actually changed. Leon half closed his eyes and replied that it started a long time ago. The vague answer immediately stirred up all of Rosewise's curiosity. She kept pressing. Was it from our date in Tiangkong City? Leon answered immediately that it was not. Rosewise guessed again, then from the time at the hot springs. But Leon still calmly denied it. Rosewise's curiosity was now pushed to the limit. She impatiently asked when it was, exactly. But at that moment, her eyes accidentally glanced at the nearby clock, and she stiffened. Rosewise's expression changed immediately. Last time, her truthling charm only lasted exactly 31 minutes. But now the clock was already at the 33rd minute. Yet Leon was still answering smoothly. In a split second, Rosewise understood everything. This guy hadn't been under her spell at all from the start. He was deliberately playing along to tease her. She gritted her teeth, fury burning inside her. But she tried to force herself to stay calm. If Leon wanted to play mind games, she would play to the end. Thinking of this, a dangerous smile slowly appeared on her lips. Rosewise continued to look at Leon, her tone becoming suggestive, and asked one more highly sensitive question. Could it be that your feelings started to change after I wore that bunny outfit that day? Facing such a lethal question, Leon maintained his indifferent facade, simply replying with 2 words. Not really. Hearing Leon deny it, Rosewise's tone immediately added a bit of disappointment. She sadly said that it was a pity, because she thought his feelings started from that bunny outfit that day. But immediately after, her tone shifted, as if deliberately releasing a dangerous lure. Rosewise said that originally, she planned to wear the bunny outfit again tomorrow morning, to surprise him. As soon as he heard this, Leon was instantly excited, his eyes shining, as if he had just heard the best news of the day. Rosewise began to turn over as if preparing to get out of bed, to go change, even muttering, "I wonder where that outfit is, and whether I can still fit in it?" The more he heard, the less Leon could hide his agitation. In his head, there was only one thought. Is she really going to change into the bunny outfit? Curiosity finally won out. Leon secretly peeked after her, intending to only look a little bit. But as soon as he jumped up, he was immediately held down. In front of him, there was absolutely no sign of Rosewise. Right at that moment, her voice suddenly sounded right next to him, making his heart stop. Rosewise spoke coldly, asking, "So you finally decided to wake up?" "My dear husband." Cold sweat on Leon's forehead poured down like rain. He knew he was truly done for. In a blink, Rosewise pinned his hands to the bed. She repeated the words he had just said moments ago, that he would protect her with his own life. Her voice sounded very moved, but the murderous intent in her words was undeniable. Leon's wrists were quickly bound tightly to the headboard, with a soft rope, completely falling into a passive position. Rosewise sat directly on top of him, looking down at him with an extremely dangerous gaze. She asked with a mocking voice, "Surely you must have been moved to death, right?" Leon immediately rattled and stuttered a denial. But Rosewise gave him no chance to escape. She lowered herself, her eyes as sharp as knives, asking, "In my silver dragon temple, is there anything else that Prince Leon? Kasim wouldn't dare do it." Cornered to the wall, Leon could only speak weakly. "This is truly a misunderstanding. Please give me a chance to explain." Rosewise heard this and spelled out every word. "She listens. She hears every word you say, my dear husband." Realizing the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, Leon switched to a coaxing tone, trying to negotiate. "How about you untie the stockings first and help me?" But Rosewise just shook her finger threateningly. She said calmly, "Tonight, these silk stockings will either be used to tie your hands, or be stuffed into your mouth." Hearing this, Leon stiffened, trying to suppress his fear, and hurriedly replied, "No need for all that trouble. Being tied like this is fine." But Rosewise snorted coldly in anger, "You dare lie to me? Then the things you said to Issa must be fake too, right?" This time, Leon answered very quickly. He said those words were half true and half fake. Deep down, he thought the promise was real. It was just that the mindset when saying it was different. But Rosewise didn't believe him. She turned her head away in frustration, coldly saying, "What you call half true and half fake is just an excuse." Seeing that reaction, Leon suddenly realized something. He started to get excited. The fact that Rosewise cared about the promise between him and Issa to this extent made him think of a bold idea. He immediately asked back, "Could it be that you truly want to turn the fake promise into a real one?" This remark left Rosewise stunned for a few seconds. But as soon as she regained her senses, she immediately grabbed the large teddy bear nearby, and without hesitation, pressed it straight onto Leon's face. His entire face was immediately buried in the soft fluff. Leon struggled and shouted, "Are you trying to kill me?" The murderous intent around Rosewise became colder. She coldly replied that if the bear killed him, what did it have to do with her? "Dear husband, go in peace." Leon struggled to call her name for help, but Rosewise deliberately acted like she didn't hear clearly. While trying to find some air to breathe, Leon suddenly felt something strange inside the bear. His eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, Leon grabbed the bear and sat up to Rosewise's surprise. Seeing him snatch the bear and run, Rosewise immediately changed her expression, panicking and shouting for him to return the bear. That reaction made Leon certain that there was something very important hidden inside. He laughed triumphantly. "The fact that you're in such a hurry proves there is definitely a secret in here." Rosewise immediately lunged at him, denying she was in a hurry. But Leon had already hugged the bear and ran straight to the balcony, determined to discover the secret inside. Setting the bear down, Leon quickly searched through it, and sure enough, he found something hidden within. He pulled out a piece of paper. No, more precisely, a photo. As soon as he saw it, Leon immediately turned to look at Rosewise with a look of surprise. He didn't expect her to still keep this photo. Hearing this, Rosewise immediately yelled in anger, saying she just forgot to throw it away. But Leon obviously didn't believe her. He held the photo high, asking, "If you just forgot to throw it away, why hide it so carefully? Inside the teddy bear I gave you." Hit right in the heart. Rosewise immediately lunged to grab it back. Her dragon tail moved as quick as lightning, wrapping tightly around Leon's wrist. In an instant, she snatched the photo back. Without hesitation, Rosewise threw it away. Leon watched regretfully as the photo flew away. Not able to help asking, "You really just threw it away, Rosewise?" She turned away, walking off in frustration, coldly replying that of course, she threw it away for real. The annoyance was clear on her face, and finally, she just let out one irritated remark. "I'm bored, go to sleep, Leon." He intended to call her back, but the words stayed in his throat. He could only watch silently as Rosewise's back disappeared. But right then, Leon suddenly remembered a detail. The back of the photo seemed to have writing on it. The thrown photo was now lying alone in the grass, glowing silently under the silver moonlight. The next morning at the Silver Dragon Temple training ground, the morning sun just cast its glow upon the ground. In that peaceful atmosphere, Moon was swinging a wooden sword, then suddenly asked, "Leon, are father and mother fighting?" The question made Leon instantly feel guilty. He asked back, "Why would you think that, my innocent one?" Moon replied that since this morning, father and mother hadn't said a word to each other. Usually, you two clearly always have so much to talk about. Leon paused slightly. He bent down and asked, "Really, are we usually that talkative with each other?" Moon nodded immediately in confirmation. He said that although they rarely see each other during the day, whenever they do cross paths, they never stop talking, as if they would never run out of things to say. Hearing his son say this, Leon fell into deep thought. He didn't expect that in the children's eyes. The relationship between him and Rosewise was like that. But Moon wasn't finished yet. He raised his wooden sword high, excitedly, saying that father and mother were just like the pair of hedgehogs in the fable for young dragons. Leon curiously asked, "What is the hedgehog couple?" Moon immediately explained with great seriousness. He said that on the outside, They are both full of sharp thorns, but inside, they are very soft and vulnerable. If neither one is willing to lower their thorns, then they will never be able to give each other a heartfelt hug. Either father will hurt mother, or mother will hurt father. Only when both lower their thorns can they truly embrace one another. Hearing those naive yet insightful words, Leon seemed to wake up. He gently patted his son's head and said he understood what he needed to do. "Thank you, son," he then promised earnestly. "Tomorrow morning, father and mother will surely be back to how they were." Moon happily responded. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a slender figure was quietly walking amidst the light of the early morning. Under the warm yellow light spilling from the window, Rose-Wise quietly bent down to search the grass. In her mind, there was only one thought. The photo from yesterday must have fallen somewhere around here. She carefully brushed through every leaf, patiently searching bit by bit. But the more she searched, the less she found. Her impatience slowly turned into helplessness. Rose-Wise held her head and sighed, beginning to blame herself for being too prideful. She was both upset and lamenting that if she had just set aside her pride yesterday and stayed dignified, keeping the photo, she wouldn't have to suffer groping in the dark like this now. The sadness grew heavier as she remembered what the Photoshop owner had said. That photo is a only-vacant moment. Once lost, it can never be found again. Just as Rose-Wise was about to despair, a voice suddenly rang out from behind her. That familiar voice made her jump up immediately. Leon was leaning against a tree, holding what Rose-Wise had been searching for. He calmly said that today, while taking Moon for training, he happened to find it. Leon stepped forward and placed the photo in her hand, but still tried to act indifferent, emphasizing that he just happened to find it by accident. Not at all like someone else sneaking here to look for something. Rose-Wise took back the photo, joy clearly visible in her eyes. She grabbed Leon's arm to stand up and immediately retorted, saying she wasn't purposefully looking for it either. She was just out for a stroll. Hearing that all too familiar excuse, Leon could only laugh helplessly and offhandedly chimed in, Right. I know everything." The corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile. Leon told her to keep it carefully this time, and not to throw it away so easily again. Hearing that, Rose-Wise immediately returned to her usual arrogant posture, chin up, saying she didn't need him to remind her. On the way back, Leon suddenly mentioned what Moon had said. He asked Rose-Wise if she knew what she looked like in their son's eyes. Rose-Wise hadn't even had time to react before Leon said she looked like a hedgehog. Hearing that, Rose-Wise immediately kicked him, insisting that Leon was lying, because Moon was surely talking about both of them. Leon laughed and intentionally teased, "My wife is certainly smart." Just that one term of address was enough to make Rose-Wise bristle. She immediately blushed and told him to shut his mouth, while retorted with annoyance, "Who is your wife, anyway?" Returning to her room, Rose-Wise did not hesitate to immediately frame the photos. Carefully, she placed it neatly on the table, gazing at it for a long time with satisfied eyes. Finally, a gentle smile bloomed on her lips before she whispered, "A good night." Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Heavy snow covered the ground. In the small study, Leon crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked Noah about her progress at the academy. Noah raised her small face, seriously reporting that she had finished studying some Class B lightning-type magic, and next semester she would start learning Class A Therefore, she wanted to get acquainted with this more advanced type of magic beforehand. Hearing his daughter speak with such determination, Leon immediately smiled with pride. He exclaimed, "That's my daughter, all right. This self-discipline in studying is truly unmatched." Noah added excitedly that she wanted to learn it early from father, so that next semester she would leave her classmates in the dust. In their private classroom for the two of them, Leon began to lecture. He tapped lightly on the board and explained that both humans and the dragon tribe used letters to categorize magic levels. The higher the level, the greater the power. But due to physical differences between the two races, the same type of magic, if it is Class A for humans, then for the dragon tribe, it might only be equivalent to Class B. After that, Leon leaned back confidently, declaring that he would teach Noah the most practical spell in all of the Class A, lightning-type magic, which was also his favorite. Noah immediately watched attentively. Leon raised his hand and told his daughter to watch very closely. Each lightning bolt began to gather in the palm of his hand. Pure lightning magic essence, slowly compressed into a single small point. Noah's eyes lit up with amazement. Leon aimed directly at the wooden dummy in front. Then he explained, "The first step is to focus pure magic power into one point." Immediately after, he unleashed the move. An explosive strike with terrifying speed, instantly shattering the wooden dummy. Leon continued to explain that, thanks to the extreme explosive power of the lightning element, this technique can deal fatal damage in just a single blow. Noah watched the scene, unable to hide his admiration. Leon added that, if you increase the distance and accelerate, rushing forward before striking, the piercing power of this technique would be even stronger. But at the same time, it also requires the user to have excellent observation skills, along with highly advanced close combat skills. Being interrupted midway is extremely dangerous, so children must never attempt this casually. Noah nodded, but his face was still full of excitement. The child immediately asked if this technique had a name. Leon put on a mysterious look and said, "Of course it does." He explained that when channeling lightning magic, creating friction with the air, it will emit a piercing sound, like the sound of 1,000 birds chirping at once. Therefore, this technique is called lightning thrust. Hearing this, Noah looked utterly helpless. The child spoke bluntly, asking what that name has to do with the sound of birds. That father just explained. Leon scratched his head and gave a wry smile, saying he was just showing off his metaphor skills. That's all. Using such phrases in writing gets extra points. Just then, Men's voice echoed from the courtyard. The child happily called out to mother. Rosewise was 4 months pregnant by now. Every step she took was much more cautious than before. She walked over and gently asked what Men was doing. Men excitedly pointed at the pile of snow in front, boasting that he was building a snowman, and had already finished the body and the head. But looking at the larger block of snow next to it, the child pouted because he was too short and couldn't put them together by himself. Rosewise gently patted her son's head and offered to help. Hearing that, Men immediately nodded happily. The mother and son worked together to complete the snowman. Men used branches for arms, then added 2 black eyes to his creation. But after staring at it for a long time, he felt something was still not quite right. Rosewise also looked on thoughtfully. To be honest, she had never built a snowman before either. Just then, Leon walked over from somewhere and asked what the two were doing. Men immediately spread his arms to show off the result. Leon looked it over and quickly realized the problem. He said this snowman was missing a nose. Hearing that, Min brightened up, finally realizing what was missing. Rosewise then took out a carrot she had with her and said she happened to have this. She stuck the carrot into the center of the snowman's face, making the whole thing look much more complete. But as soon as he saw the carrot, Leon's face turned ashen instantly. Everyone knows that what he hates most is carrots and eggplants. Leon immediately looked at Rosewise with a vigilant gaze. He didn't understand why she would bring carrots with her. Hearing Leon complain about the carrot, she immediately wore a dangerous smile. She not only held the carrot, but also leisurely took out an eggplant as well, as if she were deliberately trying to scare him. Seeing that wicked smile, Leon immediately broke into a cold sweat. Rosewise even asked him on purpose that if he wasn't satisfied, she still had alternatives. Leon immediately changed his tone, hastily denying that he had absolutely no complaints. But very soon after, his expression shifted to one of worry. Seeing Rosewise out in this cold, snowy weather, having run outside, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He asked, "What if you slip and fall?" Rosewise heard this and just flicked her dragon tail. Appearing unconcerned, she said, "The dragonkin aren't prone to falling like that, because our tails help us maintain an excellent sense of balance." Afterward, Rosewise languidly stretched her body, complaining that the maids had been guarding her too strictly lately, protecting her to the point where they wouldn't let her do anything. It was a struggle for her to sneak out, so naturally, she had to make the most of her time playing. Leon casually asked what she wanted to play. Rosewise rested her chin on her hand, thinking, then started listing a series of games she wanted to play. Teaching moonfire magic, building a snowman, and even wanting to have a snowball fight. But just as she finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind, causing Rosewise to freeze completely. Anna appeared with a terrifying expression on her face. She repeated every game that Rosewise had just mentioned, then angrily asked Leon, "Which one of those is appropriate for a pregnant woman?" Rosewise immediately turned to vent her anger on Leon. Rosewise furiously accused him of trying to set her up. Leon, being wrongfully accused, could only wave his hands frantically, hastily explaining that he was completely innocent. But Anna did not care at all. With just a snap of her fingers, two other maids immediately appeared. Anna sternly ordered them to escort your majesty back to rest, right this instant. The two maids immediately obeyed and dragged Rosewise away, without a moment's hesitation. Being escorted away, Rosewise could only struggle frantically, then turned back and shouted threats at Leon, that he shouldn't even dream of sharing the bed tonight. In response, Leon could only helplessly wave his hand, softly urging her to rest well and be obedient. Time passed by, day after day, under the care and companionship of Leon. This pregnancy of Rosewise was much smoother and more stable. Her belly also grew noticeably larger with each passing month. Then summer arrived, bringing the due date closer. On June 29th, the labor pains finally arrived. Rosewise lay on the bed, in so much pain that her face turned deathly pale. The midwife kept encouraging her, "Just a little more effort, Your Majesty." Rosewise gritted her teeth tightly, gathering all my strength to overcome the excruciating pain. Outside the room, Leon was so restless that he couldn't stand still. His expression was incredibly heavy. In his mind, he was constantly replaying everything he had read in books. The birthing process usually lasts 8 to 10 hours. and the pain a mother must endure is almost unimaginable. But thinking about the fact that Rose Wise was suffering such terrible pain, while he could only stand helplessly outside the door, Leon clenched his fists even tighter. It was then that he noticed Noah and Men standing nearby. The two children were clearly just as worried. Men's eyes were even reddened, asking tearfully if Mother was in a lot of pain. The child shook his head as he spoke, crying continuously, saying he didn't need a little sister anymore. Just wishing for Mother not to have to suffer like that. Hearing his son, Leon's heart tightened. He leaned down to pat the two children's heads, softly reassuring them that Mother would be fine. Let's all stay here and cheer for Mother. Even with tear-filled eyes, Noah and Men nodded obediently. Noah, with a choked voice, asked if after Mother gave birth and recovered, the whole family could go to the beach together. Hearing that, Leon gently held out his pinky finger and promised his daughter that he would definitely keep that promise. But at that very moment of fleeting peace, a sudden disaster struck. A terrifying blast of firepower from outside rushed in at extreme speed, shattering the window in front of Leon. Everything happened so suddenly that he was completely stunned. The blast of fire continued to surge straight into the opposite wall, exploding violently. Without a moment's hesitation, Leon immediately stooped down to shield Noah and Men. Chaos erupted throughout the palace. The Silver Dragon soldiers constantly sounded alarms that the enemy had surrounded the entire sanctuary. Men tremblingly called for Father in fear, while Noah tried to act calm, but her eyes were full of anxiety. Leon quickly covered the children's eyes with his hands, telling them absolutely not to look. Immediately after, Anna rushed over to check the situation. Seeing that all three were safe, she immediately asked what had just happened. A soldier reported in a panic that the Scarlet Flame Dragon clan had launched a surprise attack. This news shocked both Leon and Anna. No one expected the Scarlet Flame Dragons to choose this exact moment to strike. Especially at a time when Rose Wise was at her weakest, Anna immediately turned to look into the delivery room with extreme worry. She quickly asked about the situation outside. Upon learning that Sir had gathered the guard corps to block the vanguard at the main gate, Anna immediately issued a series of orders without any hesitation. She demanded the mobilization of all the silver dragons in the sanctuary, and at the same time, immediately, called for reinforcements from neighboring tribes and the Red Dragon clan. Besides that, she had to send for more squads to the back mountain to clear a path for escape. After giving all her orders, Anna returned to the delivery room. In her mind at that moment, there was only one goal. Must get Her Majesty out of here before the enemy breaks through. Inside the room, Rose Wise was struggling with the pain when she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that everyone's expressions were unusual, she immediately sensed that something was wrong and asked what had happened. Anna didn't hide it anymore. Reporting immediately that the Scarlet Flame Dragons were attacking the sanctuary. Hearing that, Rose Wise's pupils contracted violently. She panicked and tried to jump up immediately, insisting on going out to fight alongside everyone. But the midwife immediately stopped her, saying that if she moved violently now, it would be extremely dangerous for both mother and child. Anna bowed her head firmly to reassure Rose Wise that she would lead the handmaiden corps to fight outside. As soon as the back mountain path was cleared, Rose Wise must immediately leave with Noah. But Rose Wise was completely distraught by now. What she worried about most was not herself, but her children. She panicked and asked where Noah and men were. Hearing Rosewise's urgent call, Leon immediately led the two children into the room. Upon seeing the three of them, Rosewise's eyes immediately turned red. Leon quickly approached the bedside, took her hand, and affirmed that the whole family was here. Tears welled up in Rosewise's eyes. With a voice that was sincere yet trembling, she begged Leon to protect their children. Leon gently pressed his face against her hand, his voice now firmer than ever. He promised that he would definitely protect the children, absolutely not letting any dragon get in here. That promise finally caused Rosewise's distraught heart to stabilize somewhat. Tears slid silently down her cheeks. In her haste, Rosewise did not forget to remind Leon that his belongings were still in the old place. The key was in the second drawer. Leon replied quietly that he understood. He immediately opened the drawer and took out the key. Behind him, Noah sobbed, calling for father, her eyes overflowing with tears. The little girl asked if father would definitely come back. Leon hugged his daughter's shoulders, gently but firmly reassuring her. He said he would certainly return. After all, the two of them still had a promise to go to the beach together, right? Leon softened his tone to reassure Noah, telling her to stay and protect mother and the baby well. Hearing her father give her a mission, Noah immediately nodded strongly, trying to swallow her tears. After that, Leon turned to Men, gently patted his son's head, and told him not to cry anymore. He promised to personally defeat all the evil dragons out there. Although his eyes were still red, Men also tried his best to nod. After reassuring the children, Leon's expression changed completely. The tenderness of a father quickly gave way to a cold and determined presence. He stood up slowly and signaled everyone to prepare. It was time to face the Scarlet Flame Dragon clan. Leon and Anna immediately rushed outside, determined to protect the Silver Dragon Sanctuary at all costs. Outside, it had truly turned into a battlefield. In the sky, explosions rang out one after another. The light of fire dyed the night sky red. In the midst of the chaotic front lines, Suri urgently asked Anna about the situation in breaking through behind the mountain. Anna, while gripping her sword tightly, replied sternly that they still hadn't been able to clear a path. The enemy had clearly prepared in advance. Even the emergency secret passage had been destroyed. The only way now was to stall for time, as long as possible. Hearing this, Suri continued to ask about reinforcements. But Anna's answer only made the atmosphere even heavier. The neighboring dragon tribes were all afraid of being retaliated against by Constantine, so no one dared to send reinforcements casually. Suri, while striking down the enemies rushing toward her, coldly cursed them for being foolish. If the Silver Dragon Sanctuary truly fell, she didn't believe Constantine would spare any of them. Just then, a female dragon knight rushed over to report new information. Queen Isabella of the Red Dragon clan had responded, but the reinforcements on their way here had been ambushed by the Scarlet Flame Dragons. It would take at least 3 more hours to arrive. This news left both Anna and Suri stunned. Suri wiped the blood from her face, then quickly pieced everything together. For the past few months, the Scarlet Flame Dragon clan had only been constantly harassing the Wind Dragon clan, without truly starting a war. But now the Silver Dragon Sanctuary was attacked at this exact moment, and the Red Dragon army was also intercepted on the way. Anna immediately realized the terrifying truth. From the very beginning, Constantine's true goal had never been the Wind Dragon clan. He intentionally created a diversion to hide his real strike, aiming straight for the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, turning this place into an isolated island, with no one to save them. But what made Anna the most confused was, why did he choose today to attack? Rosewise's exact due date was a time known only to a few close handmaidens. This led to only one possibility. There was a traitor within. Sori was just about to voice that suspicion when a terrified scream rang out. Every eye immediately looked up to the sky. A gigantic silhouette with burning red wings tore through the night and appeared. In just a moment, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire battlefield. Anna's face turned pale as she recognized who had arrived. It was none other than Constantine. The soldiers below instantly turned ghastly pale, their voices trembling so much they couldn't speak. The mere aura radiating from Constantine was enough to make others choke, as if their souls were being crushed. Sori gritted her teeth. The feeling of that pressure weighed down to her very bones. But Constantine didn't even bother to speak. He just let out a low, deep roar, then opened his mouth to spew a terrifying sea of fire. The burning red flames immediately swept across the battlefield, incinerating everything in their path. Piercing screams rang out, then vanished in a flash. Armor melted, and the ground was charred black. Suri watched this sea of fire rushing straight toward her, her body nearly frozen with fear. Just then, Anna shouted her name and lunged to push her out of the danger zone. After the narrow escape, Anna immediately shouted for Suri to snap out of it. Suri was startled back to reality and gritted her teeth to apologize. There was no time to delay. Anna immediately ordered a nearby female dragon knight to go back and report the situation. Constantine had personally appeared, so the whole army had to use all its strength to break the encirclement at the back mountain at all costs. After the female dragon knight left, Sori looked up at the fiery sky, understanding in her heart that this battle would be fiercer than anything they had ever experienced. Anna stood by her side, gripping her fists tight, her gaze terrifyingly determined. She declared that before Her Majesty could retreat, they absolutely could not let Constantine pass through this place, not even by half a step. In that moment, Anna recalled the words Rosewise had said about the long lives of the Dragon clan. Her voice lowered, but it carried intense determination. Before, she used to think that the long, infinite life was just a burden. But now, she understood why Rosewise treasured such short, precious moments so much. After speaking, Anna and Suri simultaneously reverted to their dragon forms, roaring a vow to protect Her Majesty to the death. Inside the delivery room, small stone fragments began to fall from the cracking ceiling. A female dragon knight rushed in to report that Constantine had personally appeared on the battlefield. Hearing that, the atmosphere instantly sank into despair. Yana hugged the two children tightly, her voice trembling, saying that no one could kill a dragon king of that level. Rosewise's whole body trembled, but her gaze remained unusually sharp. She gritted her teeth and said only one sentence. Dragon King? Only a Dragon King can kill a Dragon King. Just then, a handmaiden ran in to report the news that the back mountain area had finally opened a safe exit. She earnestly begged Rosewise to leave immediately, but Rosewise firmly refused. Even though she was in such pain that her voice was trembling, her gaze remained determined. She declared that she would stay here to give birth. When the handmaiden tried to persuade her further, Rosewise just closed her eyes slightly and said she trusted him. In her mind, there was only one person That man who was best at one thing, which was destroying dragon kings. At the same time, in the secret room, Leon slowly opened the special bed. Inside was the armor that had been kept for a long time. He looked at the familiar armor, his gaze becoming deep and profound. Leon's voice was low, but full of determination, as if speaking to an old comrade. He said it was time for them both to go crazy one more time. On the battlefield, the situation for Anna and Suri was becoming increasingly desperate. Both were blasted to the ground by a single blow. Before the overwhelming power of Constantine, all resistance became futile. Anna, lying on the blood-soaked ground, her gaze remained unyielding. She struggled to stand up and roared that he would never take another step toward the sanctuary. Gathering the last of her strength, Anna launched a counterattack. But to Constantine, that blow was pathetically weak. He contemptuously stepped directly onto Anna. Blood instantly spewed from her mouth. Constantine coldly assessed that they truly did not know their own limits. His patience finally ran out. He ordered his entire legion to storm the sanctuary immediately and drag the queen out for him. The soldiers roared as they received the order, then charged toward the sanctuary. Anna could only lie there in despair, struggling to call out to Rose Wise, hoping she could escape in time. But just as the enemy was about to swarm in, a terrifying surge of power suddenly descended from above, shaking the ground violently. The soldiers were blown away in every direction. Amidst the thick smoke, a silhouette slowly emerged. Heavy footsteps echoed in the air, silent to the point of suffocation. The terrified soldiers shouted, asking who had just appeared. Even Constantine frowned, showing signs of vigilance for the first time. From within the dust, Leon appeared, clad in his familiar battle armor. He stepped forward like a newly awakened god of war. When Anna saw that figure, her eyes widened instantly. Leon had finally arrived. As for Constantine, his burning red eyes locked onto Leon, his gaze full of scrutiny. He understood clearly that the one standing before him now was definitely no ordinary opponent. Leon slowly raised his hand to cover his face, his voice dropping low as he declared, "Your opponent is me." As soon as he finished speaking, the armor instantly covered his entire face, making the surrounding pressure even more oppressive. The subordinates opposite him trembled slightly, their eyes filled with doubt. The pressure from this person was too terrifying. Who exactly was inside that armor? One of them immediately realized something unusual. He hadn't even transformed into his dragon form, yet in his human shape, he could unleash such terrifying magical power. Could this be the new Dragon King of the Silver Dragon clan? The leader with glowing red eyes snarled, "I don't care who he is. Kill him." Immediately after, all his subordinates opened their mouths to spew out a sea of crimson fire, charging straight toward Leon. But he merely glanced upward, his expression remaining chillingly calm. The massive flames engulfed him. Yet when the fire dissipated, Leon didn't even have a single scratch. He spoke coldly. "You want to trap me with this?" The red glow in Leon's eyes flashed coldly. "You underestimate me too much." With that, a terrifying surge of power from outside slammed directly into the sea of fire. The subordinates could only widen their eyes in terror, let out a scream, and were blasted far away. Leon stomped hard on the ground, causing the stone beneath his feet to crack. His figure erupted and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, Leon had dashed past the entire group of subordinates, leaving a dozen deep cuts on their bodies. They all fell to the ground simultaneously. Sally stood by, frozen in shock. Her body trembled with amazement. She never expected the prince to be this strong. Leon glanced at her and asked briefly, "You are Sally, aren't you?" She immediately replied sternly, "Yes." Leon pointed his hand straight at Constantine in the distance, ordering her to lead the troops to deal with all the remaining Crimson Flame dragons. "As for this big guy, leave him to me." Sally hesitated, but Leon turned his back, cutting her off. "Go, there is no other choice." She had no choice but to bow in obedience, telling him to be careful. Immediately after, Sally charged straight into the battlefield, shouting, calling on all the elite silver dragons to counterattack, to fight to the death against the despicable Crimson Flame dragons who dared to ambush them. "For the Silver Dragon clan, for your majesty." Meanwhile, an intrigued voice suddenly echoed through the dusty air. A figure slowly stepped out, his voice full of mockery. How rare, the one once hailed by the Empire as the Dragon Slayer. "You, now standing up to protect the Silver Dragon clan?" Constantine looked at Leon with a mocking gaze, calling out his title as the strongest dragon slayer in Cosmos. He knew his identity. A thought immediately arose in his mind. It seems the Crimson Flame Dragon clan's attack this time isn't just a simple territorial war. Looking at Constantine's crazed face, Leon clearly felt that behind him lay hidden a much larger conspiracy. Facing that mockery, Leon calmly replied, "Your dragon clan's civil war, even if it shatters the heavens, has nothing to do with me. But if you dare to touch my wife and child, that changes everything." Constantine sneered in contempt. Wife and child? A traitor to his own clan, abandoning everything just to drown in that ridiculous family nonsense. He shrugged and laughed coldly. The strongest, once they have a weakness, are no longer the strongest. Power surged violently. His glowing red eyes flashed with terrifying pressure. "Constantine, people like you will never understand. They are not my weakness." As he finished speaking, a terrifying attack immediately descended. Constantine hurriedly retreated to dodge. But before he could stabilize himself, Leon appeared right in front of him like a ghost. Constantine, acting on instinct, immediately swung his wings to shield himself. Looking through his wings, he coldly assessed Leon's speed. Truly faster than the Silver Dragon clan. But this style of attack will absolutely never break my defense. Just then, Leon unexpectedly, he stomped hard on its wing and propelled himself into the air. His voice rang out, sharp and piercing. "Then you are truly ignorant." Leon spun midair. As the Dragon clan used their wings for defense, Constantine frowned, confused for a moment, but the very next second, his eyes widened in shock. Leon had appeared behind him without him even realizing it. And when the wings shielded the front, the back became a fatal blind spot. A single blow descended with immense force, sending Constantine crashing straight into the rocks ahead. Leon landed on the ground as lightly as if it were nothing, not forgetting to mock him with a sneer. Not bad for the Dragon King, with such thick skin and dense flesh. Even with lightning strikes at such a close range, it still hasn't managed to pierce your body. Constantine roared in fury, gritting his teeth as he called out, "Leon Cosmos." His expression darkened to the extreme. "You have truly enraged me now." Leon remained as nonchalant as ever. "Is that so? Wait until after I finish killing you, and you won't have the chance to be angry anymore." As the words left his lips, Constantine roared instantly, transforming back into his massive dragon form. He hissed frantically, "Damnable human!" His sharp claws slammed into the ground. And a death threat echoed, declaring that Leon would pay with his life for this arrogance. Constantine lowered his head, eyes glowing red like blood. Yet Leon did not waver at all. Instead, he continued to taunt him. "You're nothing more than a lizard. That's been blown out of proportion. You think a roar is enough to scare me?" Constantine's rage erupted. He opened his sharp-fanged jaws and charged straight at Leon. Leon gathered power in his hand and charged forward for a direct confrontation. With a cold, indifferent voice, the kind a seasoned killer would have, Constantine unleashed a sea of scorching red flames, intending to incinerate everything. But Leon dodged every attack with agility, while closing the distance at terrifying speed. Just as Constantine's massive form lowered, Leon launched himself into the air, shouting as he delivered a punch straight into his body. S-rank lightning magic, myriad lightning heaven's guidance. In that moment, Constantine's entire body was engulfed in a surge of blue electricity, blazing like fire. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Leon was just a mere human. Yet he possessed power this terrifying. This guy is a massive threat to the Red Flame Dragon clan, he thought, feeling the surge of bloodlust. Constantine breathed fire frantically while resolving himself. He absolutely could not let Leon survive. The sea of fire burned violently, and black smoke blanketed everything. But when the flames finally died down, Constantine paused. As Leon was nowhere to be seen, he roared in frustration. "That damnable human, where are you?" At that very moment, Constantine's pupils contracted violently. A chill of killing intent struck him. He whipped his head around, horrified to realize that the attack from Leon was already right before his eyes. Behind Constantine, Leon slowly removed his mask. His gaze was strangely determined. His voice was low, yet firm. He had promised Rosewise that he would protect them. At the same time, inside the sanctuary, Little Moon pointed excitedly out the window, crying out that the lightning was BN. Amidst the howling wind, Leon's voice still echoed. He had to protect this family. On the bed, Rosewise was pushing with all her might, while Yana kept encouraging her, saying the baby was about to be born. On the battlefield, Leon took a stance, pouring all his remaining strength into the final strike. In his hand, lightning condensed, forming the shape of a sharp thundersword. Leon lunged straight at Constantine, shouting loudly, "Lightning sword transformation!" Constantine roared violently, his blood-red eyes locking onto Leon. He spat out each word, calling his name, Cosmos. The moment the two powers collided, the entire sky erupted in a brilliant light, as if tearing through the night. And at that very instant, inside the sanctuary, the first cry of a newborn baby echoed. Yana was overjoyed, and though Rosewise was exhausted and worn out, her gaze was infinitely gentle as she looked at the pink-haired baby in her arms. Outside the window, the first rays of sunlight slowly appeared. Leon looked up, a touch of emotion in his eyes. The sun is rising already. Then he looked down at the corpse of Constantine lying motionless on the ground. His voice was cold but authoritative. "I told you, I would show you what it means to be the strongest." Behind him, Sally appeared, bowing respectfully. She reported that after the Dragon King of the Red Flame Dragon clan fell in battle, the entire army had panicked and retreated. The elite forces of the Silver Dragon clan were currently purging the remaining enemies in the back mountains. Not far away, a female dragon warrior was holding Anna anxiously, constantly reassuring her to hold on because the medical team was coming. Leon turned his head to look at Anna, then immediately gave the order. Do not corner the enemy. Prioritize saving the survivors of our clan and clearing the battlefield first. Afterward, he coldly looked at Constantine's massive corpse. And as for this one, hang his dragon head at the borders of the Silver Dragon territory, as a warning to all other dragon clans. Sally immediately took the order. As she looked up, her eyes were still filled with shock. She truly hadn't expected that the prince consort would be this strong. Leon frowned, his lips curling into a teasing smirk. What's wrong? Surprised. Do you need me to sign an autograph for you? Sally immediately waved her hands in flustered refusal. Leon chuckled faintly and turned to leave. The rest is left to you. Behind him, the sound of cheers echoed everywhere. The entire Silver Dragon clan's soldiers were rejoicing. They pounded their tails against the ground, excitedly shouting that they had won. They had successfully protected the Silver Dragon sanctuary. Leon winced and rubbed his neck as his tension eased. A heavy sensation immediately washed over him. The energy reserves he had been building for months were now completely exhausted. His body was almost reaching its absolute limit. In this state, it wouldn't be strange if he collapsed right there. Around him, constant cheers continued to ring out. Long live the prince consort. Long live the prince consort. Soldiers carrying the wounded passed by. They all bowed in unison to pay their respects. But Leon no longer had the mental energy to care. Very quickly, he arrived in front of Rosewise's room. He secretly thought that he could endure until now. Everything was just because he wanted to see those waiting behind this door. But just as he was about to enter, Leon paused. His hand touched the blood still staining his face. His whole body was covered in blood now. If he were to go in like this, it wouldn't be good if he frightened the children. Thinking that, he decided to wash up and change his clothes first. A while later, the door finally opened. As soon as Leon stepped inside, Little Moon exclaimed with joy. Dad is back. She rushed over and hugged him tightly. Her voice was filled with excitement. Sister and I saw everything. It was Dad who defeated that big, scary dragon. Leon laughed. He opened his arms to embrace both children, then asked gently, So, was I cool? One immediately replied without hesitation. Very cool. Dad is the coolest person ever. Moon looked up with a very sincere expression. Dad is the second strongest dragon I have ever seen. Leon laughed, gently patted her head, and asked, Then who is the strongest? The little girl immediately pointed toward the bed, innocently replying, It's Mother. Because Dad listens to Mother the most. That naive answer made the whole room feel much calmer. The maids around also quietly stepped aside, revealing Rosewise sitting on the bed, holding the newborn baby in her arms. Leon stood still, looking at that scene. Deep inside, he had one very clear thought. That's right, the strongest was never him. The strongest is her. Rosewise smiled happily. She gently touched the baby beside her, and softly. It's a baby girl. Hearing that, Leon's expression immediately softened. All the killing intent, fatigue, and pain seemed to vanish completely. In his eyes, only boundless love remained, reserved for his little family. At this moment, Aurora, with large, sparkling eyes, looked around curiously. Noah, her eyes bright with excitement. A tiny little sister. It feels like one punch and she'd fly far away. My, look at her, she's so lovely, sister. Don't scare her, sister, one punch isn't enough, it must be two. Leon touched her tiny finger lightly. Look at this nose, these ears, this mouth. She really looks like me, doesn't she? Rosewise pouted, for other features. It's fine if she resembles you, but her mouth must absolutely not be like yours. Stubborn as a rock. He wondered, when has my mouth ever been stubborn? Noah and Moon chimed in. We think Dad's mouth is stubborn, the two girls replied innocently. Yes, it is. Leon slumped, helpless, not understanding anything. Still, Daddy's youngest daughter is the best. In the future, don't ever learn from your sisters, okay? In the future, you will definitely be on Dad's side, right? No sooner had he finished speaking than Aurora's eyes welled up with tears. The baby cried loudly as if she had encountered something wrong. Leon panicked. Why is she crying all of a sudden? Rosewise softened her voice to soothe her. Be good, my little sweetheart, don't cry. Do you want to hold her? He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. I just came back from the battlefield. My body still smells of blood. It won't be good if I scare the baby. She still brought Aurora to his side. A daughter won't dislike her father. Come here and hold her. Leon complied, leaning down to hold the baby. She guided him on how to hold Aurora. First, support the back of her neck. Then use the other hand to support her bottom. Finally, let her head rest on your elbow. That's it. Leon struggled to adjust his posture. Like this. As soon as Leon held her correctly, the baby stopped crying. Moon's eyes widened in amazement. How magical. As soon as Dad held her, she stopped crying. Rosewise spoke up. You two were the same when you were small. You wouldn't stop crying until you were put next to your father. The little girl seemed to be recalling memories. Moon doesn't remember. Maybe it's because Dad gives a sense of security. Yes, in his heart, he had heard Rosewise tell this story before. He didn't expect it to be true. Moon suddenly became excited. That's right, Mom and Dad. The little sister doesn't have a name yet, right? Let our family name her together. Noah thought calmly and said, My name was taken from the ancient hero of the Dragon Clan, Noah. So little sister should also be named after a hero. How about Blaze? Moon shook her head, showing her disagreement. Sister? That name sounds like a forest savage. It's not nice. Moon's name means the moon. So let's call the little sister Star. The two sisters wouldn't yield to each other, continuously arguing between the two names. Seeing that Blaze couldn't solve the problem, the two girls turned to Leon. Dad. Hearing the child call him, he was startled. Naming her is an important matter. Your mother and I have thought about it for a long time, but we still haven't decided. Even though she doesn't have a name. Do you think she looks more like Dad or Mom? My blanked out, I don't know. Rosewise winked mischievously. The baby was just born, so it's not clear yet. But you can try looking at her back. There's a surprise. Leon heard this and curiously turned the baby over. He saw a small, pale pink tail. His body turned to stone. She even has a tail too. Moon was excited. It's pink. Noah reached out her small finger. I want to touch it. In his heart, damn it. Did my prenatal education plan fail? In the end, did the Dragon Clan's genes win out? Well, having a tail is fine. But if there's a fourth child, I must definitely restore the glory of humanity. He was startled when he realized his own thoughts. A fourth child? What on earth am I thinking? How could that be? The maid entered, speaking politely. Your Majesty, Prince Consort, Your Highness. The princess has arrived. Leon ordered, let her in. Isa, with a cold expression, stepped in and thought to herself. After receiving the request for reinforcements from the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, one immediately mobilized the Red Dragon clan's forces to come here. But I was delayed by a group of Scarlet Flame Dragons. By the time I dealt with those annoying people and hurried to the border, I discovered the dragon head of Constantine was hanging there. Asking the guards, I learned what happened. To think it was actually done by the weak-looking husband, the one who blows away in the wind, Rosewise's husband. Making an ancient dragon king like Constantine. Even if I went all out, it would be hard to defeat him. How on earth did he do it? When I meet him, I must get to the bottom of this. After entering, Isa couldn't resist Aurora's cuteness. She held the baby with a joyful expression. She seemed to have forgotten her original intention. Oh my, little sweetheart. You are so adorable. Come here, let Auntie give you a kiss. Leon whispered to Rosewise. Earlier, your sister stormed in aggressively. I thought she had found out about me. She replied, surely before entering the door. She intended to ask, how did you kill Constantine? But clearly, the attraction of the youngest daughter is much greater. She looked excitedly. Look. This child looks so much like me. Especially the tail color. Although it's a bit pale, if she grows a bit bigger, she might look exactly like mine. The two girls replied in unison, that's true. Isa turned to the two lying on the bed. Rose, brother-in-law, why are you two so quiet? Don't you want to talk? Leon wondered. But why? Are the baby's hair and tail pink? Rosewise replied, it must be a recessive gene phenomenon. After all, my older sister is a red dragon. She whispered excitedly. Little sweetheart, come back to the Red Dragon clan with Auntie, okay? In the future, I won't get married or have children. In 100 years, you will be the next Red Dragon Queen. He quickly reached out to stop her. Sister, wait a minute. Isa was annoyed. I was just joking. Look at how scared you are. Leon calmly looked at her. That didn't look like a joke at all. Suddenly, she turned serious. Next, let's talk business, brother-in-law. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Isa looked sternly at Leon. I didn't expect you to be an expert in hiding yourself, brother-in-law. Before, Rosewise even said your body was weak and sickly. You even fell into a coma less than a month after the wedding. It seems you are fine now. Yes, Rosewise smiled awkwardly and waved her hand. That's true, Leon's body was indeed not very good before. Leon continued. That's right. It's also thanks to always taking divine kidney tonics. That's why I'm healthy now. She frowned and questioned. But a normal dragon from a small, insignificant clan. Even if you drank up all the kidney-protecting medicines, in this world, it would still be impossible to kill a dragon Kingelvel being like Constantine. How did you do it? In his heart, she is suspicious of me. My identity and my past. The grudges between me and Rose. Wise, if others knew these things, it would definitely become a fatal blow. To this family, Isa is a purebred dragon, and she loves her sister so much. For now, let alone whether she could accept this. If the children knew my true identity, how would they see me? And how could they accept the truth? That they are not purebred dragons. If everything were to be exposed, would the children's future have to be lived in suspicion and contempt? Therefore, the secret of the fake family between me and Rosewise, they must never know. He took all his courage and shouted, "Actually, that was my childhood dream." Isa asked, "Huh?" Leon continued, "The story is a bit long." Rose Wise. She is the one who saved me from the darkness. She is the one who made me feel the warmth of family. I swear to protect her for the rest of my life. Rose Wise reluctantly reached out, frowning slightly in her heart. I've already finished giving birth. Why do I still feel like vomiting? Noah's eyes widened in amazement. Dad has liked Mom since he was a child. Noah refuted, "No. Dad means Mom is Dad's ideal model." Isa heard the story and clapped. She pretended to wipe away tears. So touching, so loving. What a fairy tale, destined love. But what I asked was about your identity. Not how you two fell in love. Leon replied calmly. Sister, my answer is already in that story. Just now. To be able to fulfill the promise of protecting Rose Wise, I risked my life. To become stronger, to pursue power. The suffering I had to endure in that process. Only I truly understand. But every bit of suffering was worth it. At least today, I have truly protected my wife and daughters. Right, she frowned. Even after saying so much, you still haven't answered my question. Rose Wise smiled. Sister, I know you are worried. But Leon would not hide anything from me. I guarantee he is truly devoted to this family. Isa rubbed her temples, looking tired. All right. Looking at how in sync you two are. Maybe I was just overthinking it. Continuing to pry would also be impolite. At least, you are also seriously fulfilling your promise. Leon tries to look cool. A man must absolutely keep his word. Seeing his expression, she seems quite satisfied. She thinks to herself that although Leon is the strongest Dragon Slayer hero, he often displays a childishness and naivety that doesn't match his reputation at all. But it is precisely because he has these little flaws that he feels more authentic and reassuring to others. Truly a memorable morning. The two girls raised their hands to their mouths, signaling silence. Mother and younger sister are both fast asleep. Yes, Men whispers, that's enough. Let's not disturb Mother's rest anymore. I'm hungry. Take me to get something to eat, Men. Noah nods, okay, and adds, yes. She turns back to say to Leon. Then everyone, rest well. Seeing her leave, he finally sighs in relief. Finally, it's covered up. This feels even more exhausting than being on the battlefield. I'll get some sleep, too. The warm golden rays of the sun shine through the window. Rose Wise and Leon are lying down, with their daughter Aurora, in the middle. Rose Wise seems to have woken up. She slowly opens her eyes. Greeting her sight is the handsome face of Leon, who is fast asleep. She reaches out to touch his cheek. I really want to attach a tail to you. He slowly opens his eyes, causing her to jump in shock. I really want to cut off your tail, Rose Wise. She snorts, aren't you asleep yet? Leon replies, I was awake the moment you started peeking at me. She retorts indignantly, who wants to peek at you? Have some shame. Move it. I'm looking at my daughter. He continues, if you won't admit it, fine. Her expression becomes worried. This morning was truly dangerous. I almost let her see through the facade. He scratches his head. Her sister almost found out about my human identity. But Constantine is the one who really knows my true identity? She exclaims, what? Did you two meet before? He recounts, I previously fought against the Red Flame Dragon clan on the battlefield. But I had never met him. Moreover, I had disguised my armor. Logically, I shouldn't have been recognized. But Constantine not only saw through my human identity, but he also called out my name and title accurately. However, he is dead, so there's no way to know the source of his information. Rosewise feels it's strange. Your true identity. Even within the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. No one knows. Where on earth did he get that information? Leon expresses his thoughts. Combined with his unusual actions over the past year, perhaps there are many hidden details behind this that no one knows. In her heart, initially, I made an agreement with Leon's master that I would not let Leon return to the Empire within a year. Could this be related to that? Should I tell Leon about this? Time passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a few days have passed. Watching Aurora with her little tail mischievously crawling around, chasing a small butterfly. Men says excitedly, "Sister is crawling really fast." Noah adds, "That's our sister for you, over there." Leon asks, "By the way, how long does it take for a Dragonkin child to speak?" Rosewise replies, "Usually, a young dragon can open its mouth to talk after 2 months?" He asks curiously, "Usually?" She says proudly. When Noah was over a month old, he already knew how to call mother. Father, mother, he adds. Noah is indeed. He started trying when he was just over a month old. Rosewise turns to him and asks, "What about you humans? When do you learn to speak?" Leon ponders and answers, "Humans take at least 8 to 12 months. She wonders, "And what about you? Didn't you claim to be a genius? I suppose you knew how to speak the moment you were born, right?" He retorts, "Wrong. I knew how to slay dragons the moment I was born." She snorts, "I don't believe you." Noah carries his little sister with a sleepy face. "Mother, it seems like younger sister is tired." She replies, "All right, leave her to mother. Rest for a while, little one." Father Leon happily brings out a sandwich. "Are you hungry? Father made these sandwiches. Do you want to eat one?" Men excitedly replies, "Yes, I do." Noah replies, "I'm not hungry yet." Taking the sandwich, Men eats it with a satisfied expression, gobbling it up. "So delicious." Noah looks suspicious. "Father?" He asks, "What is it, son?" The little girl's expression becomes serious. "The lightning technique Father taught me last winter break. I have already mastered it. I want to learn something else." He asks Noah, "What else do you want to learn?" The girl hesitates and answers, "Well, the final technique Father used to defeat Constantine a few days ago. The move where you use your hand to create a holy sword, right?" Leon is surprised. "Oh, you mean the light lightning sword manifestation?" Noah's eyes light up. "Yes." In his heart, the difficulty of this technique isn't very high. In the human system, it's only you just need to master the technique of condensing and transforming the shape of the lightning element. However, the problem is that night. Because I wanted to finish Constantine off quickly, I exhausted all the mana I had spent. Months of hard work accumulating. Now, I can't even cast a brank magic. Rosewise sees this and speaks up for him. "Noah, Father has been a bit tired lately. Let Father teach you in a few days, okay?" Leon is confused and thinks to himself, "Did the sun rise in the west today? She is actually standing up for me." Noah sighs, "Father's health is the most important. It doesn't matter if I learn a little later." She continues, "But Father can perform it for the little one, to see a little, right? Isn't that right, husband?" The little girl's eyes light up again. "Really?" His expression becomes irritated. Could it be that this dragon mother knows I'm lacking mana? So she's intentionally pushing me into a pit of fire. Min adds, that's great. Men also wants to see father create a holy sword with his hand. Ignoring his fiery gaze, she continues. The kids all want to see it, husband. Just perform a little bit. Leon stood up, using his hands for support. I'll put on a show for you kids. He took a deep breath. Then, Leon began to perform brank lightning magic. The lightning light sword is ready. Here you go, kid. Noah looked helpless. Dad? What I wanted was a lightning sword, not a toothpick. Mine laughed loudly. Dad's sword is so tiny. He coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. The original version is extremely dangerous, dear. Rose stepped forward to comfort him. It's okay, my dear husband. A little one like this is quite cute too. He gritted his teeth, thinking, that detestable female dragon, just you wait. One day I'll let you taste something much bigger. She walked away leisurely. Let's go home. Night fell over the silver dragon temple. Rose said happily, Noah, mine. Tonight, Mother has a mission for you too. Your little sister will sleep with you tonight. So the three sisters can bond with each other. Mine said excitedly, that's great. I've wanted to sleep with my soft and sweet-smelling little sister for a long time. How exciting, Noah. Remember not to wake her up. Mine replied, yes, ma'am. Rose instructed, all right. Since the mission is clear, you must carry it out well. The two girls replied in unison, no problem. Leave it to us. Let's go. Understood, sister, Leon said, filled with pride. You kids have really grown up. Knowing how to help mom and dad share the burdens of life. Rose let out a cold snort. Leon, why are you so tense? She thought. Why do I suddenly have such an ominous feeling? She stepped closer to him. Your victory over Constantine a few days ago really was exhausting for you. He stepped back. It wasn't exhausting at all. This little thing is nothing worth mentioning. She whispered, how can you call it a small thing? You are the greatest hero of the Dragon Clan. I must reward you generously. Don't you think? Rose chased after Leon, her face full of lethal intent, as he waved his hands and dashed forward. With a look of fear, he shouted, don't come over here. Leon's hands braced against a chair. He leaped over it, using that chair as a shield while threatening her. Rose, I'm warning you. The book on female dragons says that after giving birth, you must stay separated for at least 2 months. Otherwise, it will cause great harm to your body. Rose asked, what kind of book are you reading? Leon said with a tone of authority. The Handbook on Postpartum Care for Female Dragons. After speaking with such expertise, he thought to himself, actually, I'm just bluffing. Rose, filled with murderous intent and just as fierce, grabbed the chair back, laughing as she spoke. The physique of a great dragon, after giving birth, only needs 2 or 3 days to recover. Leon, looking blank and stunned, said, what, 2 months? I've never heard of that before. Rose, her face radiating murderous intent, lifted the chair high with both hands, aiming at Leon, who was sitting on the floor in fear. Then she said, if you have already figured out what I want to do, then stop resisting. Leon stuttered as he spoke to Rose. You saw my strength when I killed Constantine, didn't you? Leon's face was like a scared child, on the verge of tears. He crossed his arms over his chest, protecting himself, and complained. Let me tell you something. Don't think that just because you are the mother of my children, I will go easy on you. Rose leaned her face closer to his, and said with a mocking tone, oh my, I'm so scared. If you really had the ability you had when you killed Constantine, then why would you be here? Bargaining with me? Leon stuttered once more in response. Isn't it because I don't want to use force against you? Besides, I didn't do anything to provoke you today. Rose seriously crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked, Do you know how long it's been since we played the queen and prisoner game? She clenched a fist, reproaching Leon with an angry look, which made him feel a bit terrified. It's been exactly 6 months and 7 days. Do you know how I've lived the past 6 months? He instinctively raised both hands in front of him to defend against Rose's anger, then stuttered, How you live is your own business. What does that have to do with me? Even a man like me can hold back. Why is a female dragon like you so desperate? Rose leaned one hand against the wall, pinning Leon, and smiled, saying, You are wrong. This is not a common desire. This is a queen's desire for conquest. He was terrified, his eyes squeezed shut, and he scrambled backward, shouting, This is the first time I've heard someone talk about being addicted to homework in such an elegant and otherworldly way. Don't tear my clothes. Rose, grabbing his shirt, said angrily, Stop rambling. Look at this defiant attitude of yours right now. It's only been 6 months and you dare to speak to me like that. If it were any longer, I'm afraid you'd even try to steal my throne. On the wall, Rose's shadow was cast clearly, as she continuously tore Leon's clothes into shreds that flew everywhere. She said angrily, I think I need to discipline you in time, so you can clearly see your status in this family. Leon shouted in panic, You're burning bridges after crossing the river, Rose. She laughed triumphantly, arms crossed as she watched Leon, who was in a miserable state, crawling on the ground, without a single piece of clothing remaining. He said regretfully, If I had known, I would have spared Constantine a way out. If he came back for revenge, I wouldn't care about you at all. Since you said that, then I must all the more reward my guardian deity. Leon gritted his teeth and glared at Rose with an annoyed look. He thought, It looks like tonight this female dragon is determined to devour me completely, since I can't escape anyway. He pushed off the ground and lunged straight toward Rose, just thinking, Well then, Leon, I'd rather die with honor than live in shame. Leon pinned her straight down onto the bed. He gripped both of her hands tightly, preventing her from struggling, then spoke in a serious tone. The queen's desire for conquest. Is that it? Family status? Is that it, Rose? She asked Leon with a triumphant laugh. So what now? What do you intend to do to me? Then, right after Rose finished her sentence, a purple mark suddenly appeared on Leon's body. On Rose's chest, a similar mark also appeared. He gradually leaned down toward Rose, looked at her, and they kissed. The next morning, Leon woke up covered in hickey marks. He gritted his teeth, wincing as he thought, My whole body is so sore, especially my lower back. Leon clenched his fists, crying silently in his heart, thinking, The essence of humanity that I had accumulated for 6 whole months was drained in just one night. The fact that I can even wake up safely now is already a miracle of miracles. He turned his head to the side, gritting his teeth in annoyance, thinking, That hateful dragon mother. She dared to do that to Rose. She had been awake for a while, looking beautiful as she sat in front of the mirror, brushing her white hair. Leon continued thinking, My savior, huh? Rose saw that he was awake, turned to look at him with a radiant face and said, Oh, you're finally awake. Leon shyly turned his head the other way and thought, This hairstyle actually suits her quite well. I once read in a book that this is called the virtuous wife style. Then Leon turned back to look at her and asked curiously, "Why are you dressed like this today, Rose?" She stepped closer to him, spread her arms, and said excitedly, "I've given birth to our second child now. So, I wanted to change to a more mature style. How is it? Do I look beautiful?" Leon's answer made Rose's face look annoyed and displeased. "Usually, Rose." She lunged onto the bed and moved toward Leon, startling him. "What are you doing? It's morning right now. The kids are about to wake up and run over here, Rose." She climbed onto him and said, "I'll give you one chance to fix your choice of words." "Try saying it again," he said loudly in frustration. "Even if you gave me 10 more chances. This look is still—" Before he could finish, Rose cut him off with a sinister tone. "Looks like our youngest daughter has to keep sleeping with Noah and men tonight." Leon suddenly smiled brightly, gave a thumbs up, and said, "You are still as beautiful as ever, absolutely perfect." Leon's answer made Rose stand up with satisfaction, and she said with royal authority, "I see you know how to behave. There's a celebratory banquet tonight. Prepare yourself well." "Yes," Rose added. "Oh, that's right. As my husband, you also have a duty to keep your physique and fitness in good shape. Don't be lazy with your training, or you'll end up looking like a middle-aged, obese man." Leon replied annoyedly, "Since when does a prisoner have this obligation?" Rose looked back at Leon and said with a serious expression, "Just think about it. Why haven't I executed you even now?" He replied, "Because you can't bear 2, obviously." Rose leaned in close to Leon once again, then spoke with a triumphant tone. "No, I want you to be my prisoner for the rest of your life. Never even think about escaping." Under the sky red as fire in front of the castle, a voice rang out. During this raid by the Scarlet Flame Dragon tribe, the Silver Dragon tribe, although we achieved victory, our losses were extremely heavy. The people around, men and women, young and old, were all gathered to listen to the speech. "In this battle, we have lost 234 brave Silver Dragon warriors." Rose, majestic, wearing a cloak and a bright red crown, spoke to the people in a serious voice. "Like everyone else, I am deeply saddened by the sacrifice of our fellow tribe members, comrades who once stood side by side with us. But precisely because of this, we who survived, we must lift our spirits even higher." Luna and the others handed each other lanterns to release them into the sky. Rose continued to speak. "Today, we gather here to personally release these soul-guiding lanterns that we have made for them." Leon held Aurora in his arms, with Noah and men in front of him. They were watching the lanterns being released into the sky together. Rose's voice continued. "The flower lanterns are lighting up, guiding the spirits to find their way home. May their souls be forever free." Soaring high in the sky, the scene of hundreds of lanterns flying high under the red sunset gradually faded, giving way to a brilliant night. The people gathered to eat and drink happily after the ceremony was held. After the memorial service ended, the victory banquet officially began. Regretful voices could be heard. "Cheers to our fallen brothers." Luna looked at Leon and asked, "Your Highness, you are also the main guest of honor at today's banquet. Why aren't you over by Her Majesty?" Leon looked toward the crowd gathered in front, eating and drinking, and replied, "No, compared to standing in front of a crowd, I prefer taking care of the kids." Luna asked curiously, Many of our tribesmen want to see the real face behind your armor. After all, you are the hero who saved the entire Silver Dragon tribe. Leon chuckled and thought, why does this sentence sound more and more wrong? A human hero like me. How have I only been with you Silver Dragon tribe for 3 years? Yet I've already become the hero of the Silver Dragon tribe. Leon turned to look at Luna, smiled, and said, I'm no hero. It's not worth mentioning. She listened, bewildered, and thought to herself, the prince is just like Her Majesty. Even though their strength is extremely powerful, they always like to stay mysterious. Luna put her hand under her chin and thought naively, could this be the demeanor of the strong? Worth learning from. Leon asked Luna, is that also part of the queen's job? She replied, Her Majesty's tolerance for alcohol is amazing. No matter who comes to toast, she drinks it all. But it's rare to see Her Majesty drunk. He kept staring ahead and thought, she hasn't fully recovered yet, so she should be resting more. You silly dragon mother. Then he leaned down to Aurora, who was in his arms, and instructed her softly. Don't copy your mother in the future. You must know how to balance work and rest. Don't become a workaholic, or your dad will worry. Aurora tapped his cheek lightly, leaving him dazed. He brought his daughter closer to his face and teased her. Azo, my precious, you're so good. That guy Constantin didn't even hurt when he hit Dad. Yet you make Dad hurt. You're much better than Ginny walked over and said to Leon, in a friendly way, Your Highness, it's time for the princess to rest. Let me take her to the bedroom first. He replied, Oh, okay, sorry for the trouble. Ginny took Aurora away. Luna also bowed to say goodbye to Leon. Then suddenly, a hand pressed a wineglass to his cheek. Leon exclaimed, startled, Hey! But Rose, with a drunken look, asked him, Want a drink? Leon smiled awkwardly and replied, Thanks, I don't drink. Hearing that, Rose excitedly replied, Not drinking, then let me drink. Leon put both hands in front, as if to stop her and said, You're drunk. Drink less, Rose. She spoke while being tipsy and swaying back and forth. Why are you swaying back and forth? Stand still. Leon replied helplessly, The one swaying here is you. He supported her and asked with concern, Just how much did you drink? Sit down here and sober up a bit. But the only reply was Rose's drunken confusion. I feel like this world is a super huge, giant eggplant. Leon also played along with Rose. If that's the case, I'll add some diced carrots. And make a dish of braised eggplant with carrots. Rose laughed excitedly and replied, You really are a genius. She loudly complained, Being a queen is no fun at all. Leon turned to look at Rose in surprise and asked, If it's no fun, why do you take it so seriously? Or why not abdicate to me? Let me be the leader of the Silver Dragon tribe instead. What do you think? Rose replied immediately, The throne? Then she pointed at him and said, It's just a cage. Once you sit in that seat, your life no longer belongs to you. After saying that, Rose pressed her hand to her chest and said confidently, But I will still persevere and uphold this cage. Doing all my work well? Who else but me is the best queen in the world? After saying that, Rose got excited again, raised one hand, and asked Leon, Leon, you tell me. Am I the best queen? He replied, You are the best queen. Rose continued to mockingly add, The best queen. Paired with the most formidable prisoner. Perfect. Rose looked at Leon and exclaimed, By the way, you prisoner are actually quite formidable. Before, I thought you were just good at boasting. He replied proudly, that goes without saying. You think the title of the strongest dragon slayer was self-proclaimed by me? That was recognized by the Empire. She replied to him, appearing conceited. And yet, 3 years ago, you were still captured alive by me as a prisoner. He replied indignantly, I was betrayed by an inside agent back then. Otherwise, I would have already taken you down. She asked, taken me down, how? Leon stammered, taken you down, back then we were still enemies. He didn't answer further but thought in confusion. Strange. The words reached my mouth. Why couldn't I say them? Could it be that I've developed compassion for this dragon mother? Seeing Leon not replying, Rose asked, so what you mean is, we aren't enemies anymore, right? He replied, still enemies. Just temporarily. Raising our 3 daughters together, that's all. Rose turned to him angrily, pinched Leon's cheek, and said, you heartless, ungrateful man. Even if the end of the world comes, your mouth will still be as slippery as this. He frowned and said, let go of your hand. Rose continued to stubbornly pinch Leon's cheek, saying, I won't let go. Unless you admit you're my prisoner. Leon also reached out and pinched her cheeks back. Then don't blame me for doing it too. Rose, still stubborn, said, you dare to pinch me. Let me go. Leon, just as stubborn, replied, not letting go, you let go first. Rose came up with an idea. I'll count, 3, 2, 1. Let's let go together. Meanwhile, Noah and Men were watching, sitting by the fire, grilling meat with Luna. 1. Rose counted, 3, 2, 1. But the 2 of them were still pinching the other's cheek, faces staring at each other in silence. Then one of them asked to be sure. This time we really let go, okay? Someone replied, okay. Someone counted, 3, 2, 1. Meanwhile, Men and Noah were enjoying the pieces of meat, excited and happy. Together with Luna, the 2 of them, with cheeks swollen red from the mischief, held their cheeks and looked in opposite directions, even though they were parents of 3 children. Deep down, they still had very childish sides. Then, Rose spoke up, making Leon startle and turn to look. Right, just now you mentioned. Rose asked him about the matter of being betrayed by an inside agent. What was that about? Tell me about it. Leon looked up at the sky and said, it's a long story. Leon began to recount. 3 years ago, we received a secret order from the Empire. We immediately set out to attack the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. At that time, the human army engaged in a fierce battle with the Silver Dragon soldiers. Right at the city gate, I was responsible for drawing the main forces of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, while I led hundreds of elite Dragon Slayer squads, raiding from both flanks, paving the way to break deep into the sanctuary. At that moment, my squad had successfully broken through the outer defense lines of the sanctuary, just one final step away from entering the inner Silver Dragon Sanctuary. But at that decisive moment, my vision suddenly went black. Immediately after, I was struck by some kind of weapon, sharp and piercing into my back. From the moment I fell into the illusion until I was back, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. This was clearly an assassination plot, meticulously planned to target me. The illusion magic hit us very hard. The caster must have been at a distance, very close for it to be effective. What just happened? My black gold chest armor is strong enough to withstand most attacks, yet that weapon possessed the perfect effect of armor-piercing magic. Back then, Rebecca was worried. Captain, what's wrong with you, Leon? The culprit could only be the closest person. The one who knows me best. And the comrade I trusted the most. Afterward, the strike team's position was exposed. We had to endure the counterattack, frenzied, from the Silver Dragon soldiers. My comrades couldn't hold off the enemy and drag a dying man like me away at the same time. So they were forced to leave me behind. Leon had a look of resignation. And just like that, I became your prisoner, Your Majesty. That traitor surely wouldn't have expected this. Not only am I living quite well now, but I've also become the pretend husband of the Silver Dragon Queen. I even have a lovely daughter with you, Rose. Hearing those words, Rose blushes and asks, "So, who is the traitor that stabbed you in the back? Do you have an answer in your heart yet?" He responds skeptically, "The Vice Victor was my classmate at the academy. Like me, before joining the military, all dragon slayers came from common backgrounds, with no connections or noble family status, relying entirely on our own strength. We climbed step by step to the position of Vice. Though he was forever second best, always losing to me, he was still very capable. When I fell, it was he who took over the command to lead everyone to break out." She calmly remarks, "You certainly know how to find an opportunity to praise yourself." He continues, "The support mage Marin. That kid comes from a prominent background. He is the youngest son of a high-ranking minister in the Empire. After graduating, because he idolized me so much, he specifically requested to join my squad, saying he wanted to become a great dragon slayer like me one day." Rose sarcastically gives him a thumbs up. "Oh my, you even have a diehard fan, do you? What about the last one?" Leon replies, "The gunnery expert, Rebecca. She is proficient with all types of firearms and served as our squad's primary fire support. Don't let her small stature fool you. The moment she touches a gun, she becomes absolutely manic. She is also incredibly long. You are curious, Cashmote, in your monotonous life that only keeps fire for company. A second girl of your age has finally appeared, other than your silver-haired classmate, of course. What does that girl look like?" Leon replied, "Her. I suppose she could be considered beautiful. I hadn't really paid much attention to it before, but I heard Marin say she has many admirers." Rose asked with jealous bitterness, "Is that so? That sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Having a pretty girl in the squad, fighting in battle while being able to gaze at a beauty. You must be thrilled, right?" Leon didn't seem to notice her jealousy. He asked casually, "Rose, your beer has expired, hasn't it? Why does it smell so sour?" Her eyes turned bloodshot. "What did you say?" He quickly waved his hands. "I was just joking. Besides, she isn't really my type anyway." She leaned in close. "Then tell me, what kind of person is your type?" He continued, "You don't know what kind of person I like. Before he could finish, Rose had fallen asleep in his arms. He was surprised. Asleep that fast. Unbelievable. If you wanted to sleep, you should have gone to your room. Time passed quickly. The next day, Rose sat on the swing, feeling melancholy in her heart. After the Battle of Constantine, too many mysteries had surfaced one after another. Everything was happening, coincidentally, in line with the timeline she had scheduled with Leon's master. It made her unable to help but suspect that all these events were related to that person. At first, she wanted to keep Leon by her side, making him a prisoner for the rest of his life. But now, she felt a bit hesitant, rationally. Leon must return to that place, to resolve the mysteries that were gradually emerging. As for Tiger's operations, perhaps they would also require Leon's coordination and support. Sooner or later, Leon would have to know these things. And sooner or later, he would have to leave this place. She knew that clearly. Yet she still felt an ache in her heart. An ache. Is she reluctant to let him leave? Too much had happened over the past while. The relationship between her and Leon was gradually changing, little by little. Even though they were not of the same race. He was the most responsible, capable, and upright person she had ever met. He was a good husband. And even more so, a wonderful father. It was precisely because of him that their daughters were even more loving and able to enjoy life. And because of him, she was able to shorten the distance between herself and the children. Long ago, he had ceased to be a prisoner. He had long since become a part of this family. As she thought about these things, she sighed softly. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. Leon used his hands to push the swing for her. Why are you sighing? Is swinging not fun, Your Majesty Rose? She wondered. Why are you here? He asked in confusion. I noticed your mood wasn't very good today. Did something happen? She shook her head. Nothing. He asked curiously. Could it be postpartum depression? She refused. That's not it. Leon raised a question. If it doesn't have anything to do with the kids, then could it be because I suddenly, Rose? Leon, do you wish to return to the Empire? She asked. Hearing that question, Leon was quite surprised, but then he lowered his head. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes behind them. The two turned around sharply, and Rose shouted toward the spot. Who's there? Moon raised her small arm high. It's Moon, Your Majesty. She was startled. Oh, Moon, why are you here? The little girl replied. Moon came to call Mother and Father for dinner. Mother, Father, let's go quickly. Moon's stomach has been growling for a long time. Sister said if you two keep acting Luvadovi over there, then she'll won't wait for you anymore. She responded reluctantly. All right, let's head back now. Leon looked toward the distant bushes, thinking to himself, this little girl? She clearly didn't come alone. He said loudly to the bushes, if you two sneak around watching Father and Mother again, then Father won't teach you any magic. Noah stood up from the bushes. That won't do, Father. Moon giggled. Why is Sister exposed too? Rose wondered. Why are both of you out here? Noah replied, we snuck out following Father, Your Majesty. Leon exclaimed. It seems both of your stealth skills have improved. In the cozy little room, Rose was lulling Aurora to sleep. Sleep well, Mother's precious little darling. Leon asked, is the baby asleep? She replied, lower your voice. He showed off his accomplishments. Just now, I played with Moon for a while and taught Noah a few magic skills. When I was about to leave, I even hugged each of them just like you asked. She said softly, let's go over there and continue our talk. I have something I want to tell you. Outside on the balcony, the shimmering night sky appeared. Leon gazed at the stars and spoke. So, Master told me not to return to the Empire within a year, right? Rose recounted calmly. After your master heard the news that you were still alive, he immediately asked me for this favor. It seems he has made up his mind to do something. After that, I sent clansmen to that valley to deliver a message, but discovered they had already left. Your master has abandoned a peaceful life, unconcerned with the affairs of the world, and even hid the whereabouts of your master's wife, which proves what he is about to do is extremely dangerous. According to the intelligence reports from my spies in the human empire, he is currently a wanted criminal. A highly dangerous one, in the eyes of the empire. He was stunned. My master, that henpecked old man is a wanted criminal. Wanted by the empire? How is that possible? He is just an ordinary old farmer. Already over 50 years old. Moreover, he has been retired for so many years. What could he possibly have done to be wanted? She calmly retorted, back when I met your master, the powerful aura upon him was absolutely not that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, to be able to train someone as monstrously strong as you, your master is surely not as simple as you think. I suspect the reason he is wanted is likely related to you. Also, your master once said that you have been judged by the empire as a traitor to humanity. He looked down, anxiety rising. A traitor, huh? Actually, I had more or less guessed it. A failed war also needs someone to take the blame. And I am the most ideal candidate. Perhaps this was also the goal of the real traitor. Truly, Rose said sadly. I originally didn't want to tell you this. Because you are the father of the children. And you are my husband. Even if this family is fake, you are still an indispensable part of it. I don't want you to leave. But I also understand that in the human empire, you still have another family. Your master and master's wife are also important people to you. You have the right to know all of this, and the right to make your own choice. Right now, your master needs you more than we do. So, what do you intend to do? Leon hesitated, then replied, the Crimson Flame. Dragon King has already been defeated by me. The other dragon clans, for the time being, do not dare to come and challenge the Silver Dragon clan. My master raised me, and now that he is in danger, I truly cannot stand idly by. You knew what decision I would make, didn't you? She nodded slightly. If you have already decided, you can leave tonight, he thanked her politely. Rose wise. Have you been distracted these past few days because of this? Rose replied, things have already reached this point. What's the point of saying those things now? Before you leave, give our youngest daughter a hug. Leon's expression became excited. Be good and listen to your sisters when you grow up. And protect your mother well, okay? Saying that, Leon kissed Aurora on the forehead. Rose then transformed into a majestic dragon. Leon mounted her and said, let's go. Hearing that, she turned and flew high into the sky. He felt sad. I didn't even get to say a proper goodbye to Noah and Moon. Do you think the kids will think him a bad father? She replied, not at all. You are the best father in the world. He smiled. It's rare to hear you praise me like that. She thought to herself, and also the best husband in the world. Standing by the window, Noah wondered, where are father and mother going? A moment later, at the border of the human empire, Leon climbed down and exclaimed, after a year, I have finally returned. At this moment, Leon made a suggestion. You should head back now. I don't know what dangers lie on the road ahead. It's better if I go alone. Suddenly, Rose wrapped her arms tightly around him. He felt very confused. Rose-wise? She shouted, commanding him, don't move. Do not turn around. Leon hesitated. Once I settle all this trouble. I will, she interrupted him. I won't wait. What are you to me? Why should I have to wait for you? I won't wait. I don't care. Leon felt incredibly remorseful. I'm sorry. Rose's voice, at this moment, had lost its usual sharpness. If within 3 months, You haven't resolved everything yet. Then return to this tree to meet me. Absolutely nothing must go wrong. Do you understand? He reached out to wipe the tears from the corner of Miko's eyes. I promise you, don't worry. I guarantee nothing will happen. She forced a smile. Before you go, name our daughter. Leon was taken aback. Me, I should name her. She replied, don't you dare give her some ridiculous name. He thought for a moment, then spoke. Our little girl was born at dawn. How about Aurora? The word also means polar light and the light of dawn. Rose's face brightened up instantly. Aurora, let's decide on this name. Go now, Leon, go do what you must. I wish you victory in every battle. On the other side, a carriage was trotting along the road. Leon gently pulled back the curtain. He thought, these gate guards are just as lazy and careless as they were back then. But thanks to that, I was able to sneak into the city easily. He stepped out of the carriage and quickly slipped away. His eyes were drawn to a wanted poster. He looked helpless as he gazed at the man on the poster. A red wanted notice is the Empire's highest level of pursuit. Master, what on earth did you do? I must go home first to find some clues. A moment later, at an old, dilapidated house, Leon searched frantically. Living room, kitchen, bedroom. Everywhere was a scene of total wreckage. It didn't look like anyone had been here recently. But Master is cautious. He surely would have left some hints for me. He walked over to a room filled with straw. After searching for a while, finally, Leon found what he was looking for. There you are, little one, thank you. On the paper, his master had left him a single instruction. Rebecca is trustworthy. He gripped the paper tightly. Did Master already know I was being framed? Could it be that he has been investigating the moles for the past year? If so, I should go meet her first. Scene change. In the distance, a clear song rang out. Rebecca was walking along the path. She excitedly waved at an old woman. Good afternoon, Mrs. Harry. Harry replied politely. Good afternoon, Rebecca. She complimented her. Mrs. Harry, you look younger than yesterday. What magical spell are you using? Can you teach me? The old woman answered happily. Oh my, you have such a sweet tongue. There's no magic involved. Just being in a good mood. Here, these are apple pies I baked today. Take some home to try. Her eyes lit up. Thank you, Mrs. Harry. Oh, that's right, Mrs. Harry. Does your house have many bugs lately? If you need help, just let me know. The old woman remembered the look on her face when catching bugs and refused immediately. Die, all of you. No, that won't be necessary. Rebecca walked ahead. Yes, okay, then I'll be going now. Goodbye, Mrs. Harry. Harry waved back. Goodbye. She walked happily toward her house. Entering, she changed her shoes. I'm home. Even though she said it every day, there was never anyone to reply. Suddenly, Rebecca felt like someone was behind her. She quickly grabbed a gun and pointed it at the man. Who are you? Rebecca vigilantly pointed the gun at Leon and questioned him. So, it's a dashing thief, in broad daylight. You dare to break into a young lady's house to rummage through things. Are you planning to steal someone's underwear? Leon raised both hands. I surrender. Pointing a gun at someone like that is very dangerous. However, his gaze suddenly turned dangerous. He kicked the gun out of her hand. Rebecca was terrified at the sight. The gun flew high and spun in midair. Leon looked at the scene and involuntarily gave a cold laugh. The gun fell down. He caught it quickly. Then he pointed the barrel straight at Rebecca. He took off his hat. I bet there's no ammo in your gun. She opened her eyes wide in shock. Oh, Captain. Are you really alive? He answered. That's right. Aren't I standing right here in front of you? Her eyes welled up with tears. She ran to his side, wanting to hug him. Captain. Am I dreaming? He held her head back, not letting her hug him. Hold on, calm down. Rebecca raised her gun. Captain. Can I shoot a bullet into your thigh? If it hurts enough for you to scream? Then it proves this isn't a dream. Leon barked, daydreaming in broad daylight. Besides, if you want to verify it, would you mind shooting your own thigh instead? She felt aggrieved. You finally returned from the brink of death. Why won't you let me hug you? He replied calmly. The situation is different now. Rebecca, in his heart. After all, I am a married man. She seemed to remember something. In the 3 years you were missing, the internal situation of the Empire has truly changed a lot. If the patrol squad finds out I'm hiding a traitor in my house, he'll definitely be sent to the guillotine. His face looked a bit unnatural. So you think I'm a traitor? She shook her head. Of course not. When they said you were a traitor, I was the first to object. I even ran to find the person in charge of the dragon squad to explain. The result was that I got demoted. The worst part is, they transferred me to the patrol squad. Every day, forcing me to circle the streets twice, and that's it. Since then, I haven't had a chance to face any monsters or dragon kings. Leon retorted. That's clearly because your hands were just itching for a fight. But thank you for trusting me, Rebecca. Rebecca scratched her head. Don't be so formal. We're good comrades who have lived and died together. He looked at her demeanor. It seems Rebecca isn't the mole. Before she got back, I already searched the whole room, but there wasn't a single suspicious trace to be found. She walked toward the chair. Stop standing around talking. Our place is a bit small, just find a spot to sit anywhere. Has the captain gone to look for the others yet? Leon replied, not yet. She spoke up. Captain, honestly, back when we raided the Silver Dragon Holy Temple, there was a traitor among us. Is that right? He was shocked. How did you know? She voiced her suspicion. I remember that my vision suddenly went black. I couldn't see anything at all. My ears were ringing too. That state lasted for a few seconds. By the time I opened my eyes, you had already collapsed to the ground. You know what happened after that. But thinking back on it now, I just realized there were only 4 people around at that time. We didn't have any other Silver Dragon clan members with us. The person who ambushed you could only be someone from our own team. Leon smiled in satisfaction. Your deduction is not wrong. At that time, that traitor used a special type of weapon. It pierced through my black gold battle armor chest plate and simultaneously pierced my heart. The fact that I'm still alive now is truly a miracle. Rebecca's gaze grew sharp. Was it Victor or Marin? Leon shook his head in frustration. I'm still not certain yet. Do you know the whereabouts of those 2? She recounted. Marin fled back under the protection of his father, the great god. But I heard he is often bullied and oppressed by his stepmother at home. As for Victor, as the vice captain, he had to bear great responsibility. He was directly kicked out of the Dragon Slayer army. I heard Hayes working as a musician at a tavern now. Captain, if you want to choose one of the 2, my proposal is to deal with both of them. It's better to kill the innocent than to let the guilty escape. Oh, that's right, Captain. Do you need any weapons? I don't have much here, but I have plenty of guns. Feel free to choose. He looked speechless. Thanks, I don't need any for now. Deep down, he has an entire arsenal hidden in his house. You really are something else. He placed the wanted poster on the table. He said in a low voice, the reason I returned to the Empire this time is firstly to find the whereabouts of my master, and secondly, to catch that traitor. Do you have any information about my master? She searched her memory. That old man, she narrated. A year ago, he started being wanted by the Empire. They say he killed 2 royal guards and even hung their bodies on the palace walls. It was even in the newspapers. Leon sighed. That doesn't sound like my master's style at all. Did he kill anyone else? Rebecca dug around. Wait a moment, Captain. Let me find the newspaper. One after another, District Chief a casino owner, and the manager of a pharmacy. Hearing those names, Leon hesitated. These people are all tycoons who manipulate the Empire's underworld industry, she continued. Moreover, they all have one thing in common. Their backer is the 7th Prince of the Empire. In his heart, Master started being wanted a year ago. That is, after meeting Rosewise. Upon returning to the Empire, he began investigating the mole, with the goal of clearing his name and removing the label of traitor. Could it be that because the Empire refused to restore his honor, Master was forced to take matters into his own hands? To apply pressure, Rebecca revealed a picture of a priest. I think the next target for the old man Tiger might very well be this priest. Recently, he has been constantly provoking him in the news. Priest Peter publicly condemned the murderer Tiger, calling him a puppet of the devil. But there are rumors that this priest is actually a pervert and a pedophile. He even secretly engaged in child trafficking. It seems this is a trap laid out, just waiting for him to walk right into the net. So, will he come? Leon pondered. Master once told me, if a trap is obvious to everyone, it's no longer a trap, but a duel. Given his personality, to put pressure on the Empire, he will definitely come. Night covered the palace, where many guards were gathered in the middle of the courtyard. Leon looked through binoculars and said to Rebecca, I didn't expect the Empire to send so many guards. She excitedly replied to him. It seems our old man is quite popular, isn't he? Leon was startled and said, Why did you follow me here? Didn't I tell you to stay home? Go back now. Rebecca playfully gave a thumbs up and replied, It's so fun. Or rather, for such an important matter as saving that old man. Of course I have to come and lend a hand. Leon, face full of worry, said Rebecca. We are currently fugitives, both branded as traitors. Coming with us will be very dangerous. Rebecca replied seriously, Captain, 3 years ago, I abandoned you to hide in the Empire with your resentment. This time, I will absolutely not leave you behind again. He looked at her, stunned, and replied, Rebecca, you. Rebecca held up 2 guns in her hands, posing, then said with confidence, Besides, Captain, don't worry. I've brought enough weapons. I'll make sure they don't even know what hit them. Suddenly, voices rose from the soldiers below. There's movement inside. The voice made the guard above startle and say, Keep it down. Suddenly, a blue beam of light, with intense energy, erupted, sending dust and smoke into the air. From within the smoke, a figure gradually emerged. Tiger Lauren strode out boldly, ignoring the screams of help from behind. The priest has been killed. Catch him. Hurry, catch him. Steve drew his sword and stepped forward, shouting threats at Tiger Lauren. You cursed, wanted criminal. You murderous demon. Surrender if you know what's good for you. Tiger ignored Steve's warning, radiating bright blue energy beams, and replied irritably, ignoring the 6 children locked in the basement, but not worried about that. You mobilize a large force just to catch an old man like me. What a bunch of useless fools. Steve looked at the soldier standing in front of a large cage and ordered him to release the monsters at once. From inside the cage, 4 beasts with black fur, sharp fangs, and glowing red eyes, towering 4 or 5 times the height of Tiger, stepped out. He looked at them with a sharp, murderous gaze, speaking with annoyance. Class a dangerous species. To think you people are secretly breeding such monsters in the Empire. As he finished speaking, one of the beasts let out a deafening roar and lunged straight at Tiger. But he was not a man to be underestimated. He agilely dodged to the side and began using his sword to attack, striking the monster with a blow that drew blood. The 3 remaining monsters, seeing him stab their companion, roared even louder. Around him and the monster, dozens of blue electric sparks appeared. Tiger held his sword forward, looked at the monster, and said, "Kid, have you been slacking off on your training lately? Why is your strength not what it used to be?" Then, a figure jumped down from somewhere, and a voice asked with curiosity, "Who goes there?" The figure replied, "Is this how we reunite? After 3 years apart. Master, do you have nothing else to say to me?" Tiger looked at Leon and replied, "What else is there to say? You sneakily took a wife, and even sired 2 daughters." He replied with a look of surprise, "Master, you knew about all that?" Leon chuckled, scratching his head in confession. "Actually, it's not just 2. The 3rd one was just born." Leon's words made Tiger fume with anger. "So for the past 3 years, you've done nothing useful, only focusing on helping the Silver Dragon tribe increase their population. Is that it?" Steve looked at Leon and Tiger, sweating as he said, "That student of Tiger's, isn't that the traitor Leon? Hayes, still alive." Finished speaking, Steve pointed his sword forward and ordered the guards. "They are accomplices. Capture them both." The 2 of them were soon surrounded, with blades pointed directly at them. Tiger looked back at Leon, who was pressing his back against his, and said, "The situation is a bit complicated. Let's break through the siege and escape first. We can talk about it later." Then, he added with a playful laugh, "Try your best to keep up with this old man, kid." Leon's face brightened as he replied, "Understood." Those blue energy sparks appeared again, sending the guards standing there flying high into the air. Steve looked at the guards standing near the cages, continuing his order. "Open all the remaining cages. Release all the monsters out." Leon's expression turned grave and annoyed. He said, "Do these idiots act without thinking about the consequences? If these dangerous species suddenly lose control, on the streets, countless innocent people will suffer." Tiger, while swinging his sword, replied, "The Empire is no longer the Empire it used to be. Kid." The blade, trailing with blue flashes of light, made the soldiers scream and roll onto the ground. He looked back at Leon, who was following closely, and said, "Let's move." Then Tiger asked Leon with suspicion, "Don't tell me you didn't prepare anything, and just blindly rushed in to save me." He replied, "Of course I prepared." In front of them, a horse carriage came rushing forward. Leon said, "Look, it's here." Rebecca, struggling to control the horse, shouted helplessly, "This horse won't listen to me at all. How do I stop it?" Leon jumped from below directly onto the carriage, and Tiger followed by jumping up as well. He grabbed the reins and said, "Let me drive the carriage. You move to the back and help Master shoot down the dangerous species chasing us." Rebecca replied, "That would be great. Driving this carriage is much harder than shooting a gun." She said excitedly, "It's been a while since I hunted monsters. You lot better not disappoint me."